council.nyc.gov. Do not approach the dais. If you need assistance, Sergeant at Arms will be more than happy to help you.
女士们、先生们，早上好！欢迎大家来到纽约市议会参加移民听证会。开会期间，请保持手机和各种电子设备静音，并全程将噪音减小到最低程度。如果您希望作证，请到检卫官处填写证人表格。如果希望递交证词作为记录，请将证词传送到 email testimony@council.nyc.gov。如果您需要翻译服务，请到警卫官处寻求帮助。在整个听证会期间，请不要靠近前台。谢谢您的合作。
শুভ সকাল এবং ইমিগ্রেশন সম্পর্কিত নিউ ইয়র্ক সিটি কাউন্সিল মিটিংয়ে আসার জন্য স্বাগতম। এই সময়ে সকল সেলফোন এবং ইলেকট্রনিক যন্ত্রপাতিগুলো নীরব করে রাখুন শুনানির ক্ষেত্রে ব্যাঘাত কমানোর জন্য। যদি আপনি জবানবন্দি দিতে চান, একটি সাক্ষী স্লিপ পূরণ করুন সার্জেন্ট অ্যাট আর্মসের সাথে। যদি আপনার জবানিটি আপনি রেকর্ডের জন্য জমা দিতে চান, আপনি testimony@council.nyc.gov এ জমা দিতে পারেন। আবারও মনে রাখবেন, সাক্ষ্যটি council.nyc.gov এ জমা দিতে হবে। যদি আপনার একটি অনুবাদ মেশিনের প্রয়োজন হয়, অনুগ্রহ করে সার্জেন্ট অ্যাট আর্মসের সহযোগিতা নিন। শুনানির সময় যে কোনো সময়ে মঞ্চের দিকে অগ্রসর হবেন না। সহযোগিতার জন্য ধন্যবাদ।
صباح الخير، مرحبا بكم في جلسة الاستماع لمجلس مدينة نيويورك الخاصة لاجتماع لجنة الهجرة. يرجى إغلاق جميع الهواتف والأجهزة الإلكترونية. إذا كانت لديكم شهادة ترغبون في تقديمها فيمكنكم القيام بذلك عبر البريد الإلكتروني على العنوان testimony@council.nyc.gov. إذا كنتم بحاجة إلى جهاز ترجمة يرجى الاتصال برقيب للحصول على المساعدة. في أي وقت طوال جلسة الاستماع يرجى عدم الاقتراب في المنصة.
On jarama on weltanama ko arɗon hannde ka New York Council ɗo fi o comité immigration fewno ɗo ɓe landi on hiyon ɗannin téléphone ji mon ɗin fof e device ji kala ko marɗon ha hearing on lanna e kadi siɗon mari ko texifayon ma nantingol ma nonno hollutugol hiɗon wawi ɓatagol o sergent jo inneteɗo arms siɗon mari kadi kaydiri ko submeton hiɗon wawi kadi addirgol ɗum ka email on no inne testimony@council.nyc.gov e kadi hiɓe tori on wiyon tawon ɓaton membre ɓe ɓen duuga donc kala ko faala ɗon ɗumanade on yaha e lando ɗon ɓe ɗumaji on ka yaasi on jarama fi coopération mum.
Bonjour et bienvenue à tous au Conseil de la ville de New York. Aujourd'hui, c'est le comité sur l'immigration. Voilà, nous vous prions durant la séance de bien vouloir éteindre vos appareils téléphoniques pour ne pas interrompre la séance. Nous vous prions de bien vouloir vous adresser au personnel, les personnes qui sont en tenue et qui ont les badges au niveau de l'épaule gauche. Si vous voulez des documents ou quoi que ce soit, vous adressez à ces personnes. Il y a également des polycopies, des feuillets qui sont à l'entrée. Si vous voulez témoigner, être témoin, comparaître comme témoin, vous pouvez aller, vous pouvez remplir pour vous déposer cela à ce niveau. Également, il y a aussi la version électronique ou par email. Vous pouvez écrire à testimony avec Y à la fin, @council.nyc.gov. Je reprends, testimony avec Y à la fin, @council.nyc.gov. Et si vous voulez également suivre en français, dans la langue que vous voudrez, vous pourrez voir les appareils de récepteurs avec les casques pour suivre en français. Je vous remercie.
Buenos días y bienvenidos a la reunión del Concilio de Nueva York en el Comité de Inmigración. En este momento, por favor, silencien sus celulares y aparatos electrónicos para minimizar cualquier interrupción durante la audiencia. Si desean testificar, por favor, tomen el papelito con el sargento de armas. Y si tienen testimonio que quieran presentar para el acta, por favor, lo hacen a través de correo electrónico a testimony@council.nyc.gov. De nuevo, testimony@council.nyc.gov. FY26.gov, o se los pasamos después. Y si requieren un aparato de traducción, por favor se lo piden al sargento de armas. Gracias por su cooperación. Gracias.
Bonjour et bienvenue dans la réunion aujourd'hui dans le Conseil New York qui est sous comité immigration. Dans le moment, ça a demandé pour nous mettre tout téléphone sous silence et appareil électronique sous silence pour nous capables disturber hearing pour aujourd'hui. Si vous avez des témoignages, vous êtes capable de remplir le formulaire qui gagne ensemble avec sergent qui est en blanc. Si vous avez un témoignage, vous êtes capable de faire ça de moyen électronique par email dans testimony avec y91 at councilnyc.gov. Une fois encore, si vous avez un témoignage, vous êtes capable de faire ça dans council.nyc.gov. Si vous avez besoin d'un appareil pour traduire, vous êtes capable de demander sergent qui dans main gauche là, qui gagne un uniforme blanc pour assistance à n'importe quel moment dans la réunion ça aujourd'hui. Mais pour coopération, nous passons une bonne journée. Merci.
waaye bi ngeen teew tey ak New York City Council bi nga xamante ni moo amee ndaje bi tey bi jamono ji ñu ngi leen laaj yéen ñëpp seen téléphone yi ngeen fay ko su ko defee doo leen déranger kenn bu nekkee da ngeen bëgg seede mën ngeen laajte benn feuille ngeen remplir ko su ko defee ngeen jëlale ko ak sergent bi bu nekkee aussi da ngeen am nit ku am seede bu mu leen jox mën ngeen ko envoyé ci email bi may waaj a wax testimony@council.nyc.gov ma répété ko mu ngi nekk testimony@council.nyc.gov bu nekkee ne aussi da ngeen soxla nit traduire leen kàllaama bi ci wolof wala ci langue bi ngeen bëgg mu ngeen aussi laajte sergent bi su ko defee moom di leen jàppale ñu ngi leen jaajëfal.
Chair Aviles, we are ready to begin.
This meeting is being called to order. Excuse me 1 second. Okay. All right. Good morning, and thank you all for being here today. I'm Councilmember Alex Aviles, Chair of the Committee on Immigration. Welcome to today's hearing on the city's fiscal 2026 preliminary budget. Before we begin, I would like to thank those who have joined us and acknowledge that I'm joined today by Councilmember Joseph, Councilmember Rivera, Councilmember Hanif, Councilmember Bachar, and Public Advocate Williams. Our city is home to more than 3 million immigrants. Since the spring of 2022, the city has welcomed more than 230,000 people. It's important to note, while a large increase, this is not an unprecedented time for New York City, where we welcomed more than 1 million newcomers at the turn of the century. Since that peak, the number of people in the city's care has since declined to fewer than 45,000, but the need for support remains high. Despite these shifts, year after year, the administration touts its commitment to supporting immigrants, and yet we see a lack of adequate funding for the services and a lack of coordination between agencies tasked with delivering those services to those who need them the most. And an office with no real authority to compel agencies to do the right thing by immigrant New Yorkers. These continued pain points continue to beg the fundamental question: is this structure the best that the city can do? When our city's population is almost 40% of immigrants, is simply advice and a scattershot approach to such an important part of our demographic the most effective and efficient way to manage? Or is it time to create an agency that can bring coherence, authority, and true oversight? I think the fact pattern seems clear, and you all know what the definition of insanity is. Today, the committee will examine the fiscal 2026 preliminary budget and evaluate how the budget adequately prioritizes immigrant services and how the city makes sense of defunding programs amidst growing needs. Today, we are hoping that since the last time we have met, the Office of Asylum Seeker Operations, OWASU, and the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, MOIA, have finally started working together to deliver for New York City immigrants. These two offices should be working together in lockstep to ensure that immigrant communities, including the most recent people to arrive, receive the support they need. Most often, we see disconnected operations and a failure to maximize the use of these resources. Moya should be the backbone of immigrant services in the city. However, this office is currently operating with an unacceptably low headcount, despite the several programs that the office is managing. In the preliminary plan, Moya's budget totals $782,000 in fiscal 2026 to cover just 5 positions. How can we expect an office to meet the demands in a time of significantly increased demand and a xenophobic federal government keenly focused on harming people when it lacks sufficient personnel to do the job? Contrary, in the preliminary plan, OWASO is funded at $3.4 million in fiscal 2025 only, and the office is anticipated to staff 22 positions. This funding is a one-time allocation to OWASO, which makes the future of this office uncertain. OWASO was established as a response to the influx of newcomers, but there is a minimum transparency on its long-term strategy or how it fits into the broader framework of immigrant services into this city. The fiscal 2026 preliminary plan does not include any further funding for OWASO beyond fiscal 2025. This is raising serious concerns about its viability and the administration's commitment to supporting newcomers. If the premise here is we're just going to ignore the fact that human beings continue to remain in our city and these challenges are just going to go away. At today's hearing, we will be asking for accountability, transparency, and action. And as I said last year, I will emphasize it again this year. We will examine OWASO's collaboration with city agencies and how the office carries on its role and responsibilities. Our city's immigrants deserve a government that prioritizes their well-being, not one that operates in dysfunction. In addition, I would like to mention that the continued failure of Moya and OWASO to respond to the committee's inquiries in a timely manner not only deepens our concerns about this administration's competency and its commitment to transparency. Council Finance submitted questions to the administration last year in September on We Speak NYC, followed by a separate set of follow-up questions from the Legislative Division in December. Again, last year. And to date, we're in March, right? None of these questions have been answered. All of this is simply unacceptable. New Yorkers deserve a government that works and at minimal meets a basic set of standards of responding to your colleagues and the legislative body. I look forward to honest and improved collaboration between the council and the administration on these issues, and we hope to hear about the office's budget strategies as we enter this fiscal year 2026 budget season. Lastly, I would like to thank our committee staff, Florentine Cabor, Carolina Gill, Nicole Cata, Rebecca Barilla, as well as my staff, Christina Botego, Edward Cerna, Kate Byrne, and Winnie Marianne, for their commitment and hard work. Now, before we hear from the Commissioner, Moya's Commissioner Manuel Castro, and Molly Schaefer, the Director of the Office of Asylum Seeker Operations, I would like to welcome our Public Advocate, Jumani Williams.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As mentioned, my name is Jumani Williams. I'm a Public Advocate for the City of New York. Thank you very much, Chair Vilas, for holding today's hearing and allowing me the opportunity to provide a statement. First, I just want to say the mayor was in D.C. yesterday. I think he's now a national embarrassment, and he had the opportunity to step up and lead, but became the face of capitulation. I'm saying that, not you, but I want to make sure that you know that we understand that we don't have the mayor we need at this moment of time. So I just want to thank the Commissioner and Director, and hopefully you continue to do what you can do under some very difficult circumstances. But also, I think there's some things that the City Council is asking that can help that go a little easier. But I just wanted to acknowledge that you're working under a mayor that I think has oppositional views to most of us, including yourselves. and I acknowledge that. In advance of the discussions being held at today's hearings, I want to make one thing clear. The funding of services for our newest New Yorkers has been wielded by our mayor and now the president as a political weapon that seeks to distort a simple reality. Even in the face of billions of dollars in the city has spent on asylum seekers services, the number pales in comparison to the cost of Trump's immigration agenda. For everyone who might object to the expenditure of city and state resources to welcome our newest New Yorkers, please think about the cost of chartered planes or private detention facilities and of ever-expanding law enforcement. Thank you for the contributions that our immigrant communities make to our city's economy and what a loss of labor, goods, and tax dollars will cost our city. Just to be clear, seeking asylum is perfectly legal in this country. At least it is today. The answer is simple. The resources we devote to our most vulnerable New Yorkers is a fraction of the cost of what the mayor and president are proposing. The conservative estimate put forth by pro-Trump think tanks estimates the national cost at $500 billion, more than 200 times the cost of our city's budget this year. In fact, peer-reviewed economists have predicted that the true cost of Trump's immigration agenda, combined with the loss of labor and taxpayer dollars, is over $6 trillion. To the detriment of our city and its goods and services, the mayor has continuously over-budgeted for asylum seeker services and often made cuts to city goods and services based on that. You will hear him boast about saving more than $2 billion in this year's budget. This is money that was allocated for asylum seekers and never properly spent. Yet the mayor is still insisting that we require more state funds for these operations. His tactics to scapegoat our vulnerable communities and manufacture a fraudulent picture of the use of taxpayer dollars is both regrettable and misleading. This is the same over-budgeting scheme that blames the closures of libraries, crucial programs, and now child care facilities on our newest New Yorkers. In fact, we should be blaming the mayor. And I do want to have a message to long-term New Yorkers who have not gotten what they needed, and they've been here for decades and decades. I just want to be clear that the money that's been spent thus far has always been here. We have always had the money to provide everything that everyone needed. Please do not allow people who chose not to spend that money on people who were in crisis long before the migrants are here to blame the migrants for decisions that they haven't made. As the number of asylum seekers in our shelters continue to decrease, we must now become intentional about retaining our baseline of necessary asylum seeker services while also addressing the increased danger being imposed on our communities. We must ensure that New York City's Department of Homeless Services can fill the void left by closing emergency facilities for those still in need of shelter. Besides housing, which I believe is a right, not an optional service, the most critical lifeline for our non-citizen communities are our rapid legal services, something that the city should have paid attention to a long time ago, and we'd have had some folks who are here seeking asylum legally have more ability to work. I'm calling on the mayor and the council to answer the call of the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative for an additional $33 million, just over $11 million per organization. During times of heightened exclusion, federally sponsored racism, and scapegoating, our lawyers are our frontline workers. They deserve to have funding that is adequate and flexible enough to make sure that long-term legal care for individuals in need can be funded. New York City is and always will be a city of immigrants. I focused my testimony today mostly on our asylum seekers and migrants as they are at heightened risk, but we are a city of immigrants, all immigrants. And our newest New Yorkers are no different from our city's many grandparents and great-grandparents who landed on Ellis Island. We have a fiduciary responsibility as public servants, family members, and humans to continue to care for our vulnerable communities, and that means putting our money where our hearts is. And to be clear, this was never about criminals or crimes. Sanctuary cities are safer than other cities, and we already have laws that help deal with people who are convicted of particular crimes. It was never about being legal or illegal. They are now turning people who were here legally, like our Haitian brothers and sisters and our Venezuelan brothers and sisters who were here legally on the TPS, taking away that status. And sometimes always left out, black immigrants are the highest percentage to be deported based on their presence here. And once again, we see anti-blackness rear its head. Lastly, I just want to remind folks that the mayor himself practically dared people to send their buses here, saying that he'd be able to handle the problem. So I'm just very disappointed at where we are, but I'm thankful to the chair, to the speaker, to this city council, and for so many others who are trying to stand in the gap where this mayor is not. And I'm thankful to the public servants who are doing the best they can in some very difficult situations. With that, I yield back. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Public Advocate Williams. Thank you for your leadership and your consistent message of unity and reality, that we are collectively stronger. Thank you so much. And with that, we're going to turn to Committee Counsel to swear in.
Thank you, Chair Aviles. We will now hear testimony from the administration. We will hear from Commissioner Manuel Castro, Yasnia Sanchez, Lorena Lucero, and Director of OASO, Molly Schaefer. Before we begin, I will administer the affirmation. Panelists, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Thank you, Chair Avalos and Chair Brennan and the Committee on Immigration and the Committee on Finance for holding this budget hearing. Thank you, Public Advocate Williams, for joining us today. My name is Manuel Castro, and I am the Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. I am joined here by Deputy Commissioner of Administration and Strategic Initiatives, Yasnia Sanchez, Deputy Commissioner of Programs and Policy, Lorena Lucero, and Executive Director of the Office of Asylum Seeker Operations, Molly Schaefer. Before I begin my formal remarks, I want to take a moment to speak directly to our immigrant communities. To our undocumented immigrant neighbors, friends, and family members, I want to let you know today that there are a great number of people in our city, your fellow New Yorkers, that deeply care about you. Many of them are in this room. The council members in front of us uplifting your concerns, the community organizations behind us fighting for you, and the public servants at this table making sure that our government works for you. In these times, you will hear an intense debate on what should or should not happen with our sanctuary laws and policies. But today, I want to be incredibly clear. New York City's sanctuary laws and policies have not changed. As you've heard directly from the school chancellor, please continue to send your children to school without fear. As you've heard directly from our police commissioner, if you have been a witness or a victim of a crime, please call 911. And as you've heard from the president of our health and hospital system, please continue to seek health care at our public hospitals. And now, if you would allow me, I would like to say this in Spanish as well. A nuestros vecinos indocumentados, amigos y familiares, quiero que sepan que hay una gran cantidad de personas en nuestra ciudad, sus compañeros neoyorquinos, que se preocupan profundamente por ustedes, y muchos de ellos están en esta sala. Los miembros del Consejo Municipal que están enfrente a nosotros expresando sus preocupaciones, las organizaciones comunitarias luchando por ustedes y las personas sentadas en esta mesa asegurándose de que nuestro gobierno municipal trabaje para ustedes. En los tiempos que estamos escucharán un intenso debate sobre lo que debería o no debería suceder con nuestras leyes de Ciudad Santuario. Pero hoy quiero ser increíblemente claro. Las leyes y políticas de la Ciudad Santuario de Nueva York no han cambiado. Como lo han escuchado directamente de nuestra canciller de escuelas públicas, sigan enviando a sus niños a las escuelas sin temor. Como lo han escuchado directamente de nuestra comisionada de policías, llamen al 911 si han sido víctimas de un crimen. Y como lo han escuchado del presidente de nuestro sistema de hospitales públicos, continúen atendiendo, buscando atención médica en nuestros hospitales. Thank you for allowing me to share this important message with our immigrant communities. For today's testimony, I will provide a brief update on Moya overall, and highlight 4 key areas of work of particular interest to our communities: legal services, language access, English learning, and community engagement. First, an overall update on Moya. Moya remains steadfast in serving our immigrant communities within the limitations and constraints of our city charter responsibilities, which are to develop and implement policies designed to assist immigrants and non-English speakers. My team, which is currently resourced with 64 personnel in approximately $26.7 million budget for fiscal 2025, will continue to go above and beyond our charter mandate to elevate the needs of our immigrant communities. During my tenure, we have increased the scale of our work with community organizations, serving our communities in their neighborhoods and in their languages. We have over 70 contracts with immigrant-serving nonprofits throughout the city, which play an incredible role in assisting our neighbors in their time of need. Further, Moya has stepped up to provide more investment in legal immigration services than ever before. And Moya will continue to promote the utilization of services to our immigrant communities, whether they arrived today or decades ago. Now I'll discuss briefly our legal services. Again, Moya is very committed to expanding access to legal services of our immigrant communities in a time of heightened fear and anxiety. Over the past year, Moya has worked extensively with nonprofits and faith-based organizations to inform immigrant New Yorkers of their rights and about cities' services available to them. Last fiscal year, Moya invested more in legal services provision and Know Your Rights materials and services than ever before. Moya immigration legal programs include immigration legal support centers, of which there are 18, immigration legal support hotline, which we've grown over the years, asylum seeker legal assistance network, the Immigrant Rights Workshop Initiative, and the Immigrant Rights Collaborative. Together, these programs and initiatives expand access to immigration legal support to New York City's immigrant communities. Our immigration legal support centers, our contracted nonprofit providers, have conducted over 12,000 legal screenings and over 5,800 new cases in fiscal year 24. Our immigration legal support hotline has received over 64,000 calls in 2024. In our asylum seeker legal support network, an investment in nonprofit capacity provides linguistic and culturally responsive legal immigration assistance to newly arrived immigrants. ASIAN also makes available content on people's rights and responsibilities, and more than 8,000 people have participated in in-person sessions and workshops, while 3,300 community members have received individual legal consultations. Further, Moya launched the Immigrant Rights Collaborative to deliver immigrant rights presentations in 2025. In just 2 months, over 1,000 individuals have been reached through these workshops. Now I'll provide a brief update on our language access programs. Moya has made significant strides on language access. As I have shared in the past, I view language access as a civil rights issue. Language access should not be an obstacle to accessing services and for our communities to fully participate in our democracy. For this reason, Moya established the Language Access Hub, which built capacity to provide in-house expertise on language access and language services. The team provides translation and interpretation services for mayoral offices and reports on city language access work and implementation of local laws, including Local Law 30. In 2024, Moya's language access team provided translation services to 37 mayoral offices, on-site language support at immigrant centers across the city, and critical capacity for rapid translation of evolving messaging on shelter protocols for recent arrivals. We also work to provide technical assistance and guidance on language access to over 45 city agencies. Now I'll provide a brief update on our language learning programs, our English language learning programs. English learning continues to be a priority for immigrant communities and remains a key workforce development strategy for them. To increase the capacity for English language learning, my office has launched the Moya English Learning and Support Centers at nearly 100 public library branches and community centers across New York City. The classes use our award-winning We Speak curriculum to host in-person English classes. And in addition, during my time, we've developed a comprehensive beginner-level curriculum, which have been requested by community and advocates for many years. Our curriculum aims to improve access to both English language and familiarity with city services. And finally, I'll provide an overview of Moya's community engagement work. Recognizing the importance of connecting immigrant New Yorkers to resources, Moya continues to fund community-based organizations as navigation centers to help recently arrived immigrants. We expanded to 15 navigation sites and have almost 30,000 touch points in fiscal year 25 so far. Community engagement is a pillar of Moya's approach to serving immigrant communities. In 2024, the Moya team has made nearly 52,000 touch points with immigrant communities through resource fairs, tabling, days of action, Know Your Rights presentations, and canvassing across the 5 boroughs. Moya also led, so far in the fiscal year, 8 immigrant media roundtables, which facilitates information flow to the immigrant community through our hyperlocal newspapers and TV stations. And finally, as I always do at these hearings, I want to thank our public servants who I get to work with every single day for their work in supporting our immigrant communities, especially in this time of need. And that's important to highlight because in a time where our public servants are under attack nationally, public servants are often not acknowledged or thanked for the work that they do. Often, our advocacy is not public, but I wish to let our communities know that in us, you have champions. So with that, to the City Council, thank you for calling this hearing. Thank you, Public Advocate, for being here, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Actually, Molly, before you start, we just want to shout out, we have a high school group from Brooklyn Borough Hall, the HEAT program up in the balcony. Welcome, bienvenidos. Thank you for being here. Please, Molly, thank you.
Good morning, Public Advocate, Chair Aviles, and members of the committee. My name is Molly Schaefer, and I serve as the director of the New York City's Mayor's Office of Asylum Seeker Operations, OASO. I'm grateful for the opportunity to discuss our office budget and operational impact on the city's emergency shelter operations, and extremely grateful to be next to our partners in crime from Moya. Since April 2022, New York City has led the country's response to the unprecedented migrant sheltering crisis, providing critical support to nearly 233,000 individuals who have sought refuge in our city and received assistance from our systems. This number reflects the sheer magnitude of our commitment to provide aid and support. For more than 2 years, we have witnessed up close the extraordinary scale of this emergency, as well as the tremendous number of resources mobilized for our response. Through January 2024, New York City has spent an estimated $7.14 billion on the asylum seeker response and is projected to spend $2.66 billion in fiscal year 2026. Our operation supports 3 sheltering agencies and more than 20 other agencies managing the response. A whole of government and society approach, and while we have seen a significant decrease in the number of asylum seekers entering shelter each week since the height of the response, approximately 43,000 individuals remain in our care across 181 sites. I also want to mention that we work across thousands of city employees involved in this, as well as nonprofits and contractors. Since the spring of 2022, we have opened more than 258 emergency shelter sites and provided healthcare, education, work training, jobs, legal support, and much more. Due to these efforts, over 189,000 migrants, or 81%, have taken the next steps in their journeys towards self-sufficiency. This is a story of New York City stepping up, managing, and doing everything in our control during a humanitarian crisis. During our tenure, no family has slept in the street in our city. This administration announced the creation of OWASO in March 2023 as the central team managing the city's asylum seeker response efforts. An unprecedented humanitarian moment required a dedicated infrastructure. Since then, our office has led interagency coordination of policy, data, and regulatory considerations, has led advocacy and strategic initiatives necessary to manage this continuing critical mission. Significant achievements to highlight include the activation of our first-in-the-nation asylum application help center. Since opening the center in 2023, I'm proud to report we have completed nearly 100,000 applications for asylum, work authorization, and temporary protected status, helping get people on the pathway to work and self-sufficiency. We've opened satellite sites and partnered with nonprofits, law firms, as well as the state and federal government. Our centers, staffed with over 150 application assistants, immigration attorneys, and interpreters, exemplify New York City's commitment to supporting individuals in their pursuit of the American dream. OWASO operates with a lean yet dedicated team of 27 full-time staff members, with a personnel budget of $3.5 million in FY25. As a crucial coordinating body, OWASO leads the city's response. It's important to note that OWASO does not directly manage shelter operations, oversee operational expenses, or hold related contracts. Instead, our role is centered around managing collaboration across the city agencies, developing policies, supporting implementation efforts, leveraging expertise across agency partners, and driving informed decision-making. We were established to move the city towards a steady state of operations. The results of our work demonstrate our success. Through our efforts to help asylum seekers achieve self-sufficiency, together with federal policy changes that we advocated for, have stabilized the crisis and contributed to 35 straight weeks of census decline. The FY26 preliminary plan reflects savings of $1.09 billion in FY25 and $1.34 billion in FY26, bringing total citywide asylum seeker savings to nearly $5.2 billion over 3 fiscal years. In closing, I want to reiterate our commitment to upholding the values of compassion and accountability as we continue to navigate this humanitarian crisis. The recently announced closures of several of the 258 emergency response shelters, including the Roosevelt Hotel, which served 154,100 migrants arriving in New York City, as well as all tent-based humanitarian emergency response and relief centers, highlights the effectiveness of our overall response. With that being said, the work we do remains fluid as we respond creatively to the needs of individuals who depend on us and are in our care. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize, we've been joined by Councilmember Krishnan. I'm sorry, Director Schaefer, did you actually just say on the record that during your tenure, no family has slept in the streets of New York City?
Correct.
Are you serious?
I'm serious, yes.
Have you been out in New York City? Have you been in the subways? That is categorically untrue. It blows my mind that you would actually even say that, and really hits to the heart of the credibility of our city and our public service workers, who are definitely trying their hardest in a difficult situation. But those kind of statements are so offensive and obscene. it's almost like you don't live here.
I live here.
I
I'm
would
a
suggest
native
you
New
not
York City.
respond, because that comment is so absurd, and everyone in the room knows it. Now, let's get to, actually, let's start with Moya. So in my opening statement, I mentioned a consistent lack of response from your agency. And here we are at the preliminary budget meeting. And if we do not get responses from your agency to questions in an adequate fashion, how do you expect for us to engage in a thoughtful, meaningful deliberation around your operations and your budgetary needs when you do not respond to questions?
Well, thank you, Chair, for your concern. We'll work to answer your questions here today, and if we haven't gotten back to you on previous questions, we do apologize for any delays in getting back to you and your team. I'd love to know more about the questions that we haven't responded to you, but I would also like to say that Moya, as with any other city office or agency, has to go through a number of different approvals before we are able to respond to requests from City Council and others, and that often takes a significant time to engage with the processes in place. But again, we will work to answer as many questions during this hearing, and we'll work to get to you responses as soon as possible.
So, Commissioner, I need you to commit to a very specific time frame. We asked questions last year for several months, which I don't know if it's a problem of competence, if it's a problem of lack of staffing, which we've pointed out and we will get into. But we cannot sit here in a deliberation when this agency can't even respond to basic questions. And we have sent them several times. And I think it is both irresponsible to sit here and just ignore the fact that this continues to occur. So I need your finite commitment to fully respond to all the questions that we have sent over on the record in a timely, we are way past the deadline, like eminently.
Well, here with me are two very important deputy commissioners in my team, which I'm proud to say have been pillars of our office. We work together to respond to questions. Generally, it takes 2 weeks for us to develop responses, but as I just shared with you, we're not an independent body. We need to go through a number of different approval processes before the information gets to you, but you have our commitment from our office to be able to respond to questions. But once these things leave our offices, there are a number of other steps that need to happen before we are able to get to you.
6 months. You haven't responded to questions in 6 months. OWASO has the same problem. OWASO also, we have sent over questions and we have no responses from you. You have a doubled budget. And what is the excuse for OWASO not being able to respond in a timely fashion?
So we have less than half the budget of Moya, which we mentioned in our testimony, but in terms of the actual questions that you're talking about, we're going to get them to you by the end of the week. We are under the same constraints that Moya are, that we are not an independent body. We operate in an infrastructure with a lot of different approval processes, but we commit that those questions that you're asking about, we will get to you by the end of the week.
Thank you. Okay, so let's get into some of the preliminary budget numbers. So the preliminary plan includes $781,692 for Moya in fiscal 26, mainly for 5 actual positions. This is a funding reduction of $62,000 compared to last year's adopted budget due to a loss of 1 position. So which position is vacant, and since when has it been vacant?
I'll let Deputy Commissioner respond to that.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the question. If I may, I would like to clarify. So Moya's budget is actually spread between 3 different agencies under the Mayor's Office, DCAS, and DSS. So what you're referring to, that's the headcount that's allocated under the Mayor's Office.
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
So specifically, we'll continue. That position is not a position that we have. Currently, all of our Mayor's Office lines that are allocated to our office are completely staffed. Most recently, as of about 2 weeks, we welcomed our Chief of Staff. That was the only vacancy that we had reflected there.
So only 2 weeks ago, this particular position was vacant.
We had one vacancy under Moya, under the Mayor's Office Mayor's Office budget that was vacant, and that was backfilled as of 2 weeks ago.
And that was for a chief of staff position.
Correct.
So you filled the legal position. I understand the legal, I forgot his name, is no longer with Moya.
We still have other vacancies at other agencies, and we're actively working with our partners at those sister agencies to post and backfill those vacancies.
So Moya is currently 6 positions, the Moya office, not the DCAS and all the other positions.
We have, we have 5 headcount, 5 lines under the Mayor's Office. All of those are now fully staffed, they're filled. The other vacancies that we do have are with DCAS and DSS.
How many vacancies do you have at DCAS?
In total, we have 11 vacancies. Give me one sec.
Can you provide to the council an itemization of all the vacancies?
Sure. So currently we have 11 vacancies. The Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, which is currently posted, and we're actively recruiting for that position. We're also have a vacancy for Assistant Commissioner of Administration and Strategic Initiatives, Operations Manager, Graphic Designer, 2 Program Managers, a Community Liaison, 2 Language Specialists, a Language Access Hub Manager, and 1 Communications Coordinator. And we're actively working with this sister agencies to backfill. Currently, we have 4 candidates that are in the vetting and onboarding process, and we hope to have them on board.
So these are positions that you're directly overseeing?
Yes, these are positions that have been allotted to Moya's budget under these agencies.
Okay, and for DSS, how many vacancies do you have there?
I'm sorry, these are all listed, these are all DCAS and DSS.
Collective?
Collective.
Okay. And are you anticipating any challenges in recruitment or retention related to those positions?
Not at this moment.
Okay, and you have 4 people in the pipeline. Great. Okay, so what additional funding has Moya requested for headcount in this fiscal year and the out years?
I mean, right now, we continue to monitor the needs of the office, and we continue to work closely with OMB on the needs of the office.
So does that mean nothing? You haven't requested any additional headcount?
We continue to monitor the needs, and we're focusing on backfilling the.
Do you think you're meeting the needs of your mandate?
We're doing what we can with what we have.
Okay, so that's a no. Thank you. We'd like to recognize Councilmember De La Rosa. As the Trump administration targets immigrant communities, the fear of deportation obviously continues to grow. An anticipated huge number of New Yorkers will need legal representation in removal proceedings, which is expected to be higher than prior years. Do you believe that the current funding level for NIFUP in fiscal 26 preliminary budget is sufficient to meet the current demand for services?
Chair, thank you for the question. Just to clarify, Moya does not oversee NIFUP. That said, I think it's an incredibly important program and much needed, as you stated. But we do not oversee NIFUP. It's overseen by Department of Social Services. So I'd have to defer questions about the program to them. But just to take a moment here to say that you are absolutely correct in your analysis that our immigrant community is at heightened risk of detention and deportation, more so than at any moment in modern history. There are between 400,000, 500,000 undocumented immigrants living in our city, all of which are at heightened risk of, again, detention and deportation, but also tens of thousands of individuals who live in New York under DACA, TPS, and other programs that are at jeopardy. Several tens of thousands of people that are seeking asylum, and several hundred thousands of immigrants who live in New York City under legal permanent residency who are also at risk. And so in our assessment, there are over 1 million non-citizens who live in New York City, all of whom may need some form of legal assistance at this moment. And that would require a tremendous amount of resources in order to be able to close the gap or address the gap in need with respect to legal services. And that's something that we've heard for a long time by our legal providers and the advocacy community. So I just want to share that we also are very much aware of this concern.
So we recognize that there is a tremendous need that we're not meeting, but we are not requesting more staffing, we're not requesting more money, we are just recognizing that it is a problem.
Well, to be clear, the process to request or to share our staffing and resource needs is ongoing. It doesn't just happen during this time, and this is an ongoing conversation with OMB. What I am referring to is just the reality that we're in, and we have been for many decades now, not just under the last 3 years that I have been ahead of this office.
Recognition is not going to help people get out of deportation proceedings. And you're right, this has been an ongoing issue, but we are here today. And it is our advocacy and fight to expand the services when we see expanding need. But to just say we recognize it's a problem is wholly insufficient. We have to push beyond the recognition because it doesn't help anybody. Do you have any recommendations on how the NIFA program could be strengthened?
Well, again, I'd have to defer to our colleagues at DSS who oversee NIFUP.
You have no recommendations as the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs on how this program could be strengthened?
Again, generally, we don't weigh in on programs that are overseen by other agencies in a public hearing. We work closely with our colleagues across city agencies that oversee immigration-related programs, and we're available to provide support and technical assistance. And we certainly, work with some of the same or similar providers, and we try to, make sure that they have the support that they need through our office as well.
And Chair, if I may, I just want to add to what the Commissioner is saying. Moya, at this time, not ready to give you a full list of recommendations, but I do want to tell you that our office meets with the Office of Criminal Justice who oversees NIFUP and other programs, other immigrant-serving programs, including the Immigrant Opportunities Initiative. And we meet with them biweekly to discuss issues that are happening across all programs, and also bring our providers, so the formerly Action NYC, the legal, Moya legal support providers, now together in a quarterly meetings. So I'm just sharing that as background because there are points of interconnection and coordination there, but I have nothing to share at this moment, but I think we will.
I appreciate the background, and certainly I would hope at bare minimum the conversations were happening, so I'm heartened to hear they are. It still leads me to the same conclusion of a very lackluster response that you don't even have a recommendation on how this program can be expanded or strengthened. Given the current political environment we're in, it feels incredibly tone deaf to what is happening. So I guess you'll just continue to meet behind closed doors. So what does the mayoral administration actually do to protect New Yorkers who are facing deportation?
Well, before I answer that question, I do want to say that my office and all of us on this table are ready to work with any entity that has the power to help us meet the needs of our immigrant communities, whether it's in city government, state government, philanthropy, and beyond. These are incredible needs. The gap is significant. And, you know, I do think that the work of NIFUP is important. The work of all the programs that provide assistance, legal assistance to immigrant communities are incredibly important. Moya oversees a number of different programs, which I described in my testimony. At the moment, one of the most important things that we have been engaged in is to make sure that immigrant communities understand their rights, understand what to do in the case they are confronted with non-local law enforcement, and to make sure that they know that there is a free immigration legal hotline that they can call to get a brief consultation, know your rights, and connect it with one of our nonprofit legal providers. This hotline is essential. It has been essential for years, but especially now. They can also reach us directly at Moya for any other assistance. And as the Deputy Commissioner of Programs and Policy mentioned, we're working very closely with other programs in our city to make sure that our communities know that these exist.
So in terms of, we'll talk about the hotline later. As a projected need, right, Moya's Action NYC or Legal Support Centers, whatever the new name is, we know that the projected need for legal representation has grown exponentially. How is Moya changing its programming to ensure that New Yorkers facing deportation have legal representation?
So as I share, we do recognize that there is heightened risk amongst all the many populations that I described. It's important to say here that this is a result, and I've said this here and elsewhere, this is a result of our broken federal immigration system that has left so many people in such a vulnerable situation. In the role of local governments, I've had to increase in having to close that gap. For years, not just New York City, but other cities that we work closely with have been urging the federal government to address our broken immigration system, because this is not a responsibility that we are frankly resourced to be able to take on, but we do the best we can with what we have. About 68% of our available funds go towards providing legal supports to our immigrant communities. But again, that's not these are not the only programs that exist. Other agencies also provide these.
So you haven't made any changes to your programming to meet the increased needs for to support New Yorkers facing deportation?
We are continuing to work with what we have available to us. Again, the conversations about resourcing and changing the amount of resources available to this is ongoing. And as I stated, we are open and willing to work with anyone who is able to increase these resources for us.
I'll add to what the commissioner said. We mentioned this in the January 16 hearing, but in regards to expansion, via the Immigrant Rights Collaborative, we did add additional funding there to provide additional support and know your rights trainings for immigrant New Yorkers.
Can you clarify your comment about MLCJ, MOCJ, your collaboration with them, since they don't run any particular immigrant initiatives?
That might be my Brooklyn accent. It's OCJ,
okay.
Office of Criminal Justice, Department of Social Services. And they oversee the Immigrant Opportunities Initiative, NIFUP, and I believe the low-wage worker support as well, and iCare.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification and the Brooklyn. So Commissioner, just to be clear, so because NIFUP is housed at DSS, you have made no budget ask around this program to OMB?
Generally, the agencies that oversee the programs make those requests or have those ongoing conversations with OMB.
So yeah, so Moya has no position around NIFUP and no OMB ask around programming needs.
And we're in ongoing conversations with OMB about our programs and about the needs that our immigrant communities have.
But related specifically to NIFUP, there is no ask because you leave that to DSS to do.
Yes, that's the protocol in place.
So I'm gonna ask a few more questions, and I want to open it up to my colleagues, so I know I have to potentially leave. But do you believe any changes need to be made to our sanctuary laws?
You mean the current sanctuary laws and policies?
Correct.
Moya has not proposed any changes, no.
Good answer. That is the correct answer. We do not need any changes. Thank you. In terms of, so months ago, agency heads confirmed that they would not cooperate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, including message from DOE, which you mentioned in your comments, reaffirming that non-local law enforcement agents, including ICE personnel, are not permitted into entering schools. Recently, the mayor stated he wanted to loosen, again, sanctuary laws to allow NYPD to cooperate with ICE. We continue to get conflicting information from the mayor, and it seems city agencies are confused. Beyond training city agencies' general counsels, which we know you did, our general counsel participated, what specific efforts has Moya undertaken to train city agencies on their interactions with ICE?
Our Deputy Commissioner of Programs can help me answer this, but just want to make sure, as I shared in my testimony and I have in my work through our community partners and media, it's important to differentiate between all the many proposals and debate around our sanctuary city laws and policies and what is currently in place, and that has been Moya's work, and I believe it's important to continue to say that no sanctuary laws or policies have changed. And again, to our communities, there's going to be a great amount of debate and perhaps even confusion, misinformation, and so on. We want to make sure that people know that no sanctuary laws or policies have changed. And our directive, city agencies and offices continue to be that we follow our sanctuary laws and policies, which is what we have been providing training and assistance to our city agencies and offices.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner. We have been iterating that we have a law. It is clear. It is to be followed. They have not changed. I think the problem has been with the mayor, who doesn't seem to understand that.
And then I want to clarify my third time's the charm, Office of Civic Justice. So it's my Brooklyn and my just me. So I'll add
Senior moment. You're too young for that.
Thank you for that. But I'll provide, and I apologize if you want to repeat the question as well, Chair. But in addition to the training that we conducted with the general counsels, that the New York City Council's attorney, general counsel attended. In addition to that, we also supported with the training of 13 core agencies that we also mentioned January 16. In addition to that, we also provided training most recently to PEU and their on-the-ground staff. Also, we provided additional training or training to our 65 contracted organizations who have contracts with the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. In addition to that, our interim general counsel, Rebecca Engel, who was here on January 16, continues to be a point of resource for agencies across the city.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Wendy, obviously, we're a big apparatus, and you're a giant group of 5. More than that. When do you anticipate the city agencies will have had all their training up and down their leadership?
Well, I'm going to answer that in parts. One, city leadership has been trained. In regards to specifics of all agencies across the city, I would have to get back, and I know we'll get back to you in regards to that. I can say that the 13 core agencies that I'm happy to read out if you'd like have trained their staff as well.
And just to add to that, Chair, the training will be ongoing. Some entities are on their second, even third rounds of training because there are questions that arise. And of course, with the changes in federal policy, there needs to be sort of ongoing assistance. And that is work that we're very proud of because we began to do this soon after the elections, and we had been preparing prior to the elections. And again, this is ongoing, and it's important for us to make ourselves available to clarify any misinformation that exists. And again, I want to reiterate this to our city staff. Nothing has changed. We are continuing to be directed to follow our sanctuary laws and policies in place. There should be no confusion about that. Do understand that our frontline staff have many questions, which our general counsels are available to them to respond to. But again, nothing has changed.
So thank you for that, Commissioner. In your shortest possible way, can you articulate for the record the policy that has not changed that is mandated city workers should be following?
I'll let our deputy
Passing the
commissioner-
buck. Go ahead.
No. I mean, if you want, I could, but there are 2 clear sanctuary laws in place and 2 executive orders. Those have not changed. I just don't want to confuse.
I think this got this, yeah, you can hear me. I'm going to read out the laws that have not changed. Admin Code 10-178, local law, has not changed. Executive Order 34 has not changed. Executive Order 41 has not changed. Administrative Code 4-210 has not changed. And Administrative Code 9-131 also has not changed.
Do you agree with the administration's proposal to allow ICE on Rikers Island?
Again, I don't want to speculate or weigh in on proposals so as not to confuse our immigrant communities. Moya does not have position on anything that has been proposed.
Moya has no position on breaking our current law?
Again, I don't want to weigh in on proposals or speculate so as not to confuse our communities.
Fair enough. Hopefully it's theater to appease his Republican bosses. We are fully opposed to breaking the law in New York City. I think with that, I'd love to open it up to my colleagues to answer, to ask questions. I'll call on, Councilmember Joseph. Councilmember Hanif.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Commissioner. In November, we were pleased that the administration announced a partial rollback of the 60-day shelter evictions of newly arrived families with children in grades K through 6. And at a previous hearing of this committee, the administration testified that this would minimize educational disruptions and save millions on related expenses, including school busing. Can you provide an update on the implementation of this policy change?
We implemented it, so it is currently what is happening at our sites. So families who have a younger kid who's K through 6, after their first 60-day process, if they come back and they ask for another 60-day placement, they do not have to move before the end of that 60-day placement. They do not have to move.
And could you provide the data on the amount of shelter evictions that have taken place since the policy change took place and how that compares to relevant data prior to the policy change?
I would have to get back to you on any 60-day notice data.
And why is that?
Because I don't have it at my fingertips, but I'm happy to send you that information.
I wish you came prepared. I mean, this is such a big deal in our city. Given the success, according to the administration, of this policy change, the administration is considering expanding this rule to families with children in early childhood education seats, including, is the administration considering expansion in pre-K, 3K, Head Start, and Promise NYC?
Yes, we are looking at all possible options for our 60-day notice policy.
Is the administration considering ending the requirement for families with children in grades K through 6 to be evicted from their first shelter placement after 60 days before receiving a less precarious shelter placement?
As mentioned, we're looking at everything related to our 60-day notice policy.
Well, I ask these questions because it's become increasingly clear that shelter evictions are not only cruel but fiscally counterproductive. In this new phase where the number of incoming new arrivals has significantly increased, we must end the inhumane emergency policies that have stained our city's reputation as a hub for immigrant rights over the past years. Commissioner, I'd like to turn to you now. Appreciate your words on our immigrant community in your opening statement. And I wish that this type of messaging was uniform across the administration. The mayor's messaging has been mixed, confusing, and contradictory. And at worst, it has been anti-immigrant and has contributed to an atmosphere of fear that has resulted in a decrease in school attendance of immigrant students in my district. With a friendly reminder that you're under the oath, Commissioner and others on this panel, has the mayor or any other senior officials in City Hall instructed you not to criticize President Trump or his policies?
We follow the guidance and instructions from our communications team with respect to media interviews and our public statements. That's very much standard across our offices and agencies, and these are protocols that we have to follow and that are important.
I don't think that answers my question at all. Are you instructed not to criticize President Trump?
We have not been asked.
It's a yes
to-
or no.
We have not
This
been
council
asked.
is asking.
Again, we continue to follow the instruction of our communications deputy mayor and the teams that are providing us with what we can and cannot share publicly.
That's very disappointing. As you're tasked with fighting for immigrant New Yorkers, could you share any policies of the Trump administration that you oppose and the Adams administration is actively fighting back against?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Can you share any policies of the Trump administration that you oppose and the Adams administration is actively fighting back against?
Again, we can't and don't want to weigh in on these ongoing debates. Much of our work has been to clarify what has changed and not changed, as I have shared during my testimony and the questions that I've responded. And I want to keep it at that so as not to confuse.
I mean, it's confusing to me that our Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs has nothing to say about the Trump administration's rollback on immigrant protections and the mass deportation agenda.
Well, again, our role is both to work closely with our city agencies and offices and City Hall, provide
We'll move
our
on,
analysis
Commissioner.
and guidance,
I
and we
understand.
have.
Could you share if the Adams administration is fighting back against the mass deportation and family separation agenda?
Again, the City Hall has put out a number of statements and op-eds, and the positions are, I believe, shared in those communications pieces.
Well, for anyone who's watching and for all of the advocates who are here, this is quite embarrassing that the Immigrant Affairs Office can't even say anything about the family separation agenda or the mass deportation agenda. How would federal budget cuts being conducted or being proposed by Elon Musk and Doge impact services that the city offers to immigrant New Yorkers?
I can't weigh in on that, but just to your previous point, I have in my testimony and in answering questions here expressed my concern about the impact on immigrant communities, potential for detention, deportation, and before joining the administration, I have been a longtime advocate for comprehensive immigration reform and for us to address a broken immigration system for exactly this same reason. And I've continued to do so while in my role as commissioner, and will continue to do so after I'm done here. Just want to make clear that whenever we do have an opportunity to fix our broken immigration system, that must happen. Otherwise, we find in this situation that we are in today.
Well, this is quite disappointing, to say the least. And given your introductory remarks about immigrants needing to feel safe, protected, and that we are the city that has been doing that, and then not being able to respond to the impacts of the federal government's choices and our own administration's choices to collaborate is infuriating. I'm going to move on to sanctuary city laws. Could you share on the record that all city agencies have upheld these laws since President Trump was inaugurated?
Yes, again, our directive has been to continue to follow our sanctuary laws and policies.
But are the city agencies?
Again, our role is limited to asking and collecting information from our city agencies with respect to some of the things that they need to follow, and then report on those, and that's what we have been doing.
So that doesn't answer the question. My
Councilmember
takeaways.
Henry, I'm so sorry. Can I ask you to pause if we could shift over to Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
We can come back because she has a time constraint. Councilmember De La Rosa?
Thank you, and sorry, Shahan, I just have a press conference.
No worries.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say, Commissioner, you know that I respect you as a person, but I'm sad as I sit here because in a moment where we need the strongest possible Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs and what I believe I know as a person that you are is not what is showing here. You know, not being able to speak on the ways that we're supporting immigrant communities is not fair for those immigrant communities. The word acrobatics being used today show this council that this office isn't performing to the extent that it can be performing. And I know that that is not a personal wish on your end, but we signed up for these jobs, right? And we're here to push a mission forward. As a council, we have a mission to be the checks and balances, and the fact that a lot of the questions that we've heard here today are not being answered straightforwardly in a way that we can with certainty say under the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, immigrants are being taken care of is sad. With that being said, I do have two questions that I wanted to ask you. The first question is, does Moya have a role in the plan to reimburse community-based organizations that are supplementing services for asylum seekers?
That's generally not a practice, but I would have to defer to the OMB on these issues.
Okay. And in terms, you testified that community-based organizations, that you will all have expanded community-based organizations as navigation centers, and almost 30,000 touch points in FY25. Can you elaborate more on those touch points? And again, going back to my original question, these community-based organizations that are taking the task that honestly should be the task of government, what is the support that exists for those organizations via your agency?
Yes. Thank you for the question. And again, I have been a big champion of the community-based organizations work with our immigrant communities, having been an executive director of one prior to joining this administration. I will let my Deputy Commissioner of Programs talk more about how we do this work. But I just want to say that I understand your concerns and thank you for your comments and feedback. I think Moya, we do the best that we can as you've expressed as well within the constraints we have in our charter mandate. I wish those were stronger. We have limited powers and resources to do everything we wish we could. But we remain very much committed to all our immigrant communities, especially the most vulnerable and those who are in fear right now, which is why I continue to express to them directly that nothing has changed with our sanctuary laws and our policies, and I don't want to weigh in further on proposals or anything that, again, adds to the confusion that exists, and that has been my commitment. So I'll pass it over to the Deputy Commissioner to share more.
Thank you for the question. In FY24, we had 10 sites across the city. We actually expanded that in FY25 and added 5 additional sites. To provide you some specifics in regards to the work that the sites have been doing, it's an array of services, including direct services, workforce development services, case management, just to sort of name a few of the things that the navigation centers have been doing.
In terms of the job bank, so, and I don't know if, Chair, if you asked about the job banks yet? Okay, so in terms of the New York State job banks and, the online resource designed to connect job seekers with employment across the state, does Moya have any interaction with the job banks in terms of connecting clients to potential employment in the city?
I'll defer to my colleagues at OASA who have more of a role in regards to some of our recent arrivals. We do work closely with them, but Molly, I don't know if you want to add here.
Yes, happy to. So we coordinate really closely with New York State Department of Labor. So when individuals come into our asylum application help centers and they apply for work authorization, we give that information to the state DOL system, and so they reach out to every individual to conduct a phone screening and provide career counseling, relevant job opportunities, and make referrals to appropriate city resources, including at SBS. So we also work with shelter providers and CBOs to inform them of employment opportunities for asylum seekers from DOL if we need to, and that's basically what we do when it comes to New York State DOL.
Can you elaborate on funding attached to these efforts?
There's no funding attached to these efforts. This was an agreement we made with New York State because we really pushed them and we really worked with them to try to get more work opportunities for asylum seekers.
And I'm assuming that the language access piece that the agencies have been expanding is active in the job connection.
Yeah, there's interpreters attached to all phone calls, to actually all screenings, to everything related to this.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Shahana.
We're gonna have a call on Councilmember Joseph, followed by Hanif.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, Commissioner. Good to see you. So a couple of questions around schools, of course. How is Moya providing guidance and support to help New York City public schools, including understanding their rights with ICE agents, understanding sanctuary laws in New York City, and ensuring schools have the resource needed to support and protect students who arrive throughout the school year? I know we talked about, hey, kids come to school, but they took that out of sensitive areas. Schools are no longer that safe space for our young people and the parents going to school. So what are we doing? What kind of guidance are you providing there?
Thank you, Councilmember Joseph, for your questions and concerns for our students. I believe, I don't recall if I shared this at the last hearing, but the school's chancellor was the first person I spoke with the day after the elections to begin our immediate coordination with our school system in support of families and children. Our Deputy Commissioner of Programs will talk more about specifics, but I do want to express concern about the impact this is all having on children and families and the fear of being separated. And to that end, a couple of weeks ago, I participated in a town hall in a school in the South Bronx to come and show my support to those immigrant families, and spoke to my own experience as a migrant child and my experience in the school system and how our schools and our teachers, my teachers were the community and the true refuge for me and my family during really difficult times. And so that's sort of the kind of work that have been engaged with our school systems, with our superintendents and principals, but I'll let Deputy Commissioner talk about specifics.
Thank you for the question. So a couple of touch points. One, the material that we've put out in regards to Know Your Rights has been shared with the Department of Education, and we've worked with them on that. Aside from that, in regards to the Immigrant Rights Collaborative, which is an expansion of our existing Immigrant Rights Workshop program, is specifically working with schools.
How many have you conducted already?
That's the number that I was trying to get to right now. Conducted. I'll get back to you with before.
How long do I have to wait for that number? Not 6 months. I heard the chair said she waited 6 months on some answers.
No,
I hope that's not my case.
No, council member. What I do want to tell you is that we are planning 119 in schools.
Okay. And is language access going to be available as well? Because there was also another executive order saying the only language of the land should be English, but we are a multi-language city, so how we're going to address that and navigate that space as well?
Great question. We are working with the Department of Education. Part of why we're partnering with the Department of Education is not only to reach that particular community and families and children, as we know are very important, they are also providing support and supporting our contracted providers who might not speak the language to tailor it to the specific schools and linguistic needs that are found there.
Commissioner, TPS has been reduced from 18 months to 12 months for Haitian nationals. How are we addressing that, and how are we providing support for the Haitian community and all those that will be impacted with them taking away TPS, which is a protective status? And if you're watching the news lately, Haiti is not the greatest place someone wants to go right now. So what are we doing to protect our most vulnerable communities? As you may know, New York City itself has the highest rates of TPS recipients, and 500,000 of them are Haitian. So I don't know, I'd love to hear what the plan is.
Thank you, Council Member. As you know, I've expressed great concern about the elimination of these programs. And to be clear, I, from the beginning, have expressed concern about the impacts of all these policy changes on our communities. Anything that harms New Yorkers and our immigrant communities is something of concern to us. And the revocation of TPS is certainly a huge worry. We have been strong advocates for TPS, going back years now, to allow our immigrant communities to have some semblance of stability, and this is just devastating. We have a program specifically that works with Haitian immigrants. As you know, the Haitian Response Initiative has been a key program for us. Just like with every other policy change that's occurring at the federal level, we're monitoring, we're trying to figure out exactly next steps. I think, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah.
But it is concerning that our community members would have lost work authorization and legal status.
That means unemployed folks, once their work permit expires, and it's not only TPS, right? And if we look at it, it's also humanitarian parole. These folks, their work permits will not be renewed. So here's again a workforce that'll be out of work. What do we do?
So one thing that we are doing that's a little tangible is that anyone who we applied for TPS, that any of the TPSs that are getting revoked at this point, we've been calling back to try to get them in to see if they're eligible for asylum. Or see if maybe they're eligible for SIDGE or another type
or maybe
of,
a status of adjustment as well.
Yeah, so we're trying to call them back in and get them to come back to our asylum application help centers to see if there's something else that we could help them with.
Is there legal support in place to support those that are coming to you?
So for our shelter system, and specifically for the forms of relief that we do as part of our asylum application help center, which is very coordinated with our state who funds it. Yes, for our specific population that we have helped. I defer to Commissioner Castro on the broader landscape of legal needs, which we know is vast and bigger than just and much bigger than just the people in our shelter system.
And there are folks who put in their application and they have not heard anything in 2 years. Is there any way that you're helping also escalate anything that comes before you? Are you working with federal partners to do that?
At this point, it's a little harder to work with federal partners on these issues, but before this point, yes.
At least the Democrats.
Yes, when people would come back to us with issues, we would absolutely escalate them. We worked very closely with both the court system, and we worked very, very closely with the White House and federal DHS and USCIS to escalate any issues we were seeing and any process issues we were seeing too.
Commissioner, you wanted to add on something?
Yes, Director Schiffer is speaking to the work of the Asylum Application Help Center. As I mentioned, the Haitian Response Initiative providers are working around the clock, as well as our other legal providers. But as has been stated, the needs in support, especially legal services, is quite unprecedented, and we understand the magnitude of this.
The Haitian Response Initiative, I know it was 1.6 million. Now that the needs are greater, are we looking to add more funding?
Yeah, the conversation with OMB is ongoing, and again, part of our role is to report back on the progress and work of our initiatives, and again, the remaining gaps that need to be filled.
And what specific services will you provide with that funding?
Services would continue as have been for the last couple of years, but again, with the changing landscape in our federal immigration policies, I think that that would be part of the work that needs to happen.
And how much of that funding you're allocating to non-for-profits who do that type of work? That's with the HRI initiative.
I can jump in here. The full $1.6 million is allocated to the 8 contractors under this initiative.
And are they getting paid on time? Because that's another thing I'm hearing. Non-for-profits don't get paid on time.
We're working with our partners to get them moving. Yes.
Yes. Which agency manages the program, Moya or HRA?
So this funding is under the programmatic management happens at Moya, and these are contracts that are under CUNY Research Foundation.
And what other city program services and fundings are available for Haitian immigrants?
So all of our,
And you're going to get back to me,
services.
right? Because you don't look like you have the answer for me. You're going to email me. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Council member, I just want to clarify, I added a 9 to my number. We currently have 11 training schedules at the Department of Education. I just wanted to say that because I added a 9.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I'm sorry, so from 119, it's only 11?
Scheduled for March.
Oh, okay.
Confirmed
Could
and
you
scheduled
provide
for
the
March.
council with a list of where all those trainings are? You could provide it to the chair.
Yes.
I'm happy to contact our members so that they're aware and they can also help to supplement.
Will do.
Just to get back to the Haitian Response Initiative, I mean, currently in the prelim budget, it is not funded. Can you speak to why that is the case?
We are in conversations with OMB. I mean, the program continues, right? But for the FY26 preliminary budget, those funding levels have not been finalized, so we continue to have those conversations with OMB.
Are you requesting that it be baselined so we don't have to continue to do this dance every year?
This is an ongoing conversation with our partners at
I guess yes or no is more of what I'm looking for. A yes or no, you're requesting for baselining of this initiative?
We are in active conversations.
No. Okay, thank you. Again, disappointing that we can't even baseline this given the current political context and increasing needs. I'd like to go back really quickly to questions around ICE in particular. So we did talk about the trainings that you walked us through. In terms of what's the guidance that is being given to agencies if ICE tries to enter a city building?
Chair, as I mentioned, I'm just going to say it. The conversations regarding guidance are privileged and confidential, and I can't share that here.
So we've clearly seen. Are you aware that ICE has detained people at city shelters, and what are you doing about it?
So we've been monitoring any actions by ICE. I don't want to talk about individual cases. I don't think that's appropriate.
I would not want you to.
Yes, but we have been monitoring and dissecting those interactions to make sure that policies are being followed appropriately and rules and laws are being followed appropriately.
So at this moment in time, your position is that if ICE enters a building, those protocols are privileged and confidential for New York City workers?
That's not my position, Chair.
Okay.
What I am saying is that the trainings and information that are shared with our staff, I can't talk about it in an open space because it's privileged and confidential to protect the folks who are on the ground. and just staff across the city. That's what I'm saying. If I don't know if Molly, if you want to share anything specific in regarding to any oversight that you might have on sites.
Yeah, I think just before you jump in, what is clear is there is an awful lot of confusion around what to do, which has been precipitated by the executive. So if you can't go on the record and actually give a clarity on what that is, we're going to continue to face confusion with on-the-ground workers who are still very, very confused about what to do.
Thank you for your concerns. I know there's confusion out there. I think there was the law department sent out a flow chart to try to simplify things that I believe is public. And so we're happy to send that. They tried to make it very simple for people as they were going it. I will say that our access policies and our shelter systems have not changed throughout this. They've just been sort of enhanced by this added layer. But we follow the direction of the law department on this. And any questions, any confusion, the point is to know who on site you can go to, who can escalate those to a legal person that is either the general counsel or the general counsel's designee so that it can be resolved there and then.
Yeah, we're glad that there was a flow chart that was provided after the confusion that was perpetuated by the administration. I will follow up afterwards because this is still not resolved, and we still have a lot of incoming to address on this issue. In terms of what is Moya doing to respond to non-citizens being detained at ICE check-ins? Has there been any education, any advocacy to help non-citizens and their families?
Yeah, this is of particular concern, of course, to us, as I've stated. We have published a pamphlet for those whose loved ones have been impacted by this to know exactly what their options may be, including calling our hotline to get a brief consultation and connections to one of our legal service providers. And again, this is a very difficult situation that people could find themselves in, and I know that there's heightened anxiety for people who are to check in with ICE and may be at risk of being detained.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. So the guidance that you're providing families is to call the hotline and the Know Your Rights pamphlet that you've created. That's the totality of the response to this issue.
Well, we also fund the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, which Deputy Commissioner of Programs can speak to. This collaborative has done important work over the last several years to help people and families who find themselves in this situation. And it goes above and beyond legal support. There's a number of steps that are taken to support families and individuals in these situations.
Can you describe for us Moya's? I'm so sorry.
Chair. If I may add to what the Commissioner has just shared, we have created not only Know Your Rights booklets, right, but we also have done a very large push with all of our agency partners to share this information, right, and share, through their channels as well. We've also have began to, we have begun to print all of these materials, and actually by tomorrow, the Council office should have received some of our printed material. Specifically, we have created a palm card with a QR code that leads to multiple landing pages in multiple languages, right, to access three very key booklets that we have created: Know Your Rights, What You Do When Your Loved One is Detained, as well as a pamphlet on sanctuary cities. And the reason why we did this, right, because there's a lot of things changing very rapidly, so we want to make sure that folks have the most up-to-date information, and by having the QR code, right, it ensures that folks can always be connected to the website where we will ensure that the most up-to-date information is there. I just wanted to add that in.
No, thank you. I know we requested information and have, in the meantime, just put out our own, but we're going to be getting it sometime soon. So thank you for that. In terms of, can you describe Moya's model for rapid response outreach? And you mentioned the hotline, and can you clarify the hours of operation for the hotline?
So the Moya Immigration Legal Support Hotline operates Monday through Friday, 9 to 6 at this point in time. We also have the Ask Moya hotline. That is the hotline that is operated by our office, and we have staff that answers calls Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and we also have emails that come in through that line of inquiry.
So if you're detained at 7, good luck. What do people do who are detained at 4 a.m., detained at 7 p.m., detained at 8 p.m.? What do their families do?
Our partners at Catholic Charities, who manage our immigration legal service hotline, have created a system to be able to respond to calls that happen during hours of that they're not operating our hotline. Again, we're in ongoing conversations about whether the times that this hotline is available should be expanded, and these are ongoing conversations.
Yeah, I have a whole line of questioning around the hotline. I want to actually acknowledge Councilmember Brewer, and I'm going to turn it over to her. But before I do that, just on the question of the flow chart that was put out, will you post the final flow chart on the agency website? I mean, I think people sent it to the newspapers.
Yeah, we'll
is there a public place that workers can find this flow chart?
At whether this is publicly posted somewhere, but yes, this flow chart was publicly available, so I don't see a reason why it wouldn't.
You could put it on your website as the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, so that agencies know another touch point place for clarification on what the protocol is.
Yes. I suppose this is a good time to say that we're developing an intranet for our city agencies and offices to have all of our resources available to them. This is modeled after other intranets available to city agencies and offices, and certainly there we would be publishing all this information.
And were you able to describe what your rapid response outreach looks like at this time? Do you have any?
I don't think we got to that question or to answering that. But as you know, Moya has been in rapid response from, I believe, the first day I started, which I had to respond to the devastating Bronx fire. And from there on, we developed a rapid response protocol within our office to be able to put out information that people need, develop materials, undergo the appropriate approvals and so forth, and we're certainly in that process. Which we have in the last 3 years, to be frank. As Deputy Commissioner mentioned, we are putting out additional materials, and the work is ongoing. Our rapid response work, I think, is substantial, and it includes both the work that we do internally and externally.
I think I'm going to have to revisit that. I'm not sure I understood your
answer
other than we do it.
If you're referring to materials that we put out or staff that we deploy, we do all of that. I don't know if you need any more specifics.
I think I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Chair, I had another meeting, but I have been listening on the cell phone. So maybe it's here, I don't see, but exactly how many families and how many singles are now in the system in terms of new arrivals? I know what the total number is in terms of.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry. So there's total number of individuals. So we have 43,300 migrants in the system.
Okay.
80% of them are families with children, which is about 34,800.
Okay.
1,300 are individuals and adult families, so that's 3%.
Okay.
And single adults, which is male and female, is about 17%, which is about 7,200.
Okay, that's very 100. All right, so the reason I'm asking is I've been working a lot with the singles. This is how many people, have you heard about this guardianship program?
No.
I think I'm the only one that knows about it. It basically, you can become a guardian, you work with legal aid, you end up being the guardian, and then before you're 21, and then guess what? That person does not get deported. So everybody should be a guardian. I'm a guardian. I'm a guardian for a whole bunch of people. That's what you should do. Now I'm learning what happens. So my question to you for the singles, because the 17%, obviously everybody's eligible for these programs. But it seems to me that I'm finding nobody has just the basics that you could be doing with the shelters. Everybody should be a guardian. Just make every city employee should be a guardian. Then lots of people don't know about Workforce One. Just to give you an example, I know that you have your own workforce programs. I think that the Department of Education is walking on water. They're so fabulous. And I think that District 79 should be given gold stars. Everybody should sign up for the GED program. You can get in. It takes a few phone calls from Gail Brewer to get it moving, but it does. Everybody should be doing this. I have to say they're not when they're in the shelters. Everybody should get a library card. They don't get a library card. They do get the municipal ID. These people all have working papers, by the way. So there's a little bit of a disconnect. I want 43,300 people to stay in New York City. I don't want them to go to Minnesota, Texas, wherever they go. I want them to stay here. You already put in $7 billion. You might as well get your money out of the 43. There's jobs. They're unbelievably fabulous people, as we know. So I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit of a those services are there. You're already paying for them, and they have vacancies, and they can help. So I'm just wondering what's going on with this. Even though I know about 49th Street. I think I know all your services. By the way, the material about Know Your Rights is excellent. It's a different discussion about what the feds do. But what are we doing about keeping the 43,000 here with some of these services? I could go to the one, what is that, 17%? I could get them all library card. Personally, I could get them all signed up for Workforce One, but somebody else should be doing that.
And
I've just done it for 30 people. Personally, Gail.
And thank you for that.
I know, but I'm just saying somebody else can do it too.
No, I know, and I think that there is obviously more work to do, and I'm happy to sit down on any specific programs. I think we really tried to focus on young adults, so people under the age of 24 for SIDGE.
All young adults up to here.
I know, and so we're really trying to get people who are eligible for SIDGE to apply for SIDGE through our AHC. I think we've been working with District 79. We need to make better connections, but we really have been trying there. And I think with Bruckner in particular and some other bigger sites,
That's what I'm saying. Every single person in Bruckner should have all of this now.
Yeah, we're happy to continue working on that. I think that's part of the job of case management and making sure they have those resources and know who to connect to. So I agree with you 100%.
Okay, and then guardianship program, can every city employee be a guardian?
So we're going to look into that. I think they also need to apply for SIDGE. It's not just being a guardian, but happy to work on that and look into it and make sure that if there are ways to expand that we do.
I got 30 of them.
Which is great.
Okay, and then the other question is, how many raids have taken place in the city of New York? Do you know?
How many, sorry, what?
Raids, R-A-I-D-S, by ICE.
I can't speak to that number. I don't know. That you'd have to ask ICE that in particular.
So ICE is the only one that would know?
the federal government, I don't know who in the federal government, but someone in the federal government would know what their exact numbers are, correct?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanif.
Thank you. So we left off around city agencies upholding President Trump's sanctuary laws, or our sanctuary laws, that it's outside of Moya's scope. Has the NYPD been involved in any ICE enforcement actions that resulted in New Yorkers without a criminal record being targeted, or detained rather, by ICE?
We'd have to defer to NYPD on that.
So there's no collaboration between Moya and NYPD when there are instances of arrests or detention by immigrants?
We'll collect the information that they're required to report to us and publish that at when that needs to be published. Did you want to add?
Yeah, so that we are aware of, no. And then everything else is it's public information under local law 228, I believe. I'm not ready to give you the specifics, so I just don't have them handy. But as of that, Moya is aware of, no.
And then the mayor has repeatedly shared that he wants to eliminate due process protections from our sanctuary laws. Could you provide an update on the efforts in this regard?
As I have stated, I'd have to defer to City Hall on any proposals. I don't want to weigh in on any of them and speculate so as not to confuse the community.
And then could you provide an update on the commitment that the mayor made to border czar Homan to bring ICE onto Rikers Island?
Same thing, I'd have to defer to City Hall on this. I, again, don't want to confuse any community member by weighing in on this.
Commissioner, it's just really sad to hear you say that Moya is limited in powers and capacity. If I was tuning in without knowing anything, my takeaway from the responses shared today would be one of vulnerability and confusion. And I know you've been trying to not make this issue more confusing, but however, the takeaway today is confusion. And if the question arises, will New York City protect immigrants against Trump's cruelty? The answer I would take away is it's an ongoing conversation, and that is not okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanif. Let's quickly segue. I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and I'll call in my colleague to the legal support centers, Action NYC. So, funding of $12.3 million is included in fiscal 2026 for the Immigration Legal Support Centers, formerly known as Action NYC. This funding is an increase of $4.4 million compared to fiscal 25 adopted budget. Can you speak to the specifics of the additional $4.4 million and what it will be used for?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the council for allocating those funds, which were reflected in the January update. Jazz may have, or Deputy Commissioner may have more to say, but I just want to say that it's important to assess what can be done and what can our nonprofit providers be able to take on so that they can absorb these funds and spend down by the end of the fiscal year. But I'll pass it on to the Deputy Commissioner.
Yeah, I'll just reinforce what the Commissioner said. We were very happy to see that addition. We look forward also to, working out a plan so that current providers can, spend this down before the end of the fiscal year. Because our understanding is that these funds were added to fiscal year 2025.
So in terms of Action NYC being replaced by the Moya Immigration Legal Support Center, can you explain the changes in the new model and how they are expected to improve services?
Just to clarify, the the current providers are fully funded through the end of the fiscal year, so the funds that are now available will be in addition to what they are funded currently in fiscal year 25. So I shared in the last hearing, we laid out a comprehensive plan for the Moya legal immigration support centers, which includes funding up to 25 centers across New York City in immigrant-dense neighborhoods, so that the services are closer to the communities that need them and that they are provided in their own languages by their own community organizations. That said, it is an ongoing procurement. We laid out the specifics in the request for proposals that we published. We took into consideration and adopted many of the recommendations provided through this process. And I'm happy to report that we're on track to announcing the providers in the coming months and to kick off by July of 2025.
So in terms of the repackaged program, providers noted some severe problems, eliminating crucial access points. So I'm not sure how maybe you've corrected the fact that in the old program you could access in libraries and other places. In the new program under the RFP, it seemed like that was removed unless it was put back in. A denial of, actually a watering down of the actual program model, providing less staffing and less legal counsel, not funding adequate staffing levels and associated costs, a deprioritization of full representation for immigrants who need these important legal services, and the potential for jeopardizing continuity. But it seems like because it got pushed out, that hopefully will not be a problem. So have you addressed these pretty significant issues that were raised by providers?
Yeah, through the procurement process, we received feedback and we've implemented many of the recommendations, which is partly the reason why the date was moved. Our Deputy Commissioner can add more to this, but we certainly included much of the feedback, including expectation for these community-based legal support centers to work closely with institutions like local public libraries, local schools, hospitals, to be able to support immigrants in need of these services.
What I will add to that is that under the new procurement, there was really no limitation in terms of the model that proposers could submit, right? In terms of like their collaboration with public institutions, whether it be hospitals or libraries. So there was no limitation on that. Also, with regards to what you shared about full representation, this is also laid out in the request for proposals. The full representation is one of the services that could be provided under these new contracts.
So I guess we don't have to go through this now, but you received a significant amount of feedback. What I don't see very clearly is how that feedback has been incorporated. So if you can provide to us a clear articulation of where feedback was incorporated and or where there may have been some compromises or still differences of opinion, I don't see very clearly how that is articulated.
Sure, we can do that. What I will add here is that through the procurement process, right, there were also various number of addendums that were also
I remember
that were also published, right? And that's also a reflection of the feedback that we had gotten from from providers and folks applying to this procurement.
All right, so we'll continue the conversation, but we would love to see how close we've gotten to addressing some very significant concerns that were laid out for Moya. In terms of the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, which came up earlier, the preliminary plan includes $500,000 for 2026 and remains unchanged compared to adoption. In fiscal 25, the council added $1.2 million for this program, again under the guise of the increasing demand for legal services. Do you believe that this funding level is sufficient, the $500,000?
Yeah, I want to again recognize that the tremendous needs in supporting immigrant communities at heightened risk. The conversation with OMB is ongoing, and we'll be working closely with them to determine this.
So, sufficient or not sufficient?
Well, as I shared earlier, there are between 400 and 500,000 undocumented New Yorkers who are all at heightened risk of detention and deportation, and the resources will be significant in order to support these communities.
So it is not sufficient. So how many individuals has the program served in fiscal 2025, and how does it compare to the current fiscal year?
In fiscal year FY25, so far, 78 people have received assistance. In all of FY24, 178 people in total have received assistance.
Thank you. Are there specific populations that are facing more challenges than other, and how is Moya prioritizing support for them?
So in addition to the approximate 500,000 New Yorkers who are undocumented and at heightened risk, as I've shared, tens of thousands more who are in temporary programs, are at risk, and hundreds of thousands of illegal permanent residents who are also concerned about their legal status. We're working closely with nonprofit providers and advocates to understand priorities. Of course, people with final orders of removal, people with people who have interacted with the criminal justice system, and so on, are come to mind. Mm-hmm. But again, the population is large, and we're going to be working closely with our partners to figure out how to best support with the resources we have.
So I think just following that train, I think that's probably exactly right? Orders of removal and folks with criminal legal interaction. So knowing that, what are you doing other than having conversation? Like, is there any actual actions, timelines, something concrete that we are pursuing to address this current situation?
Yes, once we know the level of resources we have available for this kind of work, we'll be able to know better how we'll structure programs and implement supports. But again, that conversation is ongoing with OMB and our partners. I know that there is a great anxiety from the community and the providers about the great needs that exist.
Can you provide the committee with a list of each service provider and the funding level within this program?
Yes, absolutely. I had included a list of providers in my testimony. I didn't share that because I wanted to keep it short, but as I shared, we currently have contracts with 70 providers, which is, I think, the most we've ever been at, and we're very proud of the work that we do in partnership with the nonprofit providers.
I'm going to ask you this because I have to. I know the answer, and it's going to be disappointing. Have you formally requested additional funding for the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative from OMB in the next fiscal year?
Again,
we're
in an ongoing conversation, which means that we are expressing the amount of need for these services.
this is also going to drive me crazy, but I have to ask for the record, like, why do you not ask for double funding, triple funding? Why isn't that an explicit ask that you are fighting really hard to do outside of having ongoing conversations about whatever is going to happen?
Again, the process that we engage with to discuss the needs in the community has just begun with OMB and City Hall, and that will continue to happen throughout the next couple of months. And as I stated here in this hearing clearly, that the needs are tremendous, and we're ready to work with whoever has the resources that we can use to provide the supports that communities need.
With that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Aviles, and I just want to thank you for your clear and strong leadership during these terrifying times. You've been a phenomenal chair of our Immigration Committee. Commissioner Castro and team, it's good to see you all. I'll take a point of personal privilege to just congratulate Deputy Commissioner Sanchez on her role. I was involved in her hiring like 12 years ago, maybe? I don't know how long ago, over a decade ago. And it's amazing to see your career advance and to have you on this day as today. Congratulations on all your great work. These are, as I said, these are terrifying times. And in a city where nearly 40% of our community is foreign-born, 3 million immigrants, the orientation from the Trump administration and the just utter failure of leadership from the mayor leave our communities, our immigrant communities, in profound fear. I want to start by just asking a little bit more about the mayor's pronouncement that ICE was coming to DOC. How long have our sanctuary city laws been in place here in New York? Do you know? 1985.
Yeah, for some time.
40
yes. They began as executive orders, yes.
Began as city ordinances in 1985 in the Koch administration, when there was an effort all around the country to help protect immigrant communities and expand sanctuary city efforts. But for 40 years, we have proudly been a sanctuary city. That's almost as old as I am. That's old. And now the mayor seems to be, operating in explicit conflict with our local law in saying that ICE is going to be showing up at Rikers Island. Do you believe that it is possible for ICE to be accommodated at Rikers Island in a way that is consistent with our sanctuary city laws?
Well, Council Member, thank you for your question. Earlier in the hearing, I shared that I hesitate weighing in on any proposals in any of these conversations and speculate about what might happen next, so as not to confuse our community. Part of my role and our role at Moya is to make sure that the message is clear to our community that while there are a lot of discussions about what might come next, no laws, including our sanctuary laws and policies, have changed. Moya has not been part of any of these conversations to change these laws. I just want to make sure.
I appreciate that, and I'm not trying to sow confusion, but it is a simple question. Is it possible for ICE to be present on Rikers Island in a fashion that is consistent with our sanctuary city laws?
I'd have to defer to law on this, who are taking a look at this.
Have you seen a draft executive order that would allow for ICE to appear at Rikers Island?
We have not.
Do you know the status of this imaginary executive order?
We have not.
Do you know who's working on it?
The law department, we know as much as you all know.
Director Schaefer, can you elaborate? Do you know who's working on this executive order that would allow ICE to appear on Rikers Island?
No, as the mayor said in public comments, I think the law department or the chief counsel's office.
You have not been consulted in any fashion?
I have not been consulted on this, no.
So lawyers are working on this. We don't know the status of it. According to the leading professionals in the administration who are responsible for immigrant affairs have no information whatsoever that they can share at this hearing, no awareness, have not been consulted. Lawyers are supposedly working on this thing that the mayor talked about on television, that he was permitting ICE to show up at Rikers Island, although it appears to be an explicit conflict with our local law. Do I have that all right?
Yes, we have not been involved, and we don't have any information.
I find this to be a disrespectful response to the City Council for you all to show up here today and not provide any information whatsoever about the mayor's pronouncements, about this deeply disruptive and harmful policy that he's supposedly pursuing. But I'll move on. I appreciate, Commissioner, that you've indicated that you do not want to sow confusion, but the mayor is doing just that. The lack of clarity around whether our students are safe in school, around whether our patients and staff are safe in our public hospitals, is been deeply disturbing for New Yorkers and for our immigrant communities. Do you think that the mayor has provided clear guidance to immigrant New Yorkers about whether it is safe to go to school, whether it is safe to access care in a public hospital, whether it is safe to engage with the NYPD? Do you believe the mayor's guidance has been clear?
So I shared earlier that the directive to all our city agencies and offices is to continue following our local laws, including our sanctuary laws and policies. During my testimony, I spoke directly to our immigrant communities. We've been working closely with our commissioners and heads of agencies to get the message out, including working closely with our school's chancellor, our police commissioner, health and hospitals president, to make sure that our immigrant communities continue to use our city services. And this is something that I have been on media and in public events expressing. I think it's incredibly important to do so and mitigate any issues that might arise as a result of confusion and some misinformation online.
I believe that your intentions are good, but the mayor has deliberately sowed confusion and created immense fear in our communities right now. And there has been contradictory messages that have come out about whether people are safe to get access to care, right? What impact does that have on how disease spreads? What impact does that have on whether people will call and cooperate with the NYPD to keep communities safe if they don't believe they can do so safely? And the mayor, by leaning in to this mass deportation agenda of the Trump administration and embracing it and expressing on TV time and again his desire to bring it to New York City, despite our proud 40-year history of sanctuary city laws, is deeply disturbing. And I think that the 4 deputy mayors who have heroically acted and stepped up and said, not in our name, are a model for all of us in government to say, we will fight back. We will not allow for our city, we will not allow for immigrants in our city to be swept up in President Trump's mass deportation agenda. I have one other question, is that okay? Really fast. About approximately how many immigrant New Yorkers are eligible for potentially eligible for citizenship? And approximately how many people do we fund for legal services to support New Yorkers' access to apply for citizenship? Could you just give us a broad strokes on those two?
Thank you, and it's actually an important question. I spoke to some of these earlier today. I broke down the many different communities that are in need of legal services with respect to people who are under legal permanent resident status that could become or may become eligible for citizenship or naturalization. I believe in New York State, the number is at about 600,000.
And through CUNY Citizenship Now and the other limited opportunities we have, we can serve tens of thousands of people a year. Is that approximately right?
That's right.
So just to underscore, at a time when we're so when we're rightly petrified of the mass deportation agenda that President Trump is bringing to our cities, 80% of New Yorkers do not have access to the citizenship legal services that they should be able to have access to that could keep them here safely. And so I think a just tremendous expansion of citizenship legal services is urgently needed. Thank you, Chair Aviles.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. I just want to follow up on that, and I'm sorry if it's the same kind of question, but the issue is English is a second language, legal services, and of course, just other kinds of support, Medicaid and so on. So do you have a sense of what it would cost to do the legal services for not just citizenship, but generally? I'm focused on the 43,300 people, to be honest with. That's my goal. So of that portion, what do you think is needed in terms of funding for legal services, from what you have or what you need? English language, what you have versus what you need, and also just health care in general. Most people have New York Cares, but they don't have Medicaid. Just some ballpark numbers, what you have and what you need.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer, for this. All of these services have a cost per unit number attached to them. To be candid, whatever number I give to you here will probably be underestimating the amounts of needs. It's a tremendous amount of needs to be able to provide all these services.
I'm aware, but I want to know what the number is. Do you have some sense of it?
With respect to legal services,
Yeah,
providers who submit applications to us, often they range depending on the legal service, but they range from anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000 per case, if not more. And as I stated earlier, there are between 450 and 500,000 undocumented immigrants that live in New York City, and many more who would require legal services.
Okay, and how about English?
With respect to English classes, it depends on the program. We speak program or English centers. Deputy Commissioner can share more data on how much we spend. We have been partnering with our 3 branches of our library systems. And that is a tremendous partnership to be able to provide these classes. Very proud about it.
Yeah, currently for this fiscal year, FY25, we have allocated about $1 million to the 3 public library systems here in New York City. And we have, through that initiative, have over 80 branches that have these classes available. And currently, as of today, we have, right now, today, 78 active classes. We have, as of last calendar year, provided classes for over 5,000 people, and we continue to surpass our goals yearly. So this partnership with the library systems has been incredibly helpful to reach immigrant-dense neighborhoods.
Okay, guess what? The young people I know, they're all doing it on YouTube. They've all learned English. They never went to the library. They never went to an English class. They all speak perfect English. People think they're American. YouTube, all YouTube. So my suggestion would be literally to call YouTube. I'm not kidding. Put 2,100 people in Bruckner on YouTube, get it going, have huge screens, have a teacher there if you need it. I'm not kidding. I looked at them, you have to be kidding. They all learned English on YouTube, never went to a library until I took them to the library last week. YouTube, thank you.
So in terms of We Speak, in the preliminary plan, there's a reduction of $1.1 million for this program. Why is that?
Again, the budget is not final. We'll continue to engage with OMB about this program and share the outcomes of the work that we have done so far with the funding available.
Yeah, I will add that for fiscal year FY25, we have been budgeted at $1.7 million. And again, conversations are still ongoing for what the funding levels will look like in FY26.
Yeah, which is why we're asking why $1 million reduction in this context of increasing ongoing need. So let me. This theme has continued to come up today. with Moya, since your office seems not to be able to have any information, or you're authorized to speak around the critical issues, policy issues that are impacting immigrant New Yorkers at hand, like, who should our community be going to get answers to these critical policy concerns that our city is currently facing if Moya cannot speak to anything?
With respect to proposals, or
Yeah, with respect to all the policy proposals that are impacting our communities, you seem to not be able to have a position on anything. And so my question to you as the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, who do we direct our community to get real information about what is occurring and its potential impacts and the position of our city, if not you? Who?
So again, to clarify, we monitor policy changes very closely, and we put out information about these policy changes on a regular basis. What we don't want to do at this moment is weigh in on proposals and the commentary around possible changes to sanctuary laws and policies so as not to confuse our community further. But we'll continue to do the work to clarify things for our community as best we can. And again, as we shared earlier, we're not an independent body. We have to go through the many approvals that all city agencies and offices have to go through as part of the administration.
Utterly disappointing. Let's move to OWASO. So the preliminary plan includes $3.2 million for fiscal 25 for the Office of Asylum Seeker Operations. However, funding is not included in fiscal 2026 and the out years. Why is that the case?
That is how OMB budgets. They put it based on the people on hand. Last year, as you know, when I came in here, I talked about a bunch of hires that we had posted. At that point, they weren't reflected in the budget, but this is how OMB budgets. They budget based on, so you'd have to follow up with them on long term, but we continue to work with them on whatever our needs are in the future.
So when New Yorkers see that the budget is zeroed out, I guess they should just wait and see.
You'd have to talk to
For this
OMB about their
administration.
strategy on budgeting.
So given that the increase in funding from 1.8 million at fiscal 25 adoption to 3.2 million in the current budget, what are the factors that have driven this significant increase in the budget?
So our budget is specifically personnel. It's just the staff we have on board. As mentioned, we were hiring last time there was a budget, and so those people were not on board, and therefore they were not reflected in the budget. These people are now on board, and therefore they are reflected in the budget.
And how many, what's your actual staffing level at this point?
So we have 27 people.
And can you run through what some of those roles are? And you don't have to do all of them. You can send it to our office within 6 months.
So we have a workforce development team. We have who works with case management and exit strategies across the systems. We have someone who works on intergovernmental affairs and communications. We have a capacity planning team. We have a data team as we own all of the data. We have a programs person, but that is basically our office.
And what are the contingency plans if OWASO is actually not funded in fiscal 25?
We will continue to work with OMB on what our actual needs are. We have real city employees on staff, so we will continue to work with them on making sure that we have our personnel money.
Is there any planned reallocations of OWASO's responsibilities to other agencies? If so, what agencies would be taking on any particular kind of work?
So the nature of this response has been shifting throughout. We continue to monitor the response. We still have 43,000 people in care, so our work still continues. If there is a need to reallocate or a need to change the functions of our office, we will make an announcement.
We'll see it in the press. Can you clarify one more time, just for the record, OWASO's responsibilities and how they differ from Moya?
So our office was created to respond to this humanitarian crisis. As folks know, at some weeks we had 4,000 people coming in asking for shelter. So our role is really to focus on the coordination and ensuring that we had beds for everyone, that we were advocating appropriately for the needs of this population. We set up our asylum application help center to make sure that we had legal supports for the individuals in our care. We helped on workforce development and other case management and exit strategies to make sure that, again, everybody in our care got the resources that we needed. So it was really, our role is really focused on the humanitarian response that the city has been operating under for the last 2 years. This was an unprecedented humanitarian response. Yes, there has been many periods of time where we've had a massive amount of immigrants. What is different about this is that just the amount of real need and a real amount of people coming into shelter and the expansion of shelter, so almost threefold what it was 2 years ago. And so that needed a different type of infrastructure to be able to manage that. We definitely pulled in lots of different agencies, and so we needed a central hub to be able to manage all of the different entities and all of the different resources that we needed for this population.
So given the trend, right, and the continued decrease in numbers, but clearly significant numbers still in care, how do we make the assumption that this agency will continue at its current levels of 3.2 million?
So we continue to monitor the response, as I said before. If we have changes, we will absolutely announce them. We are continuing to make sure that everybody in our office is doing everything they can to support those 43,000 people who are still in our care. We still have 3 different agencies providing sheltering. There's still a work as DHS takes on more and more of the sheltering to make sure that best practices are shared across the different agencies who have been doing really critical pieces of this. And there's still a need for a central hub to be able to manage the policy and sort of all of the different pieces of it. We still own our data system across the system. That is still OWASO's job. And so right now we are very busy, but we continue to make sure that we're monitoring what's happening and making a plan for the future.
You could appreciate the challenge of seeing a new agency be developed, right, for the emergency response and address an extraordinary increase of scaling up and then scaling down quite dramatically, but still holding the same number of staff and a quite significantly large budget when other parts of the system are not currently funded. You can understand the contradiction and challenge for New Yorkers to understand what is happening here.
And I just want to be clear that Moya has 64 positions. We have 27, and this has only grown in the last 2 years. Our goal is always to be an emergency temporary response, but we have capabilities now that we've learned over the past 2 years that will be helpful for whoever takes this on long term. As folks know, there is 43,000 people. Our shelter system is almost 2 times what it was before this humanitarian crisis happened. So there's still a incredible amount of people with really complex needs that even 27 people is not enough to manage.
Yeah, without question, and how we're integrating them into the other agencies is a big question. So it begs certainly the evolving roles and understanding, are we duplicating efforts here? Are we not funding the right things at the right time? Are we just holding on to a system that we needed but is no longer necessary? So it begs all those operational questions for sure. In terms of is OWASO running the reticketing center?
No.
Okay. How many shelters housing new arrivals have closed so far in fiscal 25? I believe you said that in your testimony, or I could be imagining it.
I did. Just give me 1 second to find the exact number, because for the record, I want to make sure I have the right one. I know that we're going to have closed 53 between June and June, but I can get back to you. So that's 53, we will have closed 53 by June.
Okay, and that includes fiscal 25. That's like up to time?
I'm getting
Not
my
sure.
fiscal
Okay, well,
years mixed up.
We'll,
it's June to June. Yeah.
We'll follow up on that. You mentioned cost savings in your testimony. Can you walk us through how exactly you determine cost savings, if they're actual savings or they're just like projected savings in the future?
So I'd have to defer to OMB on their exact methodology. I can talk a little bit about some of the things that we have done to get to those savings, but the preliminary plan reflects asylum seeker savings of $1.09 billion in FY25 and $1.34 billion in FY26. So this brings the total citywide asylum seeker savings to nearly $5.2 billion over 3 fiscal years. And just to say, we had 37 closed this fiscal year to date. And so it'll be 53 by the end of FY25.
And yet we have shelters opening up in other parts of the system. And so is that taken into account, or are we just like moving chairs on the deck?
So that site, if you're specifically talking about Bruckner, has allowed us to close other sites. So we still have 43,000.
Well, I'm talking about the system-wide. Yeah. It's not just Bruckner.
Right.
You know, obviously we're shifting. And so the question here, is there actually a net savings, or is it simply just shifting within the system?
So you'd have to ask OMB exactly. There is a net saving on asylum seekers' costs. And we have not opened the same amount of DHS shelter sites that we have closed at this point. We have net closed more sites than we have opened.
Yeah, this is definitely a slippery conversation because there are a bunch of other factors within that I'm sure are driving all kinds of costs. In terms of how many, excuse me, let me see. What is the process for reallocating immigrant families when a shelter closes? And how much notice are they given?
So it depends on the shelter, and it depends on where people are moving. The easiest way that we have done it so far is, especially with our HERCs, is that for immigrant families, if people's have their 60-day notice, we'll either bring it up to a 60-day period. So if someone's of the closure date, so like let's say a closure date is January 15th and someone's 60-day notice date is January 20th, then we'll bring it up to January 15th. We'll give them that new notice so that they can go back to the arrival center and we can make the best placement at that point based on what they want, what their school is, you know, if they have ties to other boroughs or other places that they'd rather be, and make that analysis then. That's been the best way to do it. Mm-hmm. That's for families sometimes, and I can't speak to the DHS side of the house, so I'm specifically talking about the non-DHS side of the house, but that's really been the method we have done this, is really focusing on 60-day notices and giving people, and for 60-day notices that are past the point when a site would close, bringing those up a little bit so that people can go back to the arrival center and we can make the best placement based on where somebody is.
In terms of, are there specific programs in place to assist immigrant families in transitioning from shelters to stable long-term housing?
So we really rely on our partners in DHS for all of their work around long-term homelessness and the resources available to help people transition from long-term homelessness. We did a little bit of resettlement, as folks know, upstate, but the majority goes through our Department of Homeless Services.
Got it. In terms of I have a slew of questions from last year that OWASO hasn't responded to, so I'm not going to read them in the record, but again, we're expecting responses in a timely fashion. We recently learned that the administration obviously is centralizing the mail in a single location. Are there estimated savings from consolidating operations?
So this was not a cost savings initiative. This was really based on better service delivery.
So are there any increased costs around it?
No, it's cost neutral.
Okay. What agency will manage?
So it's managed by HRO, the Housing Recovery Office.
And how will centralizing mail operations impact service delivery timelines?
So the idea is that it should make it very easy for people to know where their mail is. This is specifically for non-DHS guests. So these are people in the emergency side of the house. We will do outreach for important mail. We will hold mail for 90 days, and the idea is that people will come to this site if they are expecting mail, and we will, again, continue to do outreach for high priority mail.
And how long will the mail be held at the center?
90 days.
And how many people does the administration expect to serve weekly?
It's all people.
All the
people who are in I'm not going to say it's weekly.
43,000.
It's not going to be weekly. It's dependent on anyone's mail needs, but we are prepared to manage everybody in the non-DHS system.
Right. So 43,000. 300.
No, well, 43,300 is not that, because a good majority of those are in DHS. I don't have the exact number, but a good majority. So it's only people who are in non-DHS sites, so it's a far smaller number than that.
Can you provide the breakdown for the council?
I don't have the exact amount of people that are in those sites. So give me a second, I can tell you how many sites are. We have 160 Department of Homeless Services sites. There's 181 sites total sites. 160 of those are DHS. There's 13 of those that are HRO and 8 of those that are H&H. And what we are closing between now and June is our HRO and H&H sites.
Just point of clarification, because I may have misunderstood you. The 181 sites, 160 of the 181 are DHS run?
Correct.
So we're talking 31 sites are...
21 sites.
21, I can't math. 21 are currently what, OWASO?
No, they're currently HPD and H&H.
So what are y'all doing?
So as we said, we're a coordination body, and as I said in my testimony, or I believe I said in my testimony, we don't hold any contracts and we don't manage any sites directly.
So you're floating around all these different sites?
We are, yes, we are a coordination entity.
Got it. For the mail center, will people be required to show identification to get their mail?
Yes, but that could be a shelter ID, that could be a Muni ID. It's not.
So it varies.
Yeah, it varies.
And will folks be required to sign in for mail?
I have to get back to you. I suspect yes, so that we have good records. We have a data system collected. Obviously, if someone comes in and tries to get their mail, we want to make sure that we said that we gave it to them. But let me double check on that.
Got it. So, I guess this is... Okay, sorry about that. So I guess for each of you on legal services, can you each speak to the current total investment on immigration legal services?
Within my office, in our purview, we spent about 68% of our budget in immigration legal services and the support services attached to those. Deputy Commissioner, do you want to add to that?
Specifically for FY25, for legal services under Moya, we have allocated a little over $17 million that goes directly to legal services programs.
We received about $60 million from the state, specifically for the Asylum Application Help Center and the clinics.
Is that for just fiscal 25?
Let me get back to you on that exact fiscal 25, but as folks know, the 2025-26 governor's executive budget did not include additional funds for asylum seeker aid, and that included AHC.
Or have you been advocating for specific funding level?
Of course, we've worked with our state partners.
Don't say of course.
Yes.
We have just been through this for hours we're in ongoing conversation.
I think we as the administration in general has been advocating to the state for more money, especially when
How much money are you asking for?
Well, so at this point, based on the current budget proposal, this would open a $1 billion gap in the city's FY26 asylum seeker budget if we don't have any extra funding from the state, and that's for everything. I will say, so sorry, for FY25 in particular, we got $47.5 million through the state for AHC.
I need you to go back to this statement of $1 billion gap. Break that down because I'm not sure what you're referring to.
So the state committed $3.1 billion in direct assistance to New York City for asylum seekers' costs.
Right.
They were reflected in our city budget across FY23 to FY25. The 2025-26 governor's executive budget did not include any additional funds for asylum seeker aid to New York City in the city's FY26. This would open a $1 billion gap in what we're currently in the city's FY26 asylum seeker budget. We're continuing to work with them to try to get that money, but I defer to OMB on
OMB said we spent $7.1 billion, but the state actually gave us $3.1 billion, so we've actually spent $4 billion.
They've committed. That's not the same as actually being allocated. Committing is not the same as.
So we haven't drawn down any of that.
I don't know exactly how many. You'd have to go to OMB, but that's committing is not the same as getting reimbursement for it.
Yes, submitting your reimbursements on time. Nonprofit providers are still struggling to get their money too. In terms of is there a plan to expand legal services for either the Application Support Center or the Deportation Defense? We talked a little bit about that earlier.
I'm sorry, the question is there a plan to increase legal services?
To expand, yes.
To expand. Like I said earlier, we are in conversation with OMB, and, as Director Schaefer stated, this all depends on the available funding that we have, both from the city and the state, and we'll determine how to expand if that's the case.
Let's quickly talk about the hotline. So the hotline, again, shows a funding gap of $1 million. And I know you're talking. However, we just also hear that there's a $1 billion potential gap with state money. So I don't feel high confidence here. How would this kind of budget reduction impact operations of the hotline?
So I'm a bit unclear about the $1 million.
Billion. You talk to Molly.
Oh, okay. So for our hotline, for the Moya hotline, what I will say is that we actually have increased funding for this fiscal year. Currently, the Moya Immigration Legal Services Hotline is funded at over $700,000.
Right, so we have for fiscal 25, the Moya Support Legal Hotline at 1.3 million total. Are we operating on different numbers? And
I'll get
then
back to you
with
on
the preliminary, a $1 million reduction. And so the hotline is at 283,998.
I'll circle back with you on that to provide, clarity, but that's what we have budgeted for.
Say that again?
$740,000 for the legal immigration hotline.
Yeah, so this are your numbers. So I'm a little
Oh, my apologies. I think I was reading
confused.
the wrong one. I'm so sorry. Give me one sec.
For the Moya Immigration Legal Support Hotline, fiscal 25 was 1.3 million. Fiscal 26 preliminary budget is at 283,998, a $1 million reduction.
I was reading off the wrong numbers. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I thought I
okay.
was crazy.
So, for fiscal 2025, yes, the hotline is we had been able to increase that funding to meet the current demand, so $1.3 million. For FY26, again, right now that's what is reflected in the preliminary FY26 budget. We continue to have active conversations with OMB to finalize what this will look like for FY26.
So tell me what this reduction represents what in terms of impact and service? Like what does a $1 million reduction mean for the hotline in terms of staffing, hours of operation, services? What would that cut mean?
I mean, right now the services are continue to are ongoing, right? We hope to have a final number definitely in the coming months before the start of the fiscal year. So right now we don't have a reduction in services.
Right, because we are in a different fiscal year, but this is the budget hearing for fiscal 26.
Yes.
And the proposal is a $1 million reduction in this program. So do you have an estimation of what that would mean for this service delivery?
If I can,
And I can answer this question if y'all don't.
no, if I can step in, yeah, we would have to work closely with our partner Catholic Charities to reduce services and staff available for this. Again, the budget is not final. We'll continue to work with OMB to determine the final allocation for this program and service, and we'll continue to share the incredible needs that our communities have for this hotline.
So in terms of, so Catholic Charities is a nonprofit that runs the helpline, which we were there recently. How many people are currently staff the hotline, excuse me?
We would have to get back to you in terms of the actual numbers. I don't have them in front of me in terms of the staffing for the hotline.
Okay, like quickly. Okay. I guess the hours of the hotline operation was 9 to 5. I think we talked about that earlier, or 9 to 6. I can't remember. 9 to 6.
9 to 6.
And we already established that if you call after, somebody will maybe call you back If you call at 7 p.m., maybe somebody will call you back at another time. It's a voicemail system.
Yeah, in fact, when we both visited the hotline, they demonstrated the system that they've just implemented to be able to capture those calls that are incoming. And again, this is an ongoing work with Catholic Charities. Again, they have to train and hire, and so we hope to be able to meet the growing needs that our communities have for a hotline, and it's ongoing work. But I am very happy with how they've been able to absorb some of the funds that we were able to provide in the last fiscal year and grow their program.
And Chair, I have the number. So currently for the staffing lines for the hotline, we're at 15 under Catholic Charities.
So under the $1.3 million budget, they have 15 staff lines for this hotline. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I understand for the record what we're talking about. So back to my earlier point, $1 million cut to this program would essentially gut it. We would lose most of those staffing and the service delivery component of it. So in terms of how much of the hotline is actual provision of service versus a referral to a nonprofit?
So when folks call the hotline, they get a basic, information, and they get referrals to legal providers, right, and or any other type of service that they're looking for.
Do you have a sense? Have you assessed like the incoming, like how much of it is actually call, make the road New York versus you can triage a question and respond and close out the case at that point?
We'll get back to you on that. I know we do have some of that breakdown, but I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, I'd definitely like to see that.
And to add to this, your question is important and something that we are closely monitoring. We've had to adjust over the last couple of years as needs have changed. And in the visit we were both at together, we discussed the need to provide actual know your rights information to those who call so that they understand their rights and understand their options. And Catholic Charities is working to build their capacity to do more of that. In addition to, connecting folks or people to legal providers that we fund.
Are you keeping track of how many people are calling after hours?
We'll have to ask Catholic Charities, but my understanding is yes.
Great. I'd love to see what the trend is there in terms of calling after 6 p.m. And the weekends, right? The legal hotline is not available on the weekends.
It's not at this moment.
I'm sorry?
It's not at this moment.
It's not available on the weekends. Do you know how many people used the hotline last year? I think you did mention this in your testimony.
That was about 64,000 calls came in.
64,000 calls to this hotline. Okay. And this year? And we're talking fiscal year or calendar year?
That's fiscal year.
Correct.
For fiscal year 25, up until the first half of fiscal year 25, the hotline has received about over 23,000 calls so far.
And the 64,000 was which fiscal year?
FY24.
So potential significant decline. Strange. Okay. Yeah.
There's a good breaking point. Councilman Rivera has this back in his question.
Oh, yes. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, and good to see you. I know it's been a long morning, and I appreciate your work and your service to the city. As you know, we're in an era of displacement right now. I mean, people around the world are being displaced. It's climate change, financial instability. There are so many reasons why people come to New York City to seek a better life, and I think we've seen that a lot over the past 3 years, as we've gone over this morning. So in 2024, I passed 2 bills to develop and administer surveys of newly arrived migrants and people seeking asylum in New York City. Local Law 73 focuses on workforce development, seeking to gather information related to skills, economic opportunities, and workforce obstacles, and Local Law 74 focuses on health needs. Do you have an update on the progress of these surveys? Is there any information you would like to share from them so far? And immigration tends to lead to economic growth, clearly, with immigrants paying taxes to the city. Have you seen any opportunities for workforce investments or initiatives that would increase the city's revenue by spurring economic activity and workforce participation?
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera, for your questions and concerns about this. I will hand this over to Director Schaefer to respond, but just want to emphasize what you emphasize, the tremendous contributions of our immigrant communities, over $3 billion in taxes that they contribute to the state, and much more than that. And as you stated, I myself traveled to Latin America to meet with some of the asylum seekers and migrants who were traveling, making their way north, and saw firsthand, the devastation that we're fleeing from, and share your concern, especially with families and children who are on this journey and the needs that they have as they arrive. I'll hand it over to Director Schaefer.
Hi, so for the health survey, the New York City Health Department is the main administrator of that survey with help from us and with Moya. They're on track to submit a report to council by September 2025. Okay. So that is the update on that. DCWP is managing the workforce survey, so I have to defer to them on where they are in that, but that's where we are in terms of status.
Okay, so if there's anything to share before those dates, we would greatly appreciate that. It also informs our work, as you know, especially advocating during budget season. My second question, just 2 more, Chair. I've heard from many cultural institutions who are worried about the threats from the federal government weaponizing ICE and attempts to discredit sanctuary city laws. They have raised concerns over working with immigrant artists and even having cultural events as that being a place where that threat could actually show up in real time, as well as declining audiences as people are afraid of being targeted at a cultural event. Does Moya have any training or resources specific to cultural institutions for both protecting their staff and their audiences?
Thank you, Council Member. This is, of course, a concern for us, which is why throughout the hearing today, I wanted to make sure that we are playing the role to clarify, the difference between any debate that's happening on sanctuary laws and policies and what is actually happened, which is our laws have not changed. We continue to follow our sanctuary laws and policies. And part of what we've done in the last couple of months is to train both our city staff, our various agencies, including our Cultural Affairs Office, on our sanctuary policies and laws, as well as our contracted nonprofit partners. So some of those have been, we'll have to confirm, but have been cultural institutions. And as we continue to roll out these trainings, we want to get all this information out to people and leaders in the community so that they understand what has and has not happened. But I'll hand it over to Deputy Commissioner Lucero to talk more about our work with that in that area. But it is something that is of concern, and I've heard it from cultural institutions myself.
And thank you for raising the issue, because I think that we always think about it not in a space of celebration, and a place of just admiring the arts. We will also follow up with Commissioner Cumbo here because, as the Commissioner mentioned, Moya has trained our contracted partners that sometimes have overlap, but I will make sure to follow up with her team in regards to this issue.
Thank you. I know many times we've mentioned these safe spaces like the hospitals, the libraries. Clearly, like, we need help in all of these spaces. Just cultural institutions, as you said, maybe it won't necessarily come to mind, but we're a city that certainly prides itself on celebrating and the pride that we have in our own ethnicities and backgrounds. So thank you for that. And my last question is about the reticketing center at St. Bridget's. It went through, many sort of challenges. It was a place that really there was no other place like it across the 5 boroughs. And it was right there on Avenue B and East 8th Street. I thought it was obviously critical to the city's response to asylum seekers, whether it was reticketing or giving them information and resources. I talked to so many individuals as they went through there about their journey and what they were hoping to find when they came to the city. With the reduction now in population-specific shelters, what are the plans for the future use of St. Bridget's? Will this still be part of serving immigrants in New York?
So when we have an update on the reticketing center, we're happy to talk to you about it. At this time, we are continuing to do reticketing. This full suite of services that we are doing at the reticketing center, we continue to do.
So the update is that you're just doing the same thing?
Yeah.
Nothing has changed?
Nothing's
changed. So, all right. Well, okay, I just know that we have a really welcoming community right around St. Bridget's and who want to be helpful, and I'm sure you've met a lot of those folks, whether it's food or clothing collections, fantastic organizations, Aid for Life down the street. So thank you for that. Thank you for your answers. Thank you for your service, and to the chair for your leadership.
Thank you, Council Member. So in terms of in the preliminary plan, the funding for the Asylum Seeker Legal Assistance Network, which in fiscal 25 was $5 million, has been zeroed out. Can you clarify why that program was not included in the preliminary plan?
We're still in active conversations with OMB to finalize the program funding levels for FY26.
Ongoing conversations is the theme of this budget hearing. So does OMB just decide we're gonna get rid of it, and then you say why? Is that how this works?
We're in active conversations with them about.
We're in ongoing conversations.
Well, Chair, yes, the preliminary budget's released, and then we engaged in conversation with OMB and whoever we need to share the outcomes of the work in the previous year about all these programs. Some of these are year to year. This program that you mentioned is year to year. It has allowed us to provide legal services to immigrant communities, recently arrived immigrant communities in their neighborhoods through community groups, something we're very proud of.
Very efficient service we got going on here. So it seems that about $630,000 has been repurposed from We Speak to the immigrants' rights workshops. Can you talk to us about that repurposing of funding?
I'll briefly start and then I'll pass it on to my colleague.
Can you speak closer to the mic?
Sorry, okay, can you hear me?
Thank you.
This funding was repurposed to meet the demand of Know Your Rights workshops. This was post federal election. We as part of our rapid response as an office, we saw the need to ensure that there was reliable information, for the community there. So this is, that was the repurposing of that funding. We held conversations with our current contracted providers under the Immigrant Rights Workshops initiative to be able to expand their scope, right, in terms of the number of workshops delivered. And as a result, 12 of the 17 current contracted providers opted in to this, rapid response initiative, right? And they started delivering on these new added deliverables as of January 1st, but I'll let my colleague Lorena speak more about this.
Oh, they started the week of January 13th, and as my colleague mentioned, it was because of the need of and providing additional information and touch points with community members. We touched on this a bit in the hearing of January 16th, but it's a very targeted outreach. We are providing services and information in HERCS with and so that's shelters, the Department of Education, as I mentioned to Councilmember Joseph, we're working closely with them to identify schools and to do them in the languages that are needed, public libraries, as well as faith-based institutions. And just for the numbers, we are partnering with 12. There's going to be a total of 240 presentations.
And in terms of how much was specifically allocated for this purpose?
We reallocated $693,000 for this purpose. Also, some of that funding has gone towards our printed material efforts as well.
So the Immigrants' Rights Collaborative and the workshops are funded separately. There's some confusion
Correct.
between these two, the overlaps of providers and what exactly the additional resources providing and where. So.
Okay, so the immigrant rights workshops, that's a different funding source. So that's a separate funding. Those contracts are budgeted at $443,000, I believe, for fiscal year 25. In addition to that, and as part of our rapid response, we have been able to reallocate this additional funding to those existing contracts. So we leverage existing contracts to expand the deliverables because that
the
particular
12 of the 17, right? So
Right.
17 contracts at $443,000, and 12 of the 17 have opted into an expansion.
Correct.
And how much is the expansion per organization?
For right now, each of the 12 are getting $35,000 as part of this expansion under this rapid response. A total of $120,000 just directly going to the providers.
Got it. So the remainder of the 420, I'll say that reverse. Of the 690, 420 went to expanded services to the 12 providers that opted in, and the remaining amount went to printed materials?
So printed materials and additional fees. So these contracts are actually housed under Research Foundation CUNY, and we do have to incur a 10% fee in there.
Right, so administration fee.
So yes, so yes.
Got it. And so I'm a little confused as to whether there was any impact from this a significant transfer of resources from the We Speak NYC, which I think we established earlier is very much underwater and not meeting demand, that a huge chunk of this money be reallocated to additional services. Was there any impacts to the classes in shifting those resources?
We have not heard that there was an impact in the classes. On the contrary, through our partnership and also additional investment in fiscal 25 under this program, and our partnership with the libraries, we have this program readily available at over 80 public library branches all throughout the 5 boroughs. As of today, right now, there are active 78 classes that anyone that is interested in this program can sign up for. And, well, there's really no sign up. Folks can just walk into the class and they're welcome. Right, and all of this is also posted in our website in terms of the available classes. So we have, we have been able to sustain that level of programming.
So was 690,000 an overestimation on the program? Like, it's baffling to me that there's no service level interruption, and you could just reallocate money. So like something's off with the math. Or with the estimation around the math.
I believe, and Deputy Commissioner, correct me if I'm wrong, these are funds that were made available later in the fiscal year, right? The allocation was to be determined. Can you?
Yes, so this was a funding that we had wanted to go to CBOs for English classes specifically, but given the point in time in where in the fiscal year when we had this funding available, we were unable to also in a timely manner, be able to engage in a procurement process that would allow our CBOs to be granted this these funding for English learning classes. And in parallel, around the same time, it was, the federal administration elections results came in, right? And that's when the rapid response piece came in.
Yeah, no, we're clearly robbing Peter to pay Paul. I mean, we need it all, but I think it's still a little mystifying that we can't figure out how to expand classes in a timely manner, but we can set up a new program and expand those contracts in another matter. But I don't think it's worth belaboring that point. Can in terms of can you walk us through how the Immigrant Rights Workshop and the Immigrant Rights Collaborative differ in terms of their goals, services providers, and the communities they serve?
Goals remain the same across both programs, which are to provide immigrant New Yorkers with information. Biggest difference, besides the number of providers, is that in the immigrant rights workshops, the CBOs themselves pick where they provide the trainings. With the Immigrant Rights Collaborative, the City of New York indicates and identifies locations where to go because, and this is important because we wanted to make sure that some of the newest arrivals, again, people who are living in Herx, and on the back end, we wanted to do that coordination for the nonprofits, so we designate where they go. That's the biggest difference, is just the designation of where folks go.
And who is determining that?
Amoya.
Okay. And in terms of for the service levels that are in Herx schools, I think you also said institutions of faith, and you said another group of stakeholders. As we're seeing decreases in Herx, are you repurposing that to other entities? And the reason why I ask is because we saw a very robust response, I Know Your Rights, and then it dried out almost very quickly. And in fact, we've seen a retraction of Know Your Rights being pushed by the city, both from Moya and even in schools. So I'm trying to understand what we're funding if we're also kind of retracting the level of services at the same time.
I'm gonna try to answer your question because I think there was a couple there, but in regards to the question in connection to the HERCs, yes, we're working hand in hand with our colleagues at Health and Hospitals to identify locations where to go and prioritizing them by language as well, so ensuring that the right providers who speak the right language are at the HERCs. Simultaneously, we're also working with the Department of Education to identify where to go, and we're mapping out months just like that. So all of this is sort of happening all together, and also working with faith-based institutions to do some of that pairing of sites. But as you mentioned, the contracts themselves are, we're not going to force a provider to obviously go in person if nobody's going to show up. And that's why we're also providing virtual options for some of these trainings. But we're working closely, hand in hand with our sister agencies to make that determination.
And in terms of the Know Your Rights workshops, I know you're going to send us where they're happening in schools. Is there a predetermined number or a milestone that a benchmark that you're working on in terms of what you want to see happen in community at the various stakeholder groups?
For the for the Immigrant Rights Collaborative?
For either. I mean, this is part of the confusion. Y'all need to change the names and make some clarification here, but for both, either or.
For the Immigrant Rights Collaborative, and then I'll pass it to Jazz in regards to the immigrant rights workshops. So the benchmark is, our North Star is to complete 240 and to, again, prioritize HERCs and the schools. I don't have, and I think you're looking for a specific percentage here in regards to the DOE and other sites, but I don't have that in front of me. But we are, again, I think the benchmarks here are to target schools that have immigrant dense neighborhoods, but also have students with mixed status population.
Yep.
That they would be better suited at telling us than we are them.
Yeah.
So our goal would be to cover all of them, but we're working with the Department of Education to make that determination.
Got it. Again, I will tell you, in January, we could see Moya's efforts. In February, not so much. Really, March, very little. And it's a little concerning. And we have seen a retraction of actual workshops in schools happening. And this is not a question of remote or in person. This is like, the service is not there. So I'd love to follow up with you offline on what is happening here, because the on-the-ground situation is very distinct from what you are articulating.
And Chair, if I can just add, I think this speaks to some of the challenges when an emergency occurs in the middle of a fiscal year and we have to rapidly response, and this is part of the work that we've done to adjust to the needs. And we'll make an assessment of what worked, what didn't work. We welcome feedback from council and our nonprofit partners and providers and community members. In the meantime, we continue to adjust as things are ever changing with respect to federal policies. And but if you have seen a maybe reduction activity is simply because we're updating and putting out new information, and you'll likely see much more. A lot of our work that happens occurs through our nonprofit contracted providers, which are doing a lot of work to provide these trainings.
Yeah, without question, and the providers are certainly out there, but there was a real retraction in the Know Your Rights services that were happening, and we were seeing it. And it wasn't because people were not requesting it. In fact, we were just kind of itching at the need and not fully demand with the limitations. But there is, I don't know why that seems to be the case on the ground. I have my own theories about that. However, there should be none, because as far as we see it in the numbers, the work is being funded and should be rolled out properly and adequately. So we'll follow up on that. I think Oh, yes, yes, yes. We're close to wrapping up here. So we are aware that Moya may not submit its annual report until the end of the month, even though the deadline is March 15th. Can you tell us why there is a delay?
Well, in part because of all of what we've been discussing, you know, pivoting and changing some of the program
Y'all
work.
talking too
and
much. Teasing.
No,
Go ahead.
we're working to update, you know, the text within our annual report, and you know, that's being finalized. It has to go through approvals, which is why we're requesting a little bit more time to account for all those approvals. But that's the reason.
It's a lot of approvals. Who's the mysterious Oz person that has to approve all your communications? It's a real question.
Oh, it's a real question?
It's a real question.
We have to go through a lot of approvals. We, you know, I think city agencies and offices are very accustomed to that. I don't know if you want to speak to that, Deputy Commissioner.
Oh my.
Approvals for our annual report.
Approvals for everything. You can't speak about the policies. You can't answer questions on time. You need to get your reports monitored and reviewed. Yeah, there's a lot of approvals going on with Moya.
Yes, Chair. And really, it's about ensuring that it's you know, just vetted in regards to what's included. But I know that we had reached out to council, and our goal is to have it by March 28th, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you. So I think with that, I'm just checking to see if there were any other final questions before we leave you on to the rest of your days. I think, just look again. So it looks like the fiscal 25 adopted budget for the areas of Moya's program areas that you manage in fiscal 25 adopted was total 21,349,000, and the fiscal 26 preliminary shows a reduction of 7 million in services to 14,283. And so the theme of today is you're just having conversations about the reduction of 7 million. Given the political climate and the time, I find it quite frankly absurd that we have to talk about this maintaining a minimal level of funding that is not even scratching the need of our incredible city. Nevertheless, here we are. So good luck in your conversations. Thank you for your time. And while I clearly demonstrate enormous frustration with not getting answers and listening to ongoing conversations that are being had, I know that each of you are working hard and your staff is working hard, and I appreciate that work. And I appreciate the complexity with which you are doing that work, particularly with a mayor who does not understand what sanctuary city policies and continues to shame the city and immigrant New Yorkers, but seems to be a very happy in your place guy for the Republican Party of the federal government. So outside of that, I thank you for your work. I thank you for trying to respond to these questions. I expect the outstanding questions to be received so that we can have continued and honest deliberations about what is occurring and where there are disconnects and where we can all push harder. So thank you for your time and your work.
Thank you, Chair Avalos. If I may, I just wanted to express my gratitude for your holding this hearing, for your questions, and to all the council members who joined us here today, and to your staff, especially your constituent service staff, who often reach out to us, and I know they're also trying their best and doing everything they can to support our immigrant communities in their neighborhoods. I want to express my gratitude to them. I want to express gratitude to my staff who are all listening, I'm sure. I want to shout them out for all their work, their patience, their just commitment and their heart for this work. And to all my city colleagues, including our OASO staff and everyone who does this work. And I also want to say thank you to all the community groups that are here today, especially the impacted individuals that will be testifying. Know that my team will be listening. I want to thank you for your courage to be here and share your concerns and your feedback, and we want to take those seriously, and we're going to be listening and taking notes carefully, and I just want to thank everyone for being here today.
So thank you, Commissioner. Famous last words was, I didn't have any other questions for you, but I do have one.
Oh, okay.
It seems today's hearing, and certainly the lead up to today's hearing, has demonstrated a kind of a fact pattern that our current structure for how we deal with immigration services and programs, as I said in my opening statement, is both scattershot across agencies where Moya can't actually respond to a lot of the services that are happening because they are under the purview of other agencies, or doesn't have sufficient funding, or can't respond to critical policy matters at hand. Given all these challenges and limitations, do you think Moya as a mayoral agency is the best, as a mayoral agency and not a city agency, is the best approach?
Well, in terms of, well, actually, I have to ask just a clarifying question. Are you, Chair, referring to any pending city legislation or proposal around creating
so your structure, as you've
Yeah.
noted, and it's clear throughout this hearing, that Moya has a very limited purview, in addition to, I think, limitations that are self-imposed. But do you think immigrant New Yorkers, 40% of our city, would be better served to have an actual agency that had authority, accountability, and full oversight over immigration services, be a better model for us?
And Chair, I was asking because I know in the past there has been legislation introduced to exactly do that, create an agency, and to weigh in on pending legislation or proposals, I'd have to defer to our
I'm not talking
intergovernmental-
about legislation. I'm talking about, from your estimation as a commissioner, understanding the limitations of the structure that you're operating under. Do you think for our city, immigrant New Yorkers would be better served to have a full-fledged agency that has funding lines, that has accountability, that has actual oversight authority of how funds are being allocated? Do you think that would be a better structure for our city? I'm not asking about the legislation. I'm asking about this structure.
I just wanted to be respectful of my colleagues who work on legislation on our end. But look, prior to being appointed commissioner, I've been a long-time advocate of Moya as an institution, and whatever strengthens Moya and the entities that do the work on behalf of immigrant communities, we're ready to take that on to better meet the needs of our immigrant New Yorkers, of which I described here are vast, especially in moments like this.
Commissioner, you did not fail. You ended this conversation with a perfectly non-answer. So I appreciate that. I think you want to say that, yes, we deserve a mayoral agency that has full authority and accountability to immigrant New Yorkers, given how important the community is. But you are constrained in being able to say that. So I guess with that, that was my last question. I thank you for your time, and really this time, I'm not going to pull out an extra question. Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank you.
time. Yes, and we're going to break for 2 minutes, and we'll reconvene at 2 p.m.
This is just a reminder, if you guys signed up online to testify, you still need to fill out one of these appearance cards to speak today, okay? Thank you.
Great. So before we begin with the public testimony, the following languages will be available in the room: Spanish, French, Haitian Creole, Mandarin, Fulani, Bangla, Wolof, and Arabic. The following languages will be streamed: Spanish, Haitian Creole, French, Mandarin, and Arabic. If you are here to testify, please fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant-at-Arms in the back of the room. And with that, we will open for public testimony. So our first panel, Sofia Gurule, Catherine Gonzalez, Deborah Lee, Carla Ostolaza, Me Too, Dar, and Sophie Dulcimer. So I want to remind you all to please state your name before you begin your testimony. And if you would like to start.
Good afternoon. I'm Carla Solaza, Managing Director of the Immigration Practice at the Bronx Defenders. Thank you, Chair Aviles, for your leadership and the opportunity to testify today. This committee's leadership and vision made possible the launching of the New York Immigrant Family Unity Project 12 years ago, ensuring universal access to representation for detained immigrant New Yorkers in deportation proceedings. Together with Brooklyn Defender Services and the Legal Aid Society, we're requesting $11.06 million for each organization, double our current budget, to ensure we have the resources proportional to the mass detention and deportation campaign we're fighting against. A deportation campaign that has particularly targeted immigrant New Yorkers. Since January, we have witnessed a staggering increase in detentions. Our recent clients include long-term green card holders detained at JFK after returning from visiting family abroad, undocumented parents and spouses of U.S. citizens swept up in home raids and on their way to work, and asylum seekers detained at ICE check-ins in front of their children while doing exactly what our government asked them to do. Last week, ICE announced the imminent reopening of Delaney Hall, a detention facility in Newark with 1,000 beds. We know ICE has the operational capacity to exponentially increase detention and deportations of New Yorkers, and this capacity will be supercharged if the mayor follows through with his plan of welcoming ICE back into Rikers to conduct uncounseled, coercive interviews. We urge the council to act now to ensure we have the resources to fight back. 97% of detained immigrants without legal representation are unsuccessful in challenging their deportation. Access to NIFAP representation increases the chances of winning deportation case by more than 1,000%. By reducing the amount of time our clients spend in ICE custody, we lower the social and economic cost of homelessness, foster care, and unemployment created by immigration detentions and avoidable deportations. We have represented thousands of detained New Yorkers and have the expertise to train new advocates to build capacity and meet this moment. NIFOP's promise is that no detained immigrant New Yorker will have to fight against family separation and deportation alone. With the Council's support, we will be able to keep this promise. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Gonzalez. I am a supervising attorney and policy counsel at Brooklyn Defender Services, along with the Legal Aid Society and Bronx Defenders. Brooklyn Defender Services has provided robust and comprehensive legal representation and wraparound support services for people in detained proceedings for over a decade. I'd like to thank the City Council for its consistent support of the NIFOP program, the nation's first publicly funded universal representation program for immigrants in deportation proceedings. And also thank you, Chair Aviles, for your strong support and for today's opportunity to testify. I want to highlight the ways in which advocacy of the NIFOP program has continued to be vitally important for New Yorkers facing deportation. Now more than ever, New York needs a strong and steadfast immigration defense program to meet the current unprecedented increase in enforcement and use of detention specifically. As my colleague stated, mass detention and deportation efforts have begun across this country, with New York City and those with criminal legal system involvement being particular targets. NIFOP serves New York immigrant communities in complex immigration matters in a rapidly changing legal immigration landscape. The complex nature of the cases our offices handled required specialized expertise and extensive preparation and resources. We anticipate a rapid change in the size, scope, and the pace of our work based upon the stated intention to really quickly detain and deport thousands of New Yorkers. We are also concerned about the due process rights that will be taken away from New Yorkers who are going to be subjected to the new expedited removal expansion and processes. When ICE arrests immigrant New Yorkers prior to the resolution of their pending state cases here in New York City, it infringes upon their ability to participate in their local family or criminal court cases. Detained deportation cases move really fast, sometimes going to trial within weeks. And so we just want the council to know that our programs must remain flexible and have the resources needed to respond as quickly as needed. Thank you very much.
My name is Deborah Lee, and I'm the attorney in charge of the Immigration Law Unit at the Legal Aid Society. Thank you, Chair Aviles, for this opportunity and for this committee for its support. Mass deportations are well underway nationwide, along with a cruel marketing effort intended to terrorize all of us. With each passing day of this presidential administration, our non-citizen family members, neighbors, and loved ones are being told again and again that ICE will hunt them down. Non-citizens in New York City, whether recent arrivals or long-term residents, no longer feel safe accompanying their children to school, seeking medical care, attending a religious service, or even going to their own immigration court hearing because they fear that ICE will summarily detain and deport them. Our mayor's aligning himself with the Trump administration, his intention to dismantle our sanctuary city laws, and his embedding of the New York Police Department with ICE agents is unacceptable. These not only reinforce the message that non-citizens are not safe in the city, but also that our local government agencies cannot be trusted. The Legal Aid Society calls upon City Council to meet this historic moment by doing whatever it can to protect non-citizens in New York City, including fighting any attempt to bring ICE back to Rikers. And more than it has generously done before, we ask City Council to robustly support organizations fighting on behalf of non-citizens. As the Bronx Defenders and Brooklyn Defender Services have testified, we are already seeing more non-citizen New Yorkers being detained by ICE. NIFOP providers are the experts in defending these New Yorkers who are at imminent risk of being removed from the United States and likely forever separated from their families here. We are best positioned to meet the challenge needed now to help these vulnerable New Yorkers. To that end, Legal Aid is asking for a desperately needed increase in NIFOP funding, $11.06 million for each provider. Legal Aid is also asking for $1.75 for our unaccompanied minors and families funding and continued funding for our low-wage worker initiative. Finally, we request a fair, robust, and comprehensive RFX process for the Immigrant Opportunities Initiative, one that preserves full legal representation services. Thank you.
My name is Sophie Dalsmer, and I'm co-director of the Health Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. Thank you, Chair Aviles and members of the Council for the opportunity to testify today. New York Lawyers for the Public Interest is privileged to be part of the City Council's Immigrant Health Initiative, and we thank you for that support. We ask the Council to continue and enhance support for this initiative, which continues to save lives and improve health across our city. Due to the growing complexity of immigration representation and healthcare access in this political moment, we are seeking a $650,000 allocation from City Council's Immigrant Health Initiative in the fiscal year 2026. This work takes on heightened urgency in the face of a hostile federal administration and a lack of mayoral leadership, where we have seen that adverse immigration actions can be a matter of life or death. As increasing numbers of New Yorkers are detained in immigration jails, we are one of few organizations focused on medical advocacy and the acute health hazards of immigration detention. Similarly, in the face of continued attacks on people of transgender experience, we continue to offer culturally competent legal representation and connections to gender-affirming healthcare to immigrants who identify as transgender, gender nonconforming, and those living with HIV. In addition, we are a trusted resource for immigrants in New York City who have serious medical conditions or disabilities through holistic, direct legal representation, litigation, community education, strategic partnerships with public hospitals, and non-legal advocacy. And most recently, our office has responded to an unprecedented demand from medical providers on how to ensure that their facilities remain safe for immigrant patients now that the Trump administration has rescinded the sensitive locations memorandum, which historically limited ICE enforcement at healthcare settings. Doctors and healthcare workers have come to us, and they are overwhelmed and panicked about how to serve their immigrant patients. Community members are foregoing vital services out of fear that they will be detained or deported. With your continued and enhanced support, we look forward to continuing to respond to these urgent needs and advocating for our immigrant communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Aviles and honorable members of the Immigration Committee for holding this hearing at a time when immigrants need our assistance now more than ever. My name is Mithu Dar, and as the Managing Attorney of the City Council Program for CUNY Citizenship Now, I'm here on behalf of our Interim Director, Monique Francis, and the staff of CUNY Citizenship Now to advocate for funding for immigrant legal service providers. CUNY Citizenship Now has been a beacon of hope and support for thousands of immigrants in New York City. Since the expansion of services to New York City Council members in 2010, we've assisted over 74,000 immigrants by providing free, high-quality, and confidential immigration services. As frontline providers, we serve constituents from all 51 New York City Council districts and provide in-person assistance at council member district offices and community-based organizations throughout the city. We also provide remote services as needed. Our programs serve as a lifeline for immigrants who want to remain in the United States and build a better future in the city. In the last fiscal year, CUNY Citizenship Now assisted close to 5,000 New Yorkers. In addition to our large-scale citizenship events sponsored by council members, constituents receive one-on-one immigration consultations and assistance completing applications in the areas of naturalization and family-based immigration. These services are provided free of charge, ensuring that financial barriers do not prevent individuals from accessing the help that they need. Under the new administration, there's been an increase in deportations carried out by ICE, creating fear within the immigrant community. Reports indicate that on average, since January 20th, ICE has removed 9,400 immigrants per week, with plans to increase these numbers. Additionally, the rapid onslaught of executive orders and policy changes has caused confusion, turmoil, and panic. Many immigrants are finding themselves in harrowing situations, unsure of their rights and options. To address the needs of constituents, CUNY Citizenship Now is offering workshops that provide valuable information and resources to help immigrants understand their rights and protections. The demand for our services continue to grow exponentially. Our current funding will not allow us to meet these increased needs. We're seeking $5 million in funding for fiscal year 2026, a restoration of our current $3.1 million allocation and an enhancement of $1.9 million. Increased funding will allow the program to expand services at a time when it's needed most, including offering Know Your Rights presentations, additional Know Your Rights presentations, providing an extra day of service to council members, creating a hotline, and holding more citizenship events throughout the city. We urge you to continue supporting funding for immigration services. Together, we can ensure that invaluable programs like CUNY Citizenship Now continue to provide the assistance and services that so many New Yorkers rely on. Thank you.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sofia Elena Gurule, and I am a trustee and constitutional officer elected union-wide by the workers of the Association of Legal Advocates and Attorneys, United Auto Workers Local 2325. UAW 2325 represents over 3,400 active and retired legal services workers at over 30 nonprofit organizations in the New York City metropolitan area, including the 3 NIAFUP organizations, the Bronx Defenders, Brooklyn Defender Services, and the Legal Aid Society. 2325 workers are attorneys and non-attorneys, including paralegals, social workers, investigators, administrative workers, interpreters, IT workers, community organizers, and more. As UAW workers, we are dedicated to the public good. Specifically, we work to guarantee community safety by ensuring New Yorkers have access to justice in our courts, as well as life-saving social services and benefits. This work includes defending those who are not born in the United States and are facing deportation and other barriers to U.S. citizenship. While UAW 2325 workers are an essential labor force, decades of underfunding has led to untenable working conditions. We're facing an attrition and workload crisis. We're facing a student debt crisis. Our salaries and retirement benefits have failed to keep pace with our counterparts in DA's offices and corporation counsel. Such inequity in funding speaks volumes. When workers in public defense have stagnant wages, the legal services poor and working class New Yorkers receive are degraded. When the legal services for poor and working class New Yorkers are degraded, the scales of justice weigh in favor of the rich and wealthy, undermining fundamental tenets of the U.S. legal system. 2325 workers are dedicated to public defense, but when we can no longer afford to stay, many are forced to go to jobs in the public sector that have better salaries and real pensions, such as the Attorney General's office and Office of Court Administration. But then positions in public defense requiring experience go unfilled, leaving those who remain overburdened with rising caseloads, and we lose talent and institutional knowledge. Attempts to meaningfully fill senior positions that often fail. This is why UAW has fundamentally changed the terrain of New York City legal services through our union organizing. Now over 95% of legal services workers in New York City are UAW workers. I'll repeat, over 95% of legal services workers in New York City are UAW members. We will no longer accept a race to the bottom where austerity budgets reign. At every bargaining table, we demand more. This year, we have aligned the contracts of over 2,100 legal services workers across 12 unionized workplaces to expire on June 30th, 2025 for a potential sector-wide strike in July that could shut down courts across the city. While we are committed to bargaining in good faith with our employers and we would like to avert a strike, we are prepared to hold our labor to win a future for the thousands of workers who need better wages for the long term. And our wins as unionized workers mean wins for the poor and working class citywide, union and non-union alike. In fiscal year 2026, we are asking the council to fully fund legal services so our employers and us as workers can meet our core bargaining demands. Together, we are bargaining to establish a living wage floor of $70,000 for entry-level, mostly non-attorney workers who are the heartbeat and bloodline of public defense, yet consistently underpaid. We are bargaining to guarantee a minimum of 4.5% cost of living adjustment. We are bargaining to ensure our retirement benefits match what public sector's employees get in the state retirement system.
Sophie, if you could.
Yes, I'm almost done. We are bargaining to increase salaries to keep pace with agencies such as the Federal Defenders and Attorney General's Office to retain experienced legal services workers. The bottom line is our salaries are just too low and the cost of living in the city is just too high. We are not, as UAW workers, immune to the affordability crisis in this city. 2325's demands to increase workers' wages and benefits necessarily includes funding NIAFUP to the fullest extent possible. We support our NIAFUP employers' request to double NIAFUP funding from $5.53 million per organization to $11.06 million per organization. In fact, we are proud to testify alongside them today for the shared purpose of funding essential legal services workers to defend immigrant New Yorkers. When workers' working conditions thrive, the community thrives. This is why we're testifying here today, to do what we do every day in New York City's courts and beyond, fight for poor and working class New Yorkers to make this city more just, more equitable, and a place for all people to thrive. Thank you.
Wrong direction. Thank you for your testimony. I just have a few questions for this panel. We saw Moya could not respond to the question of what recommendations would you provide in order to strengthen the NIAFUP program. A resounding clear, more funding from everyone. I was wondering if there were other operational things that you would offer that we should also be thinking about and how to strengthen the program in this context.
let's keep ICE out of Rikers. I think that would be. I think just I'm very concerned about it's not only the fear, and that's what I was mentioning in my oral testimony. It's not only a fear, it's just that our government agencies are not being trusted. They're saying certain things, or they're saying, oh yes, please call us, if you're a crime victim, but they're not safe. And collusion between the NYPD and ICE has to stop. That has to stop. No one's going to be safe if that continues to happen. So that would be, I don't know if others have.
I mean, I do want to emphasize the funding portion. I talked a lot about our working conditions and us being UAW members, but really when we talk about the NIFAP providers, we're talking about the workers. We're talking, I have been a NIFAP staff attorney since 2017. I have gone through now 3 different administrations, 2 of which have been the Trump administration, and what we're seeing right now is something that is more organized, more concerted, more hate-filled than even what we saw when I first started as a NIFAP attorney. The attrition is real. We have lost social workers. We've had to lose paralegals, and I cannot emphasize enough how much retaining those workers is so critical. We need to have stable legal services and stable legal services workers because we are the people that provide those services. And unfortunately, when we want to talk about stopping deportations, while there are a lot of creative ways to do that, one key way to keep families together, and not only to keep families together, but to get them on a path to U.S. citizenship, is by funding advocates like us, because we are the people that are doing that, not only in the deportation courts themselves, but before agencies like USCIS, when we are the people that are filing the work permit applications, the asylum applications, the T-visa applications, and unfortunately, the need is so dire right now. We get constant referrals from people from all over the city, and we're unable to fully meet everyone's needs because of the lack of funding. So I do want to emphasize that.
Thank you. I actually wanted to ask if for the NIFAP providers at the table, is there a waiting list, or how do you manage more demand than capacity?
Yeah, I can speak to that. We don't have a wait list. We have a dual system for intake. One is a core-based intake, so we have a calendar shared, and actually intake at Varick Street Immigration Court went up from 2 days a week to 4 days a week a couple of weeks ago. We staff every single day. Anyone who's there who's unrepresented, we take down their A number and we go find them in detention because the administration doesn't cooperate with us to make it any easier than that. And then we have another system where we get referrals for people who are not appearing at Varick Street Immigration Court. They're appearing at Elizabeth, but they're New York City residents and they need our help. So as we get the cases, we coordinate with each other and we assign them. But I fear that how things are evolving, our capacity will be very, very strained, more than it actually is right now.
And I think in terms of, we're seeing lots of transfers, people who are moving, there just needs to be, I think, more flexibility. I think we don't know what the onslaught is going to be, say in 6 months from now. We don't know what that's going to be, but we have a sense already of what we're already seeing. People being transferred, say from the Orange County Jail, they're going to Batavia, they're going down to Texas, they're just being moved around. Those are New Yorkers. Those are the New Yorkers that we want to help protect. But I think we just need to have some flexibility to be able to deal with that. I think from legal aid's perspective, we are seeing criminal defense practice clients who are being detained. And we want to follow those clients and protect those. So we're already representing those people. We want to provide those holistic services, but I think we just need flexibility just to be built in, to be baked in, essentially, I think, into the work that we do. I think we're sometimes maybe a little bit constrained by sort of the exact parameters in terms of who's eligible, who's not eligible. I think we just want to be able to serve as many as we can, responsibly can, but also sort of have that flexibility sort of built in. I just also, going to your question before, I do also just want to add that I think sometimes there's a misperception about who NIFAP clients are and who we serve. I think especially with recent events such as the passage of the Laken Riley Act and the just intense pressure on ICE to detain and round up as many as possible, detention is going to hit everyone. All the people who are providing immigration services, they're going to have a client, they're going to have a family member, somebody who is going to be impacted by detention. So I do think also, in addition to the funding need, which is tremendous, I think that also involves legal education for other legal service providers who just may not have had that sort of experience yet with their client base, but it is going to touch them. I think also technical assistance for these other legal service providers, other advocates, just to understand what are the processes, what is going on with a bond hearing, is the person even eligible for a bond, and to be able to sort of help others increase their own expertise. I think that is also something that we need to think about with the knife of funding and sort of just what we, how we meet the moment.
If I could just add one thing as well, I think it's also important for that funding to include people who can also advocate more broadly on a structural level for policies that are pro-immigrant, that support immigrant communities. A lot of our work and a lot of the NIFUP workers in the UAW not only are doing legal defense, which is highly technical, very onerous, the burden is on us. Unlike in criminal defense, we have to prove everything throughout a person's entire life, but also in our free time, because we are so dedicated to the work that we do, we're doing Know Your Rights trainings, we're going to community events, and we're going to city council to testify about this need, not just for funding, but just to allow workers to do this work in a sustainable way and consistent way so that the community has consistent legal resources. So also including funding for people to do that kind of advocacy.
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you all for the work that you are doing, and I hear you. And we have to care for the caretakers, and none of this works without you and dignified work conditions, and appropriate pay and all the things, and supporting your mental health. This is an incredible body of work that is emotional and difficult, particularly in a context where, the federal government is so hateful. Like, there is just nothing but hate driving that agenda. So thank you all for your partnership and the work you're doing, and for your testimony, and we'll be in touch on specific elements of this. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next panel, Natalia Anistazabal, Arianaku, I didn't see Arianaku, Aracelis Lucero, Navdeep Bains, Naima Dahir, and I believe online Vladimir Tilali. Oh, yeah. Ay, gracias. Natalia, perdón if I mispronounced your last name. Honor the ancestors, but please start. Mike.
There you go. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you to Chair Aviles for the public hearing today. My name is Natalia Aristizabal. I am the Deputy Director of Make Their Own New York, and I'm here to testify on behalf of our 28,000 members and staff. We thank you for this opportunity. In the face of anti-immigrant attacks, transphobic attacks, budget cuts, and other assaults on working people, Make the Road is working around the clock to defend ourselves and to meet the surge and needs for services. Here are some of the services and the critical work that we're doing right now. We're providing immigration legal services to reunite families who have been separated by ICE. We're doing Know Your Rights trainings for thousands of New Yorkers so families know how to handle interactions with enforcement agencies. And on that point, the city needs to spend resources making sure that we are educating as many community members in as many languages as possible. We're connecting uninsured families to desperately needed health care and vaccines for kids, organizing with vibrant trans Latinx communities in Queens to win policies that improve safety and well-being. We're providing the highest quality college access support to low-income high school students who are the first-generation college goers. We need the council's support more than ever. We ask the council to use every available tool to reverse the mayor's attack on immigrants. Federal immigration enforcement must not be allowed to come into our city and terrorize our people, especially when the mayor wants to undermine the laws that this chamber has passed protecting immigrant New Yorkers. The services that the organization like us provides are essential. We need expanded funding for the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, which provides high-quality legal representation to individuals on the fear of being deported by creating a $25 million Rapid Response Fund. The city should also make sure that there's enough money for legal screening so people know if they have any risk. Allocate additional $5 million to the Department of Consumer and Worker Protections to ensure strong enforcement of paid sick leave and new minimum pay rule for delivery workers. Double baseline funding for adult literacy programs funded through the OECD from $12 million to $24 million. Protect New Yorkers' health by expanding overall funding to the Access Health Initiative to $4 million. Allocate $2.36 million in funding for the MCCAP initiative and maintain the fiscal levels funding this year for the Ending Epidemic and Immigrant Health Initiatives. And lastly, restore a baseline funding for youth and education, $12 million for restorative justice, $14 million for community schools, $3.3 million for student success centers, and $5 million for the mental health continuum. Thank you.
Okay, hello, can you hear me? Yeah? All right. So good afternoon, Chair Aviles. My name is Ayanakwe Omaragbon, and I am the New York Policy Manager at African Communities Together. Thank you for holding today's very important preliminary budget hearing. As New York Policy Manager, I support ACT's leadership in the Language Justice Collaborative and work with organizations like MASA, the Asian American Federation, Haitian American United for Progress, the Immigrant Advocates Response Collaborative, the New York Immigration Coalition to eliminate language and cultural barriers to New York immigrants' access to public services. We also work to create a pipeline to employment for New Yorkers trained in interpretation. I'm here today to ask City Council to advocate for the renewal of $3.8 million in funding for the Interpreter Bank and New York's language services cooperatives. When it comes to enhancing and broadening New York City language access policy, African Communities Together is not new to this fight. For a very long time, we've been advocating for legislation mandating the translation of state and city services into multiple languages. We launched Afrolingual, which is New York's very first African worker-owned language collaborative, and we're months close to working with the collaborative to launch the first New York Community Interpreter Bank. Last year, thanks to your leadership and the support of your colleagues at the council, the collaborative was granted $3.8 million. We are extremely proud of the work we were able to do, which included, but was not exclusive to partnering with the City University of New York, particularly Hostos, to develop and launch a new 60-hour certification course for community interpreters. As you and I both know, we are in unprecedented times, and New York City is under attack. Over the last 100 days, wow, it feels like 100 years, it's kind of crazy, but over the last 100 days, President Trump, has aimed at altering U.S. long-standing birthright citizenship policy. As recent as 5 days ago, President Trump signed an executive order designated English as the official language of the United States. My big fear in response to this particular executive order is that in times of emergency, African communities and other communities with limited English proficiency will be further isolated and vulnerable when it comes to accessing vital and critical services. Renewing the Language Access Grant and other initiatives pertaining to language access will help ACT and LJC elevate our efforts to provide support for legal services, improve rapid response efforts, and increase the critical community and know your rights trainings necessary to protect protect our communities in this season. I would like to thank City Council for all of the work you all have been doing over the last year for empowering immigrant New Yorkers and your commitment to prioritizing language access and budget negotiations. So we hope that we can continue to collaborate with you all on this important issue in FY26 and years to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have a little bit of cough, so bear with me. My name is Araceli Zucero. I'm the Executive Director of MASA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for always your fierce advocacy for asking the right questions unapologetically. I love that. And so I represent an organization in the South Bronx. Today, I did want to focus on a particular community. About 35% of the community that we serve speaks an indigenous language of Latin America. Some of these languages include Mixteco, Nahuatl, Trapaneco, Mam, Quiche, Zapoteco, Garifuna, to name a few. And today we're here to uplift our indigenous-speaking immigrant community who are doubly marginalized as they try to navigate complex systems in a language that isn't even their primary language, and even Spanish interpretations isn't always offered, available, or of quality service, as I think we have witnessed many times. And they certainly at this moment face imminent threats given their lack of immigration status. In particular, our data confirms the existing disparities between indigenous community members and the general immigration population that we serve. We find that our indigenous-speaking communities earn less, have had less opportunities to complete high school and opportunities to complete other higher levels of formal education. They often feel discriminated against for their indigenous background, immigrant status, and lack of English proficiency. Since 2017, the Language Justice Collaborative has been leading the effort for language justice in New York City to include people who speak languages of limited diffusion. MASA is honored to be leading the charge in building New York City's capacity to provide quality interpretation services in both English and Spanish and indigenous languages by training interpreters and building our community of interpreter program and launching a language worker cooperative. We are requesting that the City Council continue to provide, it was originally $5 million, in funding to support the innovative work of the Language Worker Cooperative and the Interpreter Bank. I'd like to take this time, if I may, to share some of the results from a 2023 survey that we did to 200 indigenous speakers from Latin America living across New York City, which represent about 11 languages of Latin America. 90% of the respondents said that they would be interested in becoming an interpreter and forming part of a worker cooperative. Independently, 81% were interested in receiving support to start a business, and only 21% had had prior experience in starting a business. 81% reported feeling job secure, which I'm certain that job secure at the moment, which I'm certain has decreased at this time, but only 26% of the respondents said that their income was sufficient to support their families. 100% of our respondents agreed that quality interpretation services for indigenous speakers was needed, and 74% had already had prior experience interpreting informally for family and fellow community members. When asked in what industries interpretation services were most needed, 93% responded in the health sector, such as clinics and hospitals, 66% in education, and 55% in courts, such as criminal and immigration court. The language access funding not only ensures that we do the right thing by our most marginalized communities, but it's a workforce development opportunity that would allow community members to gain entrepreneurial skills and leverage a key asset they already have, which is their mother tongues, so that they can secure more income for themselves. If you allow me really briefly, I'd also like to advocate for the restoration and funding of the Rapid Response Network and NIFUP. That is really, really critical work to continue to support innovative community-based solutions, such as the Pro Se Plus project. It was one of the first groups that really met the call to action in December 2022. We meet every Thursday, and I think it's a really good model that we should continue to be able to fund. It's part of the Aslan network that today I learned was zeroed out, and so we'd love your advocacy on making sure that this project continues to continue to provide adult literacy-based funding and pilot funding, to pass Intro 214, and to ensure transparency and equity in the distribution of funding across immigrant-serving organizations. I think we started that conversation. How do we make sure that the funding is being fairly distributed across the city to the organizations on the ground? And last but not least, to continue to hold the Department of Education accountable for protecting immigrant families and children. Just a quick thing to share. We did share with a district that I can share more details later that we were able to provide Know Your Rights sessions, and they had said that they had some pre-approved list, but they were still having a hard time getting Know Your Rights sessions. And so it's really alarming to me that, you know, we can't go in, we're ready to go in, and we've been doing this with other schools, but that there's limitations. And so I think that the Department of Education should focus on just meeting the needs of immigrant families and getting them the help that they need as quickly as possible, with local groups that have history doing the work. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to Chair Alexa Aviles and the Committee on Immigration for holding this hearing and for giving us the opportunity to testify on the fiscal year 26 budget. I am Navi Baines. I'm the Associate Director of Advocacy and Policy at the Asian American Federation, where we proudly represent the collective voice of more than 70 member nonprofit organizations that serve 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. I want to start off by saying that we firmly believe that as a sanctuary city, we should welcome all immigrants with the dignity and fairness they deserve so they can come to this country like so many of us or our parents did to work hard and provide a safe life for our families. 1 in 6 New Yorkers is Asian, and our community is the fastest growing demographic in the city, making up over 17% of the total population. My written testimony will heighten the vast needs of our community, but today, right now, I want to focus on our language access needs as a member of the Language Justice Collaborative. So the Asian Americans have the highest rates of limited English language proficiency in the city. The current limited English proficiency rate for our community is 44%, meaning nearly 1 in 2 Asians face language challenges that may limit their access to government services, employment, education, and civic participation. AAF, along with our community members, ACT, MASA, NYC, HOPE, and IARC, we advocate for increased language access through the enforcement of existing laws and by creating innovative programs, like my colleagues have already discussed, to address gaps in language interpretation services. In fiscal year 25, City Council allocated $3.8 million towards language access programming, including for the development of language access work cooperatives and a community interpreter bank. We applaud the council's support and urge you all to again support funding for this initiative in the fiscal year 26 budget to ensure continuity and sustainability for these programs that are already in progress. I'd like to share that within this fiscal year, AAF worked with our member organizations to recruit community members to serve as prospective translators in our Asian language work cooperative. So far, we've screened and recruited community members and are putting 40 people who've passed the screening process through language testing to ensure they meet the qualifications to become translators. Prospective members of the cooperative will later go on through interpreter training, and once that's completed, they will be poised to provide interpretation and translation services, as well as ESOL instruction. In addition to providing government and nonprofit interpretation, they have the potential to meet the ever-growing demand for professional, high-quality language services for our court system, for hospitals, schools, and the private sector. And all this while, this opportunity provides an employment and business ownership chance to our local community members, who many of whom are already meeting the city's gap in translation services without any compensation at all for doing this work. I'm happy to answer any questions about the work that we've done so far, and thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Aviles and members of the Immigration Committee. My name is Naima Dahir, and I'm here on behalf of the Arab American Family Support Center as their new Budget Advocacy Manager. I'm here with an urgent request. Community-based organizations like ours need immediate support to continue serving vulnerable New Yorkers. Just weeks into the new administration, harmful policies are already having devastating impacts. Our federally funded mental health and domestic violence programs face unprecedented shortfalls of $1.1 million due to funding freezes. Without intervention, these essential services, including counseling and crisis intervention, are at risk. At the same time, immigrant communities are in growing danger. Recent federal actions, including ramped-up ICE enforcement and the targeting of Muslim, Arab, Palestinian, Black, and South Asian communities, have sown fear. Families are withdrawing from public benefits, students are afraid to leave shelters, and mental health referrals at the Arab American Family Support Center have surged 80% since Inauguration Day. We are responding by expanding mental health and legal services, strengthening security, and training staff to ensure that our spaces remain safe. But we need the city's support. We urge you to advocate for emergency city funding to help organizations like ours bridge federal funding gaps. Publicly reaffirm New York City's commitment to being a sanctuary city by ensuring that city agencies do not cooperate with unjust federal immigration enforcement. Support legal protections and resources for immigrant communities facing increased enforcement threats, and allocate additional fundings to CBOs providing mental health, anti-violence, and social services to at-risk families. Now is the time for bold action. Our communities are in crisis, and we cannot stand by as federal policies threaten their safety and stability. We ask for your partnership to ensure that New York City remains a place of refuge and resilience. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to testify today. It was my first time ever. And I look forward to working together to protect the most vulnerable amongst us. Thank you so much.
Great job. We're gonna go to our next panelist on Zoom, and then I have a question or two. Vladimir Tlali?
Yes. Hola a todos, buenas tardes. Hello everyone, my name is Vladimir Tlali and I am the Senior Policy Strategist at the New York Immigration Coalition. Thank you, Chair Aviles and members of the Immigration Committee for the opportunity to testify. Today, I speak on behalf of over 200 immigrant-serving organizations and the millions of New Yorkers who depend on a budget that reflects our city values, not one that abandons them. Our communities are outraged by Mayor Eric Adams' backroom deals with the Trump administration, trading away the safety and dignity of immigrant New Yorkers in exchange for his federal corruption charges being dropped. The actions of this administration have eroded trust in city government, spread fear in our communities, and intentionally collaborated with a federal agenda of cruelty, scapegoating, and neglect, one that targets our hardworking neighbors and separates our families. We are deeply disappointed by this administration's proposed budget cuts, gutting legal services, eliminating funding for asylum seekers, and slashing programs that sustain working families is a direct attack on our communities. Since 2022, New York has welcomed over 230,000 asylum seekers. Taking away their support is not just fiscally reckless, it is morally indefensible. The City Council must act now. Council Member Aviles, members of the Immigration and Finance Committee, today we urge you to restore and expand funding for legal services, childcare, education, and housing programs. These programs are not luxury. They are the foundation of a fair and a just society. Among our budget priorities, I want to highlight a few. $59 million for immigration legal services, $40 million for the Immigrant Opportunity Initiative, and $25 million for the Citywide Rapid Response Fund. Additionally, we must protect and uplift working families by ensuring funding for adult literacy, 2K, pre-K, 3K, and universal childcare. Beyond the budget, we also demand bold policy action to protect the most vulnerable within us. This includes the Introduction 214, the New York City Trust Act, which could grant immigrant New Yorkers the right to sue if their legal protections are violated, and the Street Vendors Package, which could increase permits, eliminate criminal liability, and create work opportunities for hardworking vendors. New York has always been a beacon and a sanctuary for those seeking a better life. Whether someone has been here 30 years or 30 days, they deserve our support. This is who we are, and this is what we believe. Now, we must act. In times of national darkness, the city budget must reflect our legacy as a welcoming city. We cannot allow fear or political arrangements to dictate our policies. New York must light the way forward. We urge the Council to stand firm, fight back, and ensure that every New Yorker, regardless of immigration status, can thrive and call this city home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. I guess first I'd like to thank this panel obviously for your work and community, your incredible advocacy. You brought the energy that I was hoping our agencies would bring, the fervor, the commitment, the fight, the understanding that we are in a very particular moment, and our responsibility is to use everything in our power to protect New Yorkers. And what we saw was like flatline advocacy, and it is infuriating. So I just want to thank you all for pushing through and pushing all of us to hold accountability. I just feel the need to say this. The executive order from the Trump administration declaring English as the official language, a mí no me importa. Porque en Puerto Rico vamos a seguir hablando español, y que se vaya él y que se vayan ellos. So whatever that theater is for their xenophobic audience, we will continue to be a multilingual city. And thank you for the work of building on that incredible resource of people that we have in our city who can offer both work opportunities and just really lean into the multiracial, multilingual, multi-beautiful city that we are. So thank you truly from the bottom of my heart for pushing through and making us live into that reality. I guess with that, we will move on to the next panel, but thank you.
Thank you.
Our next panel, Ligia Gualpa, Eduardo Garcia, William Medina, perdón, and Joel Sanchez. I think Lee has a...
All right. Good afternoon, Chair of the Immigration Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Eduardo Garcia, and I represent the Workers' Justice Project, a workers' rights organization based in Brooklyn. We operate 2 centers, one in Sunset Park and one in Williamsburg, but we serve workers across all of NYC. The majority of our members are domestic cleaning, construction, and app delivery workers. Over the past year, we've been at the forefront of supporting 8,000 newly arrived New Yorkers by providing access to workers' rights education, training, and critical resources. We're proud to support construction, domestic cleaning, and app delivery workers as they fight for better wages and safer working conditions. In the past 9 months, we have achieved several key milestones, including empowering workers through case management, which led to a major labor investigation by the Attorney General's office and the recovery of $16.75 million in stolen tips for DoorDash workers, helping recover $40,000 in stolen wages from DoorDash, registering 225 app delivery workers for the newly launched e-bike trade program, providing training to over 230 delivery workers on navigating legal systems in the face of the aggressive ticketing and harassment by the NYPD, assisting nearly 100 migrant workers in securing deferred action status, training 800 workers in obtaining 40-hour construction site safety certifications, connecting workers with jobs and workforce development training through our day labor centers, and generating nearly $1,000 in income for their families. These examples highlight how a small grassroots organization like ours are often on the forefront, responding to the needs of our communities and frequently stepping in to do the work that the city agencies have failed to do. Today, we come before you once again asking for your support to ensure that the center continues to operate by receiving city funding. We are requesting continued support for initiatives such as the Day Labor Workforce Initiative, construction site safety, Protect NYC Immigrant Families Initiative, Low Wage Worker Support, Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, and the Support for Immigrant and Women Workers Initiative. These programs are vital for our community, and with your help, we can continue to educate, organize, and provide vital resources to our neighbors and immigrant workers. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Buenas tardes a todos los miembros del Comité de Migración y personas presentes. Mi nombre es Joel Sánchez. Soy mexicano y llevo más de 12 años viviendo en los Estados Unidos.
Joel, si puedes parar un minuto, tenemos que hacer interpretación. Are you gonna read it after? Ah, bueno, perdón.
No,
sí,
cuidado.
puedes, sí.
Ok. Mi nombre es Joel Sánchez, soy mexicano y llevo más de 12 años viviendo en los Estados Unidos. Soy jornalero, trabajador de la construcción y carpintero de oficio. En esta última temporada, bajo la actual administración, los trabajadores inmigrantes hemos estado enfrentando cada vez más desafíos en nuestro día a día, comenzando por la escasez de trabajo y las constantes amenazas de deportación que nos mantienen en un estado permanente de ansiedad. Somos cada día más vulnerables en nuestros lugares de trabajo y expuestos a condiciones inseguras, al robo de salario, a la explotación laboral, al acoso y a la presión física y psicológica que genera el miedo constante de no poder cubrir nuestras necesidades básicas como la renta y la alimentación. Cuando llegué a Nueva York comencé a trabajar como ayudante de construcción. Nos obligaban a trabajar jornadas de 10 a 12 horas diarias, pero solo nos pagaban como un día normal, sin reconocer las horas extras. Cuando algún compañero se atrevía a reclamar su pago de tiempo extra, el empleador simplemente respondía: ya no hay trabajo, y lo despedían. Yo, como recién llegado y necesitado de dinero, guardaba silencio por temor a perder mi empleo. Hace 8 años me integré al proyecto Justicia Laboral y gracias a esta organización aprendí que tengo derecho a exigir un pago justo de mi salario, incluyendo las horas extras, y que puedo denunciar a los empleadores que no respetan las leyes laborales. Actualmente tengo un caso presente ante el Departamento de Trabajo porque reconozco mis derechos y espero que me reconozcan todos los días trabajados. Este es solo un ejemplo de lo que uno aprende gracias a las organizaciones comunitarias. Es fundamental que se mantenga y fortalezca nuestro derecho a organizarnos y que sigan existiendo organizaciones que aboguen por nuestros derechos y ofrezcan capacitaciones para que cada trabajador pueda defenderse. Esto es esencial para fomentar la dignidad y el trabajo mientras construimos una economía justa y sostenible en nuestras comunidades. Les pido que consideren fortalecer los mecanismos de denuncia de abusos laborales, haciendo más accesibles para personas de la comunidad independientemente del estatus migratorio. Esperamos que desde esta comisión sigan facilitando las denuncias contra empleadores que utilizan amenazas, intimidación, manipulación y represalias contra trabajadores por su estatus migratorio. Después de tantos años construyendo esta ciudad, muchos de nosotros no tenemos posibilidades de un retiro digno. La ciudad de Nueva York se ha construido con nuestras manos. Merecemos protección y respeto en el presupuesto. Gracias por su atención.
So for the English version of Joel Sanchez's testimony, good morning to all members of the Immigration Committee and those present. My name is Joel Sanchez. I am Mexican and have been living in the United States for more than 12 years. I'm a day laborer, construction worker, and carpenter by trade. In this recent period, under the current administration, migrant workers have been facing increasingly more challenges in our daily lives, beginning with the scarcity of work and constant threats of deportation that keep us in the permanent state of anxiety. We are becoming more vulnerable in our workplaces each day, exposed to the unsafe conditions, wage theft, labor exploitation, harassment, and physical and psychological pressures generated by the constant fear of not being able to cover our basic needs, such as food and rent. When I arrived in New York, I began working as a construction helper, and we were forced to work 10 to 12 hours per day. But were only paid as a normal day without recognition of overtime hours. When a worker dared to claim their overtime pay, the employer simply responded, "There's no more work," and fired them. I, as a newcomer and in need of money, kept silent for fear of losing my job. 8 years ago, I joined the Workers' Justice Project, and thanks to this organization, I learned that I have the right to demand fair payment of my wages, including overtime, and that I can report employers who do not respect labor laws. Currently, I have a case filed with the Department of Labor because I recognize my rights and hope to be recognized for all the days that I work. This is just one example of what one learns thanks to community organizations. It is essential that our right to organize be maintained and strengthened, and that organizations continue to exist that advocate for our rights and offering training so that each worker can defend themselves. This is essential to promote dignity at work while we build a fair and sustainable economy in our communities. I ask you to consider strengthening mechanisms for reporting labor abuses, making them more accessible to people with language barriers. We hope that this committee will continue to facilitate complaints against employers who use threats, intimidation, manipulation, and retaliation against workers due to their immigration status. After so many years building this city, many of us do not have the possibility of a dignified retirement. New York City has been built with our hands. We deserve protection and respect in the budget. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Chair. My name is William Medina, lead delivery worker, organizer, and member of the Worker Justice Project. Over the 6 years I've been doing this job, I have faced different situations where making delivery has been more than just a challenge, including extreme weather, thefts, and injustice by the apps that treat us like machines with which they can multiply their profits. Today, this work is becoming increasingly difficult, not only because we are constantly under the watch of these apps, but also because there is a fear in the streets due to our status for being rejected simply because of how we look physically or because we are doing work that is mostly performed by immigrants. This fear is not only mine, but also thousands of my fellow delivery workers who are not only exposed to the dangers of the streets, but now also fear those who should be protecting us. There is a tension when delivering food to a building with the uncertainty of not knowing what will happen or who will come to receive the order and how will be received given my condition. The frustration, fear, and the feeling and I might be detained are constant from the moment I step out onto the street without knowing whether I will make it back home. Day by day, delivery workers become an easy target, and we are increasingly exposed. The way they're trying to criminalize or punish people who are simply offering a service to the community is a way to punish those who bring food to people's tables. Offering good service, we have been pursued by the police, and for any reason, no matter how small, they're trying to issue fines, and many of us have unjustified tickets, yet delivery workers have taken it upon themselves to resolve these fines by attending court, even with the fear of not knowing what might happen. Even so, we pay the ticket because we seek to be more responsible and committed. Our organizing work will not stop. These moments are crucial to demonstrating our commitment to people in vulnerable conditions, and the challenge makes us stronger. We have carried our awareness campaigns, street safety initiatives, inform others of their rights, and help reinforce laws to protect all those who need it. We have also been working with various city agencies to create many more protections. The community is always alert because we are an organization that has created a positive impact in all five boroughs in New York City. We are here today asking City Council to provide funding to keep our centers open, funding to keep providing case management and education, and support to our communities. Thank you.
So, thank you to the entire panel. Muchísimas gracias por su testimonio, estar aquí, su trabajo. Thank you for the work that you do for our city, for making it a great city, because it would not be great without any of you. También la importancia de su testimonio aquí en esta audiencia es para que otros puedan ver que ellos también tienen derechos en nuestra ciudad y que vean que aunque hay algunos que son muy odiosos, hay muchísimos que estamos aquí luchando por las protecciones de la comunidad inmigrante. Muchísimas gracias por estar, por su testimonio, por su trabajo. And I just said it is so important to have the testimony of people on the ground, both to model to others that they should be testifying and that they should know they have rights in this city. And while there are a hateful band of individuals that are trying to take those away and sabotage our city, there are many, many individuals that are in fact fighting to protect immigrant New Yorkers and all New Yorkers, because everyone deserves dignity. So muchísimas gracias a todos. Thank you. The next panel, Ira Yankwit, Germán Pérez, ay Dios mío, Liliana Danilova, Samaovi Mariam, Luis Torres. Okay. Ira, did I say your name incorrectly?
Perfect.
Ah, shame. Amazing, if you'd like to start.
Good afternoon, Chair Alviles and staff of the committee. My name is Ira Yankwit, and I am the Executive Director of the Literacy Assistance Center and a proud member of the New York City Coalition for Adult Literacy. As you know, there are currently over 2.2 million adults in New York City with limited English language proficiency or who do not have a high school diploma. Yet combined city and state funding for adult literacy education is so limited that fewer than 3% of these New Yorkers are able to access ESOL, adult basic education, or GED classes in any given year. Moreover, while the need for adult education classes has only grown over the past 2 years, in FY25, the Adams administration inexplicably cut funding for community-based adult literacy programs funded through multi-year contracts with DYCD from $17 million to $12 million. This reduction in funding has been maintained in the mayor's preliminary budget for FY26. The overwhelming majority of the 2.2 million New Yorkers in need of adult literacy classes are poor and working class immigrants, women, and people of color. And there is a great risk that the Trump administration will cut, eliminate, or place restrictions on the federal funding stream that currently provides approximately $24.6 million a year in ESOL, ABE, and GED funding in New York City. The loss of this funding would eliminate seats for well over 20,000 students. According to the preliminary mayor's management report, there were over 18,000 adults served in DYCD-funded adult literacy programs in FY24, yet the $12 million for FY25 and the proposed $12 million in funding for FY26 is slated to serve only 9,118 students, just half the number of those served in FY24. Fortunately, this year, the Council restored the administration's cuts to services through its discretionary funding. But discretionary funding is never guaranteed, and it shouldn't be incumbent upon the Council to subsidize the administration and cover for its failure to invest in core community needs. NYCAL calls on the administration to double its baseline funding for adult literacy programs through DYCD from $12 million to $24 million. In addition, on behalf of all the students in the Council's Adult Literacy Pilot and Adult Literacy Initiative funding is currently serving, NYCAL wishes to express our deepest gratitude, and we ask the Council to maintain this funding at its current level of $16.5 million in FY26. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon for everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I am Mariam Samawi. Today, I want to share with you my story. I am a student in City Tech adult learner. In the first time when I come here, I couldn't say any word in English. So now I have 1 year and 4 months in USA. Now I am a student in City Tech Adult Learner. Also, I am a volunteer in conversation club in English, and also I was a volunteer in English Express. I help my teacher to translate Arabic and French to English for new immigrant students coming to live in USA. In this class, we gain great deal information like our rights, how to residence in USA, our rights for education, health, and also we know how to apply for how to get your ID card library, metro card with half price. And thanks to this program, we feel more confident in my life. It's helped me also feel more confidence in my job. I start to talk more with my customer and make a connection. And also I feel more confident in my education. 2 months ago, I took a test for exam medical coding billing and I passed. And also make more confidence in my personal life. Before, when I want to go to hospital, I need someone to go with me. Now I can do this just by myself. And recently we gain mini grants to present leader students in New York City in conference in Dallas, like leader students for adult learner. So now I want to thank all member City Tech consultants, and also I want to thank and ask City Council to continue to provide double support for this program, because this program is deserved and make a difference for new immigrants in USA. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Uliana Danilova, and I'm a former ESL student at Adult Learning Center, City Tech Uni, and I want to share my story too. When I first arrived in New York, I couldn't understand what people were saying to me, and I couldn't speak English. It wasn't easy for me because I wanted to become a part of community and be able to communicate with other people, and I started to looking for English classes, and I found classes at City Tech Uni. There I found not just English teacher, also I found people who were ready to help me in other situations. They told me about living in New York City, about different resources for immigrants, and I'm happy to be a part of this community now. Now I can speak English more confident, and I'm working at the Adult Learning Center, City Tech Uni, as a program assistant, and I am happy to be able to help other students and other people who have difficulties with learning English and other stuff. And also I want to pay back and support other students. This is the reason why I volunteer at English Express classes and at the Student Conversation Club. And I want to say thank you to the City Council members to their support and funding.
Good afternoon. My name is Germán Pérez. I am a former student in the ESL program at City Tech and in the Bridge program in BMCC. Thank you for allowing me to study English in New York. The adult learning centers were valuable and unique because they gave me many tools to improve my English as a non-native speaker. Every single person working in those programs makes an amazing job because they bring us the best that they could to help us in our learning process. So thank you for all of them. When you become students on those programs, you can be more than like that in the future. In my personal experience, I was able to pay back all the help that I received working as a volunteer in the English Express program, helping and bringing support to people like me when they came here for the first time. English classes is not just about studying English, it's also a path to become a better member of this society learn about how to take care of your neighborhoods, and for sure to be proud of the United States of the New York City. Thank you again for your support for Adult Learning Center of the CUNY College, and I hope you can expand the funding for adult education and the adult literacy programs in New York. The last thing that I want to say is when you hear testimonies like Mr. Sanchez, you know that it's important to invest time and money in English programs because they need a voice from them, but at the same time, they have the right to be their own voice in the city. So thank you for your support. Nothing to say.
Is it working? No? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Lois Torres, and for the past decade, I am an immigration navigator at the Center for Family Life of Sunset Park. CFL was one of the original grantees of Action NYC in 2015 when we piloted the program to provide a broad range of immigration legal services to our community. Since then, the program, now known as the Immigration Legal Support Centers, has remained a trusted, essential, and highly valued resource for Sunset Park residents, the vast majority of whom are immigrant families. Every year, CFL provides immigration legal services to hundreds of clients, including completion of legal screenings and assistance in the preparation of applications. In the last 2 years, Moya's funding has enabled CFL, in partnership with Lutheran Social Services of New York, to screen about 1,300 individuals for immigration relief and to file 353 cases, of which 298 were approved. Since 2018, our services have also included Moya-funded outreach initiatives, including Know Your Rights workshops, which have engaged thousands of participants throughout Brooklyn. CFL is a neighborhood-based social service organization and an anchor in our community. We have been the main provider of integrated social and human services in the low-income community of Sunset Park for over 45 years, serving more than 15,000 children and adults annually. We are grateful for the decades-long collaboration and support CFL has enjoyed with the Mayor's Office of Immigration Affairs, and we appreciate the leadership of Commissioner Castro. Sunset Park residents are fearful and anxious about the current rhetoric and direction of the federal government on immigration. At CFL, we shudder at the idea that funding for key services could be imperiled, and we beseech the city to not only maintain funding, but to increase it. Please know that your support is not just a funding decision, it's a commitment to the stability, well-being, and the prosperity of our community. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Sunset Park in the house. I guess as one of the centers, obviously, that does so much work, are you seeing an increased need for services, increased funding?
Absolutely.
And when you say you've screened 1,300 people, what happens to them next? It's a legal screening, and then they get where do they go on the next step?
Depending on the case type that the attorney retains the client for, if, for example, if it's for citizenship, we're there with them until they receive their citizenship certificate. If it's for an adjustment of status, depending if it's for a sibling or a spouse, we're there from the beginning to the end.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've been having a lot of clients that there's no relief for them, and so that's the very sad part when we have to let them know that there's nothing else that we can do for them, but we don't leave them just at that situation. We give them a referral list so they can seek legal services elsewhere to get like a second or a third opinion, not just to stay with our opinion.
Yeah, so it's like a recommendation to seek private counsel?
Right.
Well,
actually, it's more for other legal services like NILAG or Brooklyn Defenders or Urban Justice. Yeah.
Yeah, I think thank you to CFL for all the work that they do. I think my frustration here is everybody is at the top of way past their limit in the services they're providing with the resources, and yet everybody's in ongoing conversations acting like they're brand new and nothing is actually going on in the world. So my frustration is that there's no reflection of urgency or the reality of the situation is actually present, and we're all struggling with it. So I just want to say thank you for the work you're doing. You're a great partner in Sunset Park. I would love to say to this panel, you all are a perfect example of what Councilmember Brewer is saying. When we invest in people, the dividends are exponential. And I thank you for your testimony. Thank you for demonstrating over and over again why it is so important that we support people to be able to navigate this crazy place that we love, that is our home, and to make us do so much better than we are. So I just thank you so much for your testimony. It is an honor to be able to support people that make New York City great. So thank you. I'd love to, you mentioned this incredible cut from fiscal 24, 18,000 people served, to suddenly 9,000 in fiscal 26. Can you tell us a little bit about what is happening there and bring me a little sanity in this insanity?
I can do the former, but probably not the latter, so my apologies in advance. Yes. So I should preface this by saying that when eventually DYCD and the administration come to testify and they share the numbers of students that will be served through adult literacy programs for this year, the number will be much higher than that 9,100 number, thanks to the City Council, thanks to your investment through your discretionary funding. So please don't allow the administration to take credit for the investment the council has made. Last year, the council made the single largest investment in community-based adult literacy funding in the last 40 years. And that is what's preserved seats and opportunities for students. Having said that, yes, the administration went from $17 million in funding for DYCD contracted programs in FY24 to $12 million in FY25. They've maintained that level in their preliminary budget for FY26. That's a $5 million drop, plus because of a modest increase in the investment dollars per student, the number of students that were projected to be served went down even more a little bit. So that's how you get from 18,000 to 9118. Again, the council has invested $16.5 million in adult literacy funding through its discretionary funding. 14.1 about has been invested in these very programs. So thankfully, we will see higher numbers than that 9,100. But if all we were left with in FY26 was that $12 million in the mayor's preliminary budget, we would only see 9,000 students being served.
And Ira, are you experiencing any requests for a change in model? Like coming out of COVID, we had urgency for remote, then moving back into in-person. Given the political context, are you seeing any shifting happening?
So for sure, we have heard anecdotally from a number of the programs that we work with that there is understandable fear that students have in coming to in-person programs, and those programs, especially those that are funded through the council's pilot program, have been able to move to remote because of the flexibility in the model that the council has embraced. So again, had it not been for the council and your work and that model and that investment, we would probably see fewer students accessing classes, because if they were not able or fearful to come in person, they wouldn't have that option of remote as readily.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your testimony and the work that you do. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Next, Louis Briggs, Sarah Nolan, Ernie Collette, Sierra Kraft, Margaret Martin, and Kelly Agnew Barajas. Hi. Got it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Louis Briggs. I'm a senior staff attorney at Take Root Justice. We join in the resounding chorus of New Yorkers who, after listening to today, with a fresh sigh of relief, say thank God for City Council. We're so appreciative of your advocacy and your work. At Take Root Justice, we work in direct partnership with community-based organizations who are doing the critical work in New York City neighborhoods. We support them with legal advocacy and policy and research support. Some of our community partners are IDCAR in Woodside, Damayan Migrant Workers Association in Hell's Kitchen, DASIS Rising Up and Moving in Jackson Heights, and Haitian Women for Haitian Refugees in Flatbush. We are also the lead organization on the SILEC Consortium, which is the Citywide Immigrant Legal Empowerment Collaborative, who receives funding from Immigrant Opportunities Initiative funds, IOI. My comments today are going to focus on IOI funding. We have three concerns that I wanted to raise. The first is that we have been receiving the same amount of funding since 2019. The contract is up for renewal. It was fiscal year 26, has now been pushed to fiscal year 27. But service providers have had to subsidize the work that they've been asked to do because the grant is not accounting for cost of living adjustments and inflation. And the second thing that it does not account over the course of the years of the contract, doesn't account for any increases. Our third concern is that the new proposed draft for the next contract it removes community outreach and education from, as well as limited scope services from the scope of work of the contract. We can say in the first 2 months of the Trump administration and in the past 3 weeks alone, a large amount of the work that we have done is community outreach and education, and that's what's being asked of us from community-based organizations. And we've been providing it. Unfortunately, that would no longer be funding under the terms of the new contract. So those are our three concerns, and we urge the council to urge the administration to change those proposed terms. Thank you.
So can you repeat what the name of the collaborative was again?
Yes, the collaborative is the Citywide Immigrant Legal Empowerment Collaborative, or SILEC.
SILEC, and it's part of the immigrant collaborative, Moya's Immigrant Collaborative.
It's funded under the IOI contract under DSS.
Got it. And you mentioned three, and I think I only picked up two. So funding's been the same since 2017. The new proposal removes the community outreach, but I think I missed one.
Yeah, so the second.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sarah Nolan. Hi, good morning. My name is Sarah Nolan. I'm the Managing Director for the New York Office of Kids in Need of Defense, or KIND. I'm here today also as a member of the Immigrant Children's Advocacy and Relief Effort, or ICARE. Thanks so much for the opportunity to testify and for holding this hearing. We thank you very much for your ongoing support of ICARE in providing free and legal representation to unaccompanied children. As we all know, we're here today facing unprecedented challenges to this shared goal, to provide a quality, ethical, and sustainable removal defense program for unaccompanied children who are part of our community. As you may know, unaccompanied children have now become a focus of increased immigration enforcement activity in New York City. Last week, 10 ICE officers showed up to our teen client's residence, and she was directed to appear for an ICE check-in, where our client's toddler was served with an NTA to initiate removal proceedings against her. You can imagine the fear that that instills in our clients. And we know it has been confirmed that they are now targeting 24,000 unaccompanied children who are in this position in the city. So all this means their legal cases obviously become much more complex, time-consuming, as we need to explain new risks to our clients, accompany them to not only court, but now ICE check-ins potentially, and monitor their risk of detention. In tandem, changes in immigration court practice will leave even children who have pending applications for SIJ, for example, vulnerable to actually having deportation orders entered in against them, as opposed to having their cases dismissed in court. So all this means that we're already so underfunded, the pressures are even more intense now as we try to push forward cases with urgency and deal with these changes. And just when the time for robust funding is most important, it's in the most jeopardy. Last month, the Interior Department did issue a stop work order to KIND and our colleagues, several ICARE members. This was rescinded, but the contract is up for renewal imminently at the end of this month. And the future is extremely uncertain. So this is the moment for the City Council to meet the moment and increase funding for unaccompanied children's legal services. We all know that council makes a huge difference in the ability of kids to win their cases. And we beg for support for our holistic model and that also for our colleagues at ICARE. Our ask is for about $6 million in renewed funding. Thank you so much for your ongoing commitment to ensuring that unaccompanied children in New York remain safe and can reach their full potential. Thank you.
Sarah, did you say the contract is up this month?
Yes.
Wow. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Council Chair Aviles and members of the members of the Immigrant Committee. Sorry, it's been a long day. I know it's been a longer day for you, but thank you so much for your leadership and the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Margaret Martin. I am a co-director of the Immigrant and Refugee Services Division at Catholic Charities Community Services. I'm joined today by my fellow co-director, Kelly Agnew-Barajas, who will speak after me. Catholic Charities, through our division, welcomes more than 15,000 immigrants and refugees each year, many of them through programs that are funded wholly or in part by New York City. So I'll talk about some of those today. But first, as many people have said, we are in unprecedented times. Those of us who went through a previous Trump administration thought we knew what we were in for. Some of us, I was wrong. And so at this time, with immigrant New Yorkers rightfully fearful of what their future may hold, more of them are turning to organizations like us for help. At the same time, as Sarah talked about, providers like Catholic Charities face loss of federal funding, such as the Immigration Court Help Desk, the Unaccompanied Children's Program, and other funding streams. So in this moment, more stable and well-funded services from New York City are critical. This includes, for example, more baseline contracts. You talked about that earlier today, multi-year contracts so that we and other providers can plan for longer-term programming and for quality staffing rather than revisit funding for vital programs each year. It is difficult to plan programs and retain staff based on year-to-year funding. For example, it is extraordinarily difficult to commit to legal representation in one-year contracts, given that immigration legal cases generally go on for much longer than a year. We also ask you to urge timely notification of awards, including renewals, so that we can plan staffing and programming to ensure the most effective services for our communities, advocate for timely payment of invoices, and build in, as other folks have mentioned, actual cost of living increases into multi-year contracts. I'm not going to talk about individual programs, but if I could just address a couple of the points about the immigration hotline. I was very surprised to learn today that in the proposed budget, the hotline, the Moya Immigration Legal Support Hotline proposal has been cut to, I think you said, something under $300,000. Cut by $1 million, right? From 1.3 to 2 something.
280 is
So that was news to me. We obviously would not be able to continue the level of services that we have been doing.
They were confused by that.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Yes.
You don't have to respond.
I wasn't confused. I got the math on that one. I understand that's preliminary. I hope that it's increased. We would actually argue for an increase in funding, partly just to keep up with our increased costs, but also because if we are welcome the idea of staying open later than 6 o'clock. We would need more money to do that. We welcome the idea of providing individual mini Know Your Rights sessions, and that would be extremely valuable. We would need more funding to do that. Right. And I also just want to respond to your point about the numbers going down. They did go down in November and December. I was scrolling through my phone while you were talking, but in January, we saw a number of calls to that hotline that rivals the record number of calls we've seen before. In February, the numbers were on pace with that. So thank you very much for your support.
I'm not surprised by that, but I'll have some questions in a minute. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having us. I'm Kelly Agnew-Barajas, the other co-director of Immigrant and Refugee Services with Catholic Charities Community Services. I wanted to take this opportunity to actually emphasize a point that you brought up in your opening remarks, which is that, you know, we have seen, and from our vantage point of having a number of different programs in all sorts of different areas through Moya, that we believe that it's time at a structural level to look at how Moya is situated in city government. You know, it was established in 2002. It was, you know, proud to have it be the first office in the country chartered as dedicated to immigrant needs. But the initial goals were in a smaller scope, and they have grown in their portfolio. They have grown with, you know, what they kind of seem to be responsible for, but the structure hasn't kept up. So we would strongly recommend that the City Council evaluate and you know, this is not my area of expertise, but whatever bodies need to look into what is feasible to look at how Moya can, if it's potentially able to become an agency, so that they can be more empowered and have the tools to do their job as they should. Also, the point on how our city leaders, we would very much like to just voice here that we would like our city leaders to act and speak in ways that align with New York values and current laws, simply put. So it's critical now more than ever to safeguard due process of immigrants' rights and ensure that local authorities adhere to the policies that exist and limit information sharing based on racial or linguistic profiling. I'll just echo two very quick points on funding. One is that we have an ask before the council on behalf of Catholic Charities, but also the entire coalition of day laborers providers for a total of close to $5 million. And to echo my colleague from the Literacy Assistance Center earlier, the total ask through DYCD adult literacy to go to double from 12 million to 24 million in 26. Thank you so much.
Sorry, it's okay. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the committee for allowing me to testify today. My name is Ernie Collette. I'm the supervising attorney of the Immigration Law Project at Mobilization for Justice. MFJ applauds the prior commitments made by the council to assist migrants in New York City, particularly when responding to the demand for immediate short-term pro se application assistance, which frankly is still needed. Notwithstanding, MFJ is urging the City Council to make deep financial investments into the city's immigrant legal services community, specifically with enhancements to initiatives that include IOI, legal services for low-income immigrants, low-wage workers, and Protect NYC families. We must increase funding to nonprofit organizations that will provide access to representation in both affirmative and defensive proceedings. Our office frequently screens requests from prospective clients whose primary request is representation. Many individuals are in removal proceedings and require counsel for complex immigration matters. And while many of the legal services organizations that I know of, including our own, remain at capacity. With the continued rhetoric and actions taken by the federal government against migrants in the immigrant community, funding immigrant legal services is critical now more than ever. As many migrants who receive short-term pro se application assistance get jobs, rent apartments, attend school, pay taxes, and contribute to our local economy, many worry as how the lack of representation will impact their future to remain here, not only causing their new lives and positive contributions to our communities and our city to be upended, but also the benefits that we've received from their contributions within our communities. While we can be proud of the short-term pro se application assistance already provided, the job is far from done. While priorities may have shifted, the needs have not and likely never have. Support by the Council to increase funding for representation, as the demand for these services will remain as necessary if we wish to combat those who seek to separate immigrant families, while living up to our history as a city that seeks to support all, regardless of immigration status. And if I just may, for a couple of seconds, since the inauguration, I've had the privilege, the honor of being able to travel all over the city and do Know Your Rights presentations in person. I've been doing this work for 20 years. I know I'm dating myself a little bit, but the reality is I've never seen more fear in the eyes of people that I speak with until recently. We're adjusting our model at our organization to be more in the community because we feel that more individuals need us to go to them as opposed to a hotline or having people to come to us just because of the genuine fear that they're having. They need to feel safe, and we need to make sure that we're providing that safety for them. And your help in these times is absolutely critical. So for anything that you can do, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Aviles. My name is Sierra Kraft, and I'm the Executive Director of iCare, a coalition dedicated to ensuring unaccompanied immigrant children in New York City have access to free legal representation. Now, you've been a long, fierce champion for immigrant communities, and right now, they need you more than ever. Families are living in fear, attorneys are on the front lines fighting to protect them, and yet we're being stretched beyond capacity. The federal stop work order just 2 weeks ago jeopardized 26,000 kids' lawyers overnight. And though it was reversed, it was definitely a wake-up call. We just cannot rely on federal funding to protect immigrant youth. New York City must step up. Court backlogs are at an all-time high, and cases are now taking about 7 years to resolve, according to our providers. Without an attorney, children are nearly guaranteed to lose. A 16-year-old boy recently came to iCare after showing up for his hearing at 26 Federal Plaza. He asked a security guard for directions and was misled and sent to the wrong building. By the time he found the right courtroom an hour later, he had already been ordered removed by the judge. Fortunately, he reached out to iCare and we were able to reopen his case, but many kids in his position never get that second chance. A simple mistake, something as small as being given the wrong direction, can have life-altering consequences. And these are the cruel systems we have in place and why legal representation is essential. For over a decade, the City Council's investment in the Unaccompanied Minors and Families Initiative has been a lifeline. But while demand has surged, funding has remained flat for 6 years. So iCare is requesting $6,297,250 to support 2,013 children and families, and this is an ask across 7 organizations. These numbers represent the difference between safety and deportation. These young people who want to go to school, make friends, and be part of their communities. This isn't just a budget decision, it's about who we are as a city. So thank you for your leadership, and we look forward to fighting alongside with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to this panel. I wanted to ask about the hotline. Would you be able to tell us a little bit? I guess I asked the question to Moya, but you're the one doing the work, about the triaging element of it, like how much of the calls are able to be solved kind of immediately and how much move on to needing more complex. And I guess the more complex is a referral.
Yeah, that's a great question. I can get you better numbers than I think, but for now I can say I think almost all the callers ultimately want a legal referral. So most callers want both. They want some information. How do I figure out what my immigration court hearing is? And also, how do I find a lawyer? The hotline used to make appointments with Action NYC providers under the old model of Action NYC, and it doesn't now. It does the information and referrals, including referrals within Catholic Charities to many of the programs that people have been talking about today. So I could get you better numbers on like what percentages are which, because we track that.
Do you think that that's a model improvement, the appointment option? That feels like a trap question for you.
Not really, but it brings me back to, I think, a point that well, you and so many people have talked about today, which is part of the problem with referrals or appointments is there aren't enough of either. There isn't the capacity, and you've raised today and previously the need for legal representation and to really fund legal representation. And I think that ties into what the hotline can do. So I think without increased legal representation, being able to make appointments isn't a reality right now, at least for most callers.
Yeah, it definitely begs the question. I just feel like from an efficiency point of view, there's no greater frustration to provide a list of numbers to a person who then calls through it to only come back to you with more frustration.
That happens.
Say, I can't actually talk to anybody. We know, and obviously this is a larger problem that our city really needs to invest in, is how do we raise the bar here and be able to expand our capacity to meet what we know will be complex needs. I mean, when I hear the city say we have done, I don't know, what was it, 90,000 asylum applications.
100,000. Over 100,000.
You're giving me even more of a heart attack.
I just
100,000
wanna speak the
applications,
truth.
and then not acknowledge that it can even offer a COLA increase to the current legal service providers. It's like, what is that? It's incredibly tone deaf. Yeah. Anyway, I'm preaching to the choir.
Even if 40% of that needed
Correct.
representative services.
And over a long time, what's our plan as a city? We know this is not going away. People will need it.
With the affirmative backlog being at over 10 years, with some cases that are being scheduled out to 2027 for regular master and not necessarily individual hearings, yes, individuals have an opportunity to get representation, but if they've exhausted all of the lists that have been provided and organizations don't have enough attorneys to be able to meet the demand, individuals may go in years later on their own, and that can be very heartbreaking, especially if they have a strong claim for relief.
Correct. Thank you. Our city needs to plan around how to do this in the long term and how to invest in it properly, because it's not going to go away. Whether we are an unprecedented number now, we are an immigrant city that will welcome people from across the globe. With climate change and people on the move, it is a reality. It is not an emergency. It is a reality that we as a city need to responsibly lean into. So I thank you all, and I hope we can get there. Thank you for the work you do. The next panel, Walter Fendrick, Paulina Cohen, Paula Inhargru, sorry, Paula, Dimitri Glinsky, Jorge Paz Reyes, and Ladies de la Rosa. That's cool. That's okay, that's okay. Yeah. Great, if you'd like to start. Can you put the mic on?
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Walter Fendrick. I'm a clinical social worker and the clinical director at the Libertas Center for Human Rights at Elmhurst Hospital, which is part of New York City Health and Hospitals Corporation in Jackson Heights, Queens. Thank you very much for allowing me to provide testimony today. The Libertas Center for Human Rights is a program providing medical, mental health, social, and legal support to immigrants in New York City who have survived torture and human rights violations in their countries of origin on the basis of race, religion, ethnicity, political opinion, or membership in a social group such as age, gender, or LGBTQ identifying people. All of our clients are survivors of torture. That's the primary criteria. But 90% of our clients are asylum seekers. Our mission is to provide integrated services to help survivors heal, regain independence, and restore hope and humanity in their lives. The Libertas Center is applying for discretionary funding from the New York City Council to support case management, care coordination, crisis responsive services for immigrant survivors of torture and human rights violations to stabilize physical and psychological health, their social well-being, and their legal situations also need attention. New York City Council funding will help prevent client crises, and there are always crises, a lot more these days. The crises include homelessness, unpredictable shelter availability, food insecurity, unstable employment and exploitative employment, and via the Mexico border increased from 44% in 2022 to 66% in 2023 and 81% in 2024. These clients are on intake. 25% of them are seeking an attorney on intake. This demonstrates the current scarcity of pro bono law services. With the City Council support, the Libertas Center will be able to respond to the needs of recently arrived asylum seekers. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Aviles, and thank you, City Council, for your system of public testimonies, which is about the only platform at any level of government where a voice from my community can be heard on a par with others in any language. Muchísimas gracias. I'm Dmitry Glinsky. The Russian-speaking council that I co-founded in 2011 is a CBO of refugees and de facto refugees from ex-Soviet countries, serving them and thus our city mainly through advocacy, organizing, and countering hate with our anti-war dialogue of Ukrainians and Russians since 2014, from time to time with pro bono immigration services, including years ago thanks to this council awards, with case management material aid on the New York State program until last year, Know Your Rights trainings, hosting Moya's English classes, and in other ways. I could add a lot to what others say on the urgency of vital services hanging on life support under this mayor, but I keep coming here to remind of an issue that you won't hear from others. It is the disparate impact of the current funding system for our CBOs, or as some would say, a glaring lack of the much-needed equity and inclusion. Russian is the third largest linguistic minority in our city, over 2% of its population. Ukrainian speakers have also grown in numbers. Just in the past 3 years, tens of thousands of Ukrainians and Russians fled here from military invasion or from reprisals for protesting it or from mobilization into the invading army. Yet unlike smaller and equally deserving diasporas, you will barely find a 5K for their CBOs in Schedule C year after year, and never an award that would cover a lawyer's or any staff salary. And it's just the same with private foundations, except you don't have public hearings. This keeps our hardworking CBOs without regular staff, which in turn is used to deny funding due to low capacity. And this leads to further discrimination, as I keep hearing even today from messages from my contacts still living in a Roosevelt Hotel. And all this happens at the time when the Trump administration has paused all applications by Ukrainian parolees who have no homes to return to, while Russians who came legally via CBP-1 are kept in remote detention centers for many months, at times even after winning asylum. Note that their oppressors back home have powerful partners, business partners, right here, represented on the boards of some of the key philanthropies, and even up to the commissioner level in City Hall. They use the cloud to prevent those who fled from them from succeeding, let alone getting funded to serve others. And they've been greatly emboldened by the Trump administration. I call upon those in our council who want to have strategic allies in defending our democracy and the rule of law to support refugees and de facto refugees from our countries by funding more targeted legal services through our own and other CBOs. And I also urge you, and through you, Speaker Adams, to go further and consider a special response initiative for refugees and exiles from dictatorships from Venezuela to Russia and all those in between, aiming to provide them with a community home and a public platform as a counterweight to their oppressors who are busy corrupting our system. We at RCC are open to partnerships as we go through the second decade of our advocacy for our people at these council hearings. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dimitri. Thank you for always participating in our hearings and bringing the voice of your community. And we have a lot of work to do to make sure that there is equitable support across the many, many communities that make up New York City, that make us great. Thank you. Hi.
Thank you, Chair and members of the New York City Council for convening today's budget hearing. My name is Paula Inargue, and I'm a policy analyst at United Neighborhood Houses. UNH is a policy and social change organization representing neighborhood settlement houses that reach New Yorkers from all walks of life. We lead advocacy and partner with our members on a broad range of issues, including civic and community engagement, early childhood education, and immigration issues, among others. As the new federal administration rapidly targets immigrants across the country, intensified enforcement policies are increasing the vulnerability of immigrant communities. Settlement houses play a crucial role in providing these communities with the support and protection they need, and the New York City FY26 budget must acknowledge this destructive reality by funding programs that support immigrant families. My testimony today will focus on sustaining funding for adult literacy in New York City, and my written testimony goes into more detail. UNH advocates for an adult literacy system that provides quality, comprehensive, and accessible educational services for New Yorkers. No-cost, community-based adult literacy programs enable New Yorkers to gain the knowledge and skills necessary to secure higher-paying jobs that can sustain their families, support their children's education, and advocate for themselves and their families. Adult literacy programs run by settlement houses and other community-based organizations often serve as entry points for adult learners who are subsequently connected to workforce training support and other wraparound services that strengthen their family's economic and social well-being. In FY25, DYCD's adult literacy RFP introduced new geographical restrictions that limited the eligibility of organizations to apply for funding based on their location. And these changes left a lot of organizations without funding to sustain their adult literacy program. In response, the City Council increased funding for adult literacy initiatives to $16.5 million, and it was an impactful increase that has been critical for sustaining programs run by settlement houses and other community-based organizations. For 4 UNH Settlement House adult literacy program providers, this discretionary funding is the sole funding source sustaining the programs, and without renewed funding, the organizations that are excluded from the current DYCD literacy portfolio will not be able to offer adult literacy programming after June 30th of this year, leaving thousands of students without classes. It is necessary for adult learners to have stable programs and support, as continued City Council funding supports staffing and essential program infrastructure, and thousands of adult learners depend on these programs for essential skills. Ideally, these programs would be supported by a robust baseline program managed by DYCD that offered students and providers stability with year-over-year funding. However, until DYCD revisits its unnecessarily restrictive stance on geographic priority for programming, it is crucial that the City Council continue this support to make sure that adult learners continue to have access to quality classes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and Council members. My name is Lady de la Rosa, and I'm the organizing coordinator for La Colmena, an immigrant rights organization based on Staten Island. Our mission is to empower the immigrant worker through education, culture, organizing, and economic development. For years, La Colmena has stood unapologetically with our immigrant community, often facing hostility and resistance. Yet we remain steadfast because we know how critical this work is. We've built a sanctuary of support, resilience, and empowerment, but we cannot do it alone. Today, I'm here to remind you all of the vital importance of ensuring that La Colmena and other nonprofits continue to receive the member support it needs from this council now more than ever. We have been equipping our community members with tools to navigate ICE interactions and preparing them with the power of attorney in case of deportation proceedings. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Our immigrant neighbors face not only the threat of deportation, but also wage theft, discrimination, and harassment. We've even had to take up security at our own facilities as we face opposition from those who disagree with the work we do on Staten Island. It is not easy to operate under these conditions, but we refuse to back down. Unlike other boroughs, we do not get openly elected officials support from our own borough, and it makes our work difficult. This is why La Colmena exists, to remind every immigrant on Staten Island that they are not alone. We are here to fight for them, stand with them, and uplift them. But to continue this critical mission, we need your leadership and your commitment in supporting La Colmena. For justice and for dignity for all, and together we believe that we can build a stronger, more inclusive Staten Island and New York. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jorge Paz Reyes, and I'm the community organizer at Mixteca, a community-based organization located in Park Slope Sunset Park, where we provide the immigrant community a different variety of services, including education, mental health, health and wellness, advocacy, and legal services. I come before you today to speak on behalf of the immigrant community we serve, to express a deep concern regarding proposed budget cuts, particularly affecting legal services for low-income immigrants, Immigrant Health Initiative, Immigrant Opportunities Initiative, among others. These cuts are not just a number, they represent the loss of critical services that help immigrants' community bear a better life and after are fleeing unimaginable hardships back in their home country. I do want to echo the statements of previous panelists of the need of funding all these legal services. Mixteca is a small nonprofit that receives the people directly, and we're the ones that do the referrals to larger organizations. However, in our own capacities, we do have a small legal team, and we're trying to provide the community the services that they need. And we've seen just in these 2 months how there's still the need for all these services. We have received more than 40 requests for Know Your Rights workshops in the last 2 months, and we have provided 3,800 community members assistance with Know Your Rights, as well as Know Your Rights workshops just in the month of January and February. We have also continued to assist asylum seekers, and we have assisted 840 applicants since January 2024. However, something that we really wanted to emphasize in this hearing was the critical service that we provide through our mental health service program. This service is highlighted by the city as part of the Immigrant Health Initiative. In our service, we try to focus on the unique challenges that immigrants face, the trauma from their experiences in their home countries, navigating a new life that is often unfamiliar, and the stresses that they face because of legal and social barriers. For these reasons, Mixteca has dedicated significant resources to offering a wide range of cultural sensitive mental health services. We provide individual counseling, group discussion workshops, healing spaces that focus on parental skills, violence awareness, prevention, trauma healing, and emotional management. These services are tailored to resonate with the Latinx immigrant community, blending contemporary mental health approaches with traditional healing practice to create meaningful and effective support. We conduct all our services in Spanish with translation to indigenous language when needed. Every aspect of our programming is designed to be culturally relevant and trauma-informed. The impact of our mental health and legal service cannot be overstated. And with these proposed cuts, we see the risk of losing them. None of this would be possible without the support of City Council, as well as the funding that the city provides for immigrant services. We understand that budget decisions are difficult, but these cuts will have real consequences for thousands of immigrants who rely on these services to build a better future for themselves and their family. Thank you for your time and ongoing support for the immigrant families across the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jorge. Thank you for being here all day.
Yes.
I think many of you may have been, so apologies.
Good afternoon, Chair Aviles and the Committee on Immigration. I'm Paulina Cohen, a staff attorney at the New York City Anti-Violence Project, or AVP. AVP has been at the forefront of New York City's fight against hate and oppression, offering critical support to the LGBTQ and HIV-affected communities, particularly in this area of immigration. We appreciate the committee's continued support of our work with survivors of violence. The rise in hateful federal policies and rhetoric has made it even harder for LGBTQ and immigrant communities to access justice and safety. The demand for AVP services has therefore only intensified as this political climate grows increasingly hostile. With the continued support of City Council, AVP will be able to continue to provide direct services, outreach, and advocacy that are all essential in this sustained moment of crisis. We have a lot of clients, but I'm going to tell you specifically about one who I'll call Luke. Back in November, Luke called AVP's 24-hour hotline to report that he had been sexually assaulted by his boyfriend who he lived with. Our team explored with him possible legal pathways, such as reporting to the police or applying for a U visa. We also determined that Luke had a very viable case for asylum. Just a few weeks ago, I represented Luke at his asylum interview, where he bravely testified to the severe violence he experienced in his home country, and he spoke to the healthy and happy life he's building here in New York City, in part thanks to the support that he receives from AVP. Adding to the stability and success in his life, Luke receives vital counseling services from my colleagues in our client service department. AVP's co-location model ensures that survivors receive comprehensive and trauma-informed support. There is an overwhelming demand for social and legal services from the LGBTQ and immigrant communities that has quite simply outpaced the city's available resources. AVP, however, has stepped in to fill that gap. We are committed to our advocacy and support of communities that are targets of the federal government, and this committee's continued support will help AVP increase access to justice, improve the safety and well-being of survivors of violence, and ultimately help individuals just like Luke heal and rebuild their lives. In contrast to federal policies that have undermined the safety and dignity of LGBTQ, immigrant, and survivor communities, New York City remains a beacon of support and safety, in large part thanks to community-based work. To protect some of our most vulnerable community members, it is therefore critical that the City Council continue to invest in AVP. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Thank you to this entire panel for the work and tenacity. Having the services that you all provide, whether it's a simple smile and hug, language accessibility, helping people recover from the traumas that they have experienced. Deep gratitude to each of you. I wish we were not in this moment of time where we need these services even more than ever, but I want to thank you for your service to New Yorkers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next panel, Jose Corona Diaz, Andres Moreno, Karina Kaufman, Antwi from Democracy at Work Institute. Deep apologies if I've mispronounced your name. Kayat Tiskus and Christopher Leon Johnson. I'm sorry if I mispronounced anyone's name. I have 6 names here. 5 at the dais. If anyone is wishing to testify, please see the Sergeant at Arms to fill out a testimony form. Okay, so I guess with that, we'd like to begin.
Thank you to Chair Aviles and members of the Immigration Committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Andres Moreno Mancilla, and I'm the Program Supervisor of Promise NYC at the Chinese American Planning Council, CPC, the nation's largest Asian American social service organization. Although CPC predominantly serves the AAPI community, I want to take the time to share the story of one of the community members assisted by Promise NYC, which provides childcare assistance to a majority Hispanic Latino immigrant population that are otherwise ineligible for federal assistance due to their immigration status. Back in Colombia, Viviana was pregnant and running a family business. While these may be considered markers of success, her family was struck by tragedy when her husband was murdered by members of organized crime. Under the constant pressure of extortion and death threats, she made the difficult decision of leaving behind her loved ones in Colombia to seek asylum here in the United States. Promise NYC helped Viviana with her childcare needs, as she is now building a life for herself here with her 3-year-old child. She and countless other immigrants with similar stories fled to the US because they are seeking safety and they are not here for government handouts. Without childcare, she cannot find a job, and without a job, she cannot afford to leave the shelter system. If you have ever felt helpless or powerless, I urge you to place yourself in the shoes of immigrants like Viviana and so many others who live their lives unsure if they can afford their next meal or if they'll become homeless. We need to live up to our values as a city that was built on the backs of immigrants. We are urging the city to invest in critical programs and allocate $25 million to Promise NYC in the fiscal year 26 budget. The city must invest deeply in resources for immigrant communities, including legal services and wraparound support, language access, and resource navigation to uplift and protect our immigrant neighbors. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair Aviles and distinguished members of the New York City Council Committee on Immigration. My name is Antung Nguyen, and I am the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Democracy at Work Institute, a member of the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative. Thanks to City Council's investment over the last 10 years, WCBI has provided significant benefit to aspiring business owners and cooperative small businesses, many of which are led by immigrants. Our initiative creates and supports resilient employment and business ownership opportunities unlike any other in New York City, offering critical support to especially low-income, low-wage workers and recent migrants, connecting them to business ownership and employment opportunities, especially when alternative routes to employment and ownership are unavailable. Some key achievements in the past few years have included the successful launch of Afrolingual, an interpretation and translation cooperative providing language support in over 10 African languages, Radiate Consulting, which is based in Sunset Park, a professional services consulting cooperative that builds capacity for immigrant services organizations and small businesses led by professionals with deep experience in these spaces and who come from these communities themselves. And also the development of a rapid response wages, better working conditions, and importantly, building wealth and equity for workers, and reach more than 10,000 entrepreneurs with education and technical assistance services. Amidst ongoing economic volatility, low-income and immigrant New Yorkers are in need of support more than ever, and we're familiar with navigating and thriving in times of crisis, as our small business support has helped scale and strengthen the cooperative ecosystem in New York City, inclusive of all workers, especially immigrant workers. During COVID, we expanded our services, grew our membership, and moved more than $20 million in emergency funding to help small businesses thrive. Over the past year, our services have been in high demand and especially impactful as a tool for providing services to the city's newer migrant workers. Worker co-op businesses are unique in their ability to establish, grow, and retain community wealth and making entrepreneurship accessible. Here in New York City, the majority of worker owners are immigrant women in industries like janitorial services, home health care, and child care. Through worker ownership, these individuals are bringing home living wages, building assets that contribute to financial stability, and transforming industry standards for better over time. It's critical to continue this work to improve worker protections and offer a means to build and root wealth in local communities, as well as growing the diversity of small businesses in New York City for the next generation. I know that the budget's tight, but we urge City Council to continue investing in worker cooperatives in New York City by enhancing WCBI funding to $5.09 million for fiscal year 26. We've been flatlined for the last 4 years. In the wake of inflation, in real terms, our funding has decreased. This funding will provide for the startup of 31 new worker co-op small businesses across all boroughs and over 100 new jobs, as well as offer technical assistance and education reaching over 2,000 existing startup and aspiring cooperative entrepreneurs, the vast majority of them being immigrants. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much. Did you say the current level of funding or the expanded level of funding would allow?
Expanded level of funding.
Okay, and tell me the numbers again.
So we would like an enhancement to $5.09 million for fiscal year 26. Currently, we're at $3.67 million across 14 organizations, and we also additionally grant to new organizations, new community-based organizations that are entering the field of worker cooperative development due to needs from their communities.
Got it. And the 5.9 would allow an expansion.
5.09, yes,
5.09
yes.
to 31.
Correct.
Paying attention, y'all. I'm paying attention.
Thank you.
Karina, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Aviles. My name is Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, and I'm the Deputy Director at the Street Vendor Project. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. The Street Vendor Project is a membership-based organization of over 3,000 vendor members, including small business, which conducts small business consultations, legal representation, and access to a wide variety of resources. We're the only organization that provides multilingual, accessible services to street vendors in New York City, a growing workforce of more than 23,000. The vending industry has grown exponentially in the past year as many newly arrived migrants and asylum seekers are turning to vending for survival, and this has led to a 30% increase in SVP's membership over the last few years. In 2024, SVP served 144 New York City zip codes through our outreach services, advising 793 vendors on vending rules and regulations, saving each vendor on average $800 a year in fines. And we also won 194 civil cases on summonses issued by city agencies. We connect with street vendors through street outreach, going to commissaries, going to their carts, distributing materials like this, which is a Know Your Rights for street vendors in regards to ICE that we have created in-house and translate in-house into 7 languages. Thanks to the diversity of our small team, we have 5 organizers and 2 small business intakes. So those numbers that we hit are a lot of people for a very small team. With that in mind, I do want to emphasize our respectful request for $500,000 in support from New York City Council to conduct outreach and education services to street vendors. This is in comparison to the $3.7 million the city issues to the Office of Street Vendor Enforcement. 96% of street vendors are immigrants who hail from across the globe of mixed immigration status. And vendors are particularly vulnerable to interactions with ICE due to the nature of their work, serving New Yorkers in public space. Additionally, street vendors have been at increased risk due to the administration's policy of the number of NYPD criminal summonses being issued. In the last year, in 2024, 2,037 criminal summonses were issued, nearly doubling the 1,244 criminal summonses issued in 2023. And so with that, I'll conclude just to say thank you so much for your time and, again, respectfully requesting support from New York City Council so we can both continue and expand our weekly street outreach, host workshops to vendors across the 5 boroughs, and distribute small business resources so that vendors have the tools they need to protect themselves and serve New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you. Karina, in terms of the criminal summonses and the doubling of the numbers, what is determining at this point when an officer gives a criminal summons? Is that completely discretionary in your view, or what is moving that or driving it?
Our understanding is that it's discretionary per the officer issuing the summons, whether they issue a civil or a criminal summons.
And are you seeing particular trends in neighborhoods across the city where you're seeing spikes in criminal summonses?
We're seeing it citywide. We've seen it in Times Square with halal carts being issued criminal summonses for not having a price display. We're seeing it in Sunset Park on 8th Ave to the primarily Chinese-speaking vendors. We're seeing it in 3rd Avenue in the hub in the South Bronx. We're seeing it in Corona. It's citywide. And again, all of those numbers I mentioned are from NYPD, which is not the lead enforcement agency of street vending. That's the Department of Sanitation, which has said on record in front of the council here in previous hearings that they will only issue civil summonses, not criminal summonses.
That was sanitation.
Correct, which is
saying
sanitation.
that NYPD hasn't said such a thing, although they have said to me that they don't issue criminal summonses for these kinds of things.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.